Brother Shuo. A pitch-black mina with a tuft of golden feathers on its head swooped into an adobe house in the mountain village, flapping its wings before landing on the shoulder of a young man inside. The young man looked to be about 25 or 26, wearing an old-fashioned Zhongshan suit, glasses on the bridge of his nose, and a cigarette tucked behind his ear. On the desk in front of him lay an open lesson plan for second-grade Chinese. His name is Lin Shuo. 6 years ago, he came to this mountain village in the southwestern border region to serve as a substitute teacher for the only elementary school for 100 miles around. Stopping his pen, Lin Shuo looked at the mina on his shoulder, smiled as he took the cigarette from his ear, struck a match to light it, and handed it to the bird. The mina stood on one leg, skillfully took the cigarette with the other, opened its beak, and began to puff away. Between puffs, the mina spoke, "Brother Shuo, I almost didn't make it back." "Nonsense." Lin Shuo gave it a sidelong glance. "Who here could lay a hand on you?" "Brother Shuo, we've been brothers for over a decade, having gone through life and death together so many times. When have I ever lied to you?" The mina acted like an old man, tilting its head to blow out of smoke into Lin Shuo's face. Lin Shuo's expression grew serious. "Tell me in detail." "3 modified off-road vehicles heading toward our village. We don't have models like that in the country, and they had temporary license plates. I tailed them for a bit, and a military crossbow poked out of a window. Lucky I'm fast." The mina gestured as it spoke, looking for all the world like a creature that had gained human intelligence. Lin Shuo remained silent for a moment, then nodded to show he understood. "They must be here for you," the mina said earnestly. "Brother Shuo, that business was 6 years ago. It's about time you got out and moved around." Lin Shuo didn't take the bait. He just smiled and said, "The food is still warm. Go on." The mina nodded, flapped its wings, and flew away. The smile on Lin Shuo's face slowly faded as he looked out the window, his expression growing dark. 6 years, have they finally tracked me down? Will I have to endure that hell on earth from 6 years ago all over again? Mental anguish began to torture him. His face turned pale, and his fingers trembled slightly as he pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. Amidst the swirling smoke, he felt as if he were reliving that thunderstorm, the night the rain fell like blood. After that day, he decided to retire, vowing never to intervene in the strange and mysterious affairs of the world again. He had taken Xiao Ba to this nameless mountain village, thinking no one could find him here. Alas, fate had other plans. However, even if they found me, so what? I'm already retired. Lin Shuo gave a cold laugh and stubbed out his cigarette. The 3 modified off-road vehicles traveled over mountains and through streams, finally pulling into the village. In such a remote, poverty-stricken place, these 3 pure black modified beasts created quite a visual impact. Villagers quickly gathered around, but they dared not get too close, keeping a respectful distance of 3 meters. Some children picked up pebbles and were about to throw them, but were slapped into submission by their parents. The off-road vehicles stopped in succession in front of an adobe house. The rear door of the lead vehicle opened, and a high-heeled shoe stepped onto the village's dirt road. The villagers looked up from the black high heel. Black silk stockings over long, straight legs, a black skirt wrapped around plump, curvy hips. A delicately tailored suit jacket revealed a slim waist and a full chest. Above a snow-white neck, a beautiful face with peach blossom features, large eyes, a small mouth, and an elegant nose looked just like a movie star. The villagers had never seen a woman this beautiful in their lives. Gulp. One villager swallowed hard, only to have his wife give him a sharp pinch on the waist. From the other door stepped a muscular man, 6'3". He wore a green military t-shirt under a tactical vest, revealing well-defined muscles on his arms. He followed the beautiful woman to the wooden door of the adobe house. Knock, knock, knock. The woman tapped lightly on the door. No response. She knocked again, still nothing. The woman frowned slightly, stepped back, turned to the villagers, and asked with a smile, "Folks, is he home?" He is. A villager, rubbing his waist, called out hurriedly, "Teacher Lin, open up, someone is here to see you." Still no answer. The muscular man grew impatient and sneered, "Miss Anne, this person you're trying to hire has a rather big ego." As he spoke, he raised his leg, ready to kick the door in. The woman's expression changed drastically. Too late to warn him, she quickly raised her leg, the tip of her high heel striking the back of the man's knee in an instant. The man felt his entire leg go numb, groaned, and stumbled back. Stunned, he looked at her. "Miss Anne, you—" "Wei Xingshan," the woman interrupted with a face of frost. "Let me remind you, show this Mr. Lin respect. We are the ones asking for his help. If we can persuade him to come out of retirement, it will be our honor." Miss Anne Wei Xingshan's face showed displeasure. "We both serve the same employer, and I have the finest mercenary squad in Asia. What could we possibly not handle?" The chill on Anne's face faded slightly. She said calmly, "Captain Wei, if it's about dealing with humans, of course I trust you and your men. But there's a specialty for every trade. What we have to face is those things." As they were speaking, the wooden door creaked open. The one who opened the door was Lin Shuo. Dressed as a village teacher, with a pen in his chest pocket, his thin face was completely expressionless. Seeing his face, Anne felt a sense of relief, but at the same time she felt the chill radiating from him. This man's eyes, even behind glasses, were as sharp as a blade, chilling one to the bone. They were the eyes of someone who had crawled out of a sea of corpses and blood. Recalling the various legends about him, Anne's face turned a shade paler. "Mr. Lin, hello. My name is Anne." Anne suppressed the fear in her heart, trying to appear poised. Lin Shuo's expression clearly showed rejection, but when he saw the dense crowd of people outside, his expression softened slightly. "Come in and talk," Lin Shuo said indifferently before turning and walking inside. The two followed him into the adobe house, and Anne turned to close the door behind her. The room was barren, without even a second chair. Lin Shuo sat at his desk, leaving Anne and Wei Xingshan to stand. Lin Shuo ignored them, and the atmosphere became awkward. Flap. The mina flew into the room, landed on the desk, and tilted its head to study the two strangers. Seeing the mina, Wei Xingshan nodded. "This bird is lively. That tuft of feathers on its head looks just like a crown." "Asshole," the mina said. Wei Xingshan grinned. He certainly wasn't going to argue with a bird. In fact, he wanted to tease it. He stepped forward, leaned over the desk to get eye level with the mina, and feigned anger. "Why are you calling people names?" "Asshole," the mina repeated. "Is that all you can say? Can you say anything else?" "Asshole," the mina repeated again. Anne reached into her handbag, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, unwrapped it, placed one between her lips, and lit it with a lighter. Then, the beauty took the cigarette from her mouth, held it with both hands, filter facing her, lit end facing the mina, and stepped forward with great solemnity. "Master Ba, please have a smoke. I heard you have a lifelong love for tobacco and spirits. I came in a rush, so this is the best brand I could find. I couldn't get any liquor. Please forgive me." At these words, Lin Shuo paused, squinting his eyes as he looked at Anne. Wei Xingshan stood with his mouth agape, looking from the bird to Anne, as if he thought she had lost her mind. "You know who I am?" The mina stared hard at the beautiful woman, speaking in a human voice. Anne quickly replied, "Who in the hunter community doesn't know the great name of Master Ba? You've left behind so many legends." "I haven't seen you around in the hunter circles, woman," the mina said coldly. "A colleague of mine once had the privilege of meeting you. Knowing I was coming to see Mr. Lin and you today, they specifically instructed me to take good care of you." Anne lowered her head slightly, keeping her hands steady as she offered the cigarette. "Go ahead and smoke it," Lin Shuo said. "Such a good cigarette, it's already lit, don't waste it." Hearing this, the mina stood on ceremony no longer. It took the cigarette with its claw, fed it to its beak, and began to puff away. "Woman, you know how to handle things." "Thank you for the compliment, Master Ba," Anne smiled slightly. Wei Xingshan, having shaken off his shock, muttered, "Is this really just a bird?" No one paid him any mind. Seeing the mina start to smoke, Anne seemed to have completed a major task, and her tense posture finally relaxed. She looked at Lin Shuo with burning intensity, as if wanting to speak but hesitating. "It seems you've done quite a lot of research on my background." Lin Shuo tapped the table lightly and said indifferently, "Speak. What's the reason for going to such great lengths to get to me?" The contrast between the mercenary captain's arrogance and the woman's strategic sycophancy perfectly captures the social hierarchy in this underground world. Anne understands that in a domain governed by occult anomalies, intellectual leverage and situational awareness matter far more than mere military firepower. Hearing Lin Shuo speak, Anne smiled gently. "My name is Anne, and I am the head of the Asia region for the International Biological Research Association. We are an international non-profit organization dedicated to research, development, and application of exotic creatures worldwide. The person accompanying me is Wei Xingshan, the captain of our Asia region tactical team." Having finally shaken off his astonishment over the mina bird, Wei Xingshan stood straight and gave Lin Shuo a standard military salute. Lin Shuo glanced indifferently at the hulking man and didn't respond. This unsolicited visit is because of this, Anne said, as she pulled a white cloth parcel from her handbag, slowly unfolding it to reveal the contents to Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo had been unmoved, but upon seeing the scale, his expression shifted slightly. He flared his nostrils twice, letting a wealth of olfactory information flood in. A familiar scent made the eyes hidden behind his glasses narrow slightly. He reached out and took the scale from Anne's hand. Examining it closely, the scale was the size of 2 palms. Under the sunlight streaming into the room, it appeared pitch black and polished, gleaming with a sinister luster. Turning it slightly, one could see a 3-finger-wide dark red pattern in the center. Lin Shuo's heart skipped a beat, his face turning pale. He thought to himself, is it really that one? The myna bird on the desk flapped its wings and flew onto Lin Shuo's shoulder, scrutinizing the scale as well before speaking up. Shuo, that is not possible, is it? It should have been impossible, but now it seems it is, Lin Shuo said, bringing the scale to his nose to sniff again. It is that one, and the scent is very fresh. This thing has not been detached from its source for more than a month. Is it actually still alive? The myna flapped its wings excitedly, didn't it? Enough talk. Lin Shuo cut the myna off and looked up at Anne, asking, where did you find this? In the Russian Far Eastern Federal District on the north bank of the Heilongjiang River, Anne replied immediately. 2 weeks ago, in a village 20 kilometers north of the river, 182 people went missing, 73 of whom were Chinese citizens. When the Russian police investigated the scene, they found traces of a giant creature crawling about, and they also discovered this scale. After that, the police conducted multiple searches, but the perpetrators' tracks disappeared once they reached the Heilongjiang River. The river is the border between our country and Russia, making it difficult for Russian police to investigate. Since this involves an exotic creature, the Russian government reported it to our International Biological Research Association, hoping we would take charge of the investigation. This matter piqued our association's deep interest because... Stop right there. Lin Shuo raised his hand to interrupt Anne's account, frowning as he asked, you mean to say this scale appeared near the Heilongjiang River? Yes, Anne confirmed. How can that be? The myna bird seemed unable to believe the information. Never mind the bird, even Lin Shuo himself found it hard to believe. He recognized this scale, or more precisely, he recognized the one who owned it. This was a snake scale. If a single scale was the size of 2 palms, just how massive would the creature itself be? 6 years ago, when he accompanied his father to the Kunlun Mountains, he had witnessed the owner of this scale with his own eyes. It was the most colossal exotic creature Lin Shuo had ever seen. At that time, it was bathing in celestial lightning, as if undergoing a tribulation. Based on what he saw with his own eyes, that giant creature had already perished on that treacherous, stormy night 6 years ago. And yet, this scale seemed to overturn everything. It looks like it is time to go out and see for myself. The room fell into a heavy silence while Lin Shuo stared at the scale in deep thought. Finally, Lin Shuo spoke, so Miss Anne, what exactly do you want to ask me to do this time? To capture this exotic creature, of course, Anne replied, as if she had been waiting for him to ask. Who in the hunter circle doesn't know that Mr. Lin is an expert in this field? Capture. Lin Shuo narrowed his eyes again. If you were total outsiders, using the word capture would be understandable. But your International Biological Research Association should not be considered outsiders. When facing something like this, just surviving is an accomplishment in itself. Anne seemed momentarily lost for words, but then immediately added, we have absolute faith in Mr. Lin's capabilities. Fine, Lin Shuo nodded. Since you trust me, I will be blunt. I can break my rules and come out of retirement for this, but it will cost 10 million, and that is regardless of whether it is dead or alive. 10 million? Before Anne could respond, Wei Xingshen bristled and challenged, little brother, that is a greedy demand. You must understand, my elite mercenary team, 15 people across 3 squads, all signed death warrants, and we are only being paid 10 million for this mission. Those 10 million RMB are essentially the lifeblood payment for the 15 of us. How dare you demand 10 million all by yourself? Lin Shuo lifted his gaze to look at Wei Xingshan and said calmly, I meant US dollars. Wei Xingshan looked as if he had been punched in the face. His face flushed red, and the veins in his neck bulged. Just as he was about to retort, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his knee, and had kicked him again to tell him to shut up. Such a large amount is beyond my authority. Please excuse me for a moment, Mr. Lin. I need to consult my superiors, Anne said in a calm tone. After saying this, Anne offered an apologetic gesture, took out her phone, and walked outside. Wei Xingshan's eyes went wide as he stared at the beauty's retreating figure. If that is how it goes, $10 million is actually negotiable? Wei Xingshan felt completely out of his depth. He had only recently joined the International Biological Research Association, and was his nominal superior and the target he was tasked with protecting. According to the fragmented rumors he had heard, this woman was not just a simple biology PhD from Harvard. Now, looking at the bird on the table and the scrawny young man sitting beside it dressed like a destitute village teacher, but demanding $10 million, he was stunned. Wei Xingshan had thought that as a mercenary leader who licked blood off the blade, he was the most extraordinary person in the room, and that his skills should be the most valuable. Now it seemed that was not the case at all. While Wei Xingshan was lost in thought, Anne finished her call and returned to the room. She smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, I have consulted my superiors. They feel that hiring you for this price is honestly too little of a gesture. However, our association is a non-profit organization with limited funds. How about this? $10 million for a live capture, and $8 million for the remains. 30% will be paid as a deposit." "No way," Wei Xingshan exclaimed. "They actually agreed?" Anne ignored Wei Xingshan and bowed slightly to Lin Shuo. "On behalf of the International Biological Research Association, I thank you for your generous help, Mr. Lin." "No need for formalities. Let us proceed." Lin Shuo nodded and stood up. "I need to prepare." "Take your time, we will wait for you." Under their gaze, Lin Shuo walked to the back door of the house and pushed it open. Outside was a small courtyard with a blue stone slab by the door, topped with a cutting board and a kitchen knife where Lin Shuo usually prepared his food. Opposite the courtyard stood a main room with a red lacquered wooden door, though Lin Shuo did not typically live there. There were vegetables growing in the yard, and 5 or 6 chickens were scratching the ground for food. Lin Shuo bent down, reached out, and grabbed the neck of a large rooster with a red comb. The rooster flapped its wings violently, letting out a mournful cry. Lin Shuo picked up the knife from the bluestone slab, and with one swift motion, severed its head, which flew into the nearby vegetable patch. A yellow dog darted out, snatched the head, and ran off, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Holding the bleeding body of the rooster, Lin Shuo walked briskly and pushed open the door to the main room. All this had happened in just 2 or 3 seconds. Lin Shuo moved without a single wasted motion, grabbing and killing the chicken with clean, efficient precision. Watching this, Wei Xingshan felt a chill run up his spine, while also feeling utterly baffled. "What is he doing?" Wei Xingshan whispered. "Rooster blood is pure yang energy," Anne explained softly. "It is the best offering for consecrated weapon." Consecrated weapon. "The Lin family of the Hunter Gate has been guarding an ancient weapon for 86 generations," Anne said. "Lin Shuo is the 87th successor of the Lin family. 이 요상간주택이 교고 자그 이사규 사이키테키 레세 계단 한사 하지려 어디 것도 그에 대해 그렇디 있다. 하야사크 후제코리코 이토 고제신 코로 긴기테키 슈트샤 야가 교기오 규오 이차 기타쇼규 히다이테키 히미츠 세오토 다이히세." Lin Shuo held the bleeding rooster and pushed open the red lacquered wooden door of the main house. In the 6 years since moving here, Lin Shuo had pushed open this door on the 1st and 15th of every lunar month. He would cut the head off a rooster, using the potent, masculine vitality of its blood to make an offering to the object enshrined on the altar. But today is not the 1st or the 15th. It is the 20th day of the 6th lunar month in the year of Jiashan. In the Gregorian calendar, that is August 5, 2004. Blood had been spilled all the way to the altar. Lin Shuo raised his hand to drip the rooster's blood into a white porcelain cup on the altar, discarded the carcass, then grabbed 3 sticks of incense from the side and lit them with a match. After waiting a moment, he raised the cup above his brow, then sprinkled the uncongealed blood before the altar. Having done all this, Lin Shuo lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and spoke through the swirling smoke. "Jui, thanks to your protection, I survived the Kunlun Mountains 6 years ago. Word came today that the villain from the Kunlun Mountains is not only alive but has fled to the Tuojiang River. I must ask you to accompany me on this trip, Jui. That villain should not be allowed to live." He spoke in a low voice, almost as if talking to himself. After finishing, Lin Shuo knelt and bowed 3 times, then stood up and rummaged behind the altar until he found a black cloth strap a palm in width. Attached to the black strap was an ebony box. The box sat behind the altar, 3 meters long and over a meter high, an astonishing size, looking just like a coffin. Lin Shuo bent slightly, slung the black strap over his head onto his shoulder, carried the coffin-like object and turned to walk out of the room. Outside, Anne saw the ebony box on Lin Shuo's back and, with a look of reverence, pressed her palms together in a bow, hurriedly pulling Wei Xingshan aside to clear the doorway for Lin Shuo and his burden. Playing God, Wei Xingshan muttered with a look of disdain. A myna bird flew onto the ebony box and tapped it with its beak, making a dull thudding sound. "Hello there." After greeting whatever was inside the box, the myna said to Lin Shuo, "Brother Shuo, I am heading back into the woods. I don't know when I'll be back this time. I fear some of my more fiery female birds might throw themselves off a cliff if they don't see me return. I think I'll advise them to remarry." "Go on then." Lin Shuo waved his hand, his expression filled with resignation. Anne let out a stifled laugh, then straightened her expression and gave the myna a thumbs up. "Brother Ba, what a magnanimous heart." "Women are just trouble," the myna said, before flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Once the bird had flown far away, Lin Shuo asked, "Which car should I take?" "Come with me in mine," Anne said. Lin Shuo nodded and said, "Then please could you trouble someone to remove the back seats of that car?" "What?" Wei Xingshan's eyes widened. "Remove the back seats?" "To fit the case on my back. Your thing is packaged perfectly fine. Can't you just strap it to the roof rack?" Wei Xingshan frowned. "Our vehicles for this mission are limited and every seat is occupied. If you pull out the seats, where are my men supposed to sit?" Lin Shuo didn't even look up as he shook his head slightly. "I need to keep this with me at all times." "I disagree," Wei Xingshan insisted. "Captain Wei," Miss Anne interjected. "We follow Mr. Lin's arrangements. Our superiors stated clearly that as long as we could persuade Mr. Lin to come, our entire team would operate under his command and obey his every instruction." Wei Xingshan fell silent for a moment, then looked at Anne with a cold face. "You are the superior. Whatever you say goes." With that, Wei Xingshan gave a signal. The doors of the other SUVs opened in unison, and a dozen nimble soldiers jumped out. They quickly lined up in front of Wei Xingshan, standing as straight as if cut by a blade. This caught Lin slightly by surprise. He had encountered mercenaries before, most of whom were grizzled veterans with loose discipline, but this unit didn't seem like ordinary material. "Help out everyone, remove all the back seats in this vehicle," Wei Xingshan ordered. "The men originally in this car can squeeze into the others." Wei Xingshan seemed to hold absolute authority over these mercenaries. Without a single word of protest, they quickly pulled out their toolboxes and began removing the seats. Surprisingly, the one giving instructions and technical advice to the others was the only female soldier among them. She was 1.7 meters tall, with hair cut short to her ears and a very handsome face. Noticing Lin Shuo observing the woman, Miss Anne immediately introduced her. "That's Liu Qing, the deputy leader of our Asia region operations team. She is our expert in technical equipment." By now the sky was gradually growing dark. Not far from Lin Shuo's house, in the center of the village, stood a large lush scholar tree. Around 6 in the evening was the time when villagers would come out to enjoy the cool air after their dinner. Adults sat on bamboo chairs and stools, waving palm leaf fans, while children ran around the tree. Seeing Lin Shuo come out, the adults stopped their chatter and greeted him one after another in the local dialect. "Good evening, Teacher Lin." "Teacher Lin, who are these people?" "Teacher Lin, are you going on a long trip?" "Teacher Lin, how long will you be gone? Will it interfere with my kids' lessons?" Lin Shuo paused, turned slightly, took the ebony box off his back, and stood it upright next to the SUV. With a smile, he walked over to the scholar tree, hitched up his trousers, sat down on a stool offered by a villager, and began to chat with them. He spoke to the villagers in the local dialect with a thick accent, not a word of which Anne or Wei Xingshan could understand. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed, and it was completely dark. The mercenaries had finished removing the seats long ago, and were just waiting for Lin Shuo to depart. Anne stood by the SUV waiting patiently, but Wei Xingshan was losing his temper. "When is this damn chattering going to end? We still have a 7-hour drive out of the mountains." Anne ignored him, but the deputy leader Liu Qing spoke up. "Captain Wei, it's human nature. Please be patient." Wei Xingshan fell silent for a moment, then pointed at 2 of his mercenaries, then at the ebony box. "You two hurry up and get his case into the car. In this pitch-black night, having a coffin standing next to you is unnerving." The 2 mercenaries grinned and immediately sprang into action. Both men were 1.8 meters tall and burly. They didn't take the box seriously at all. Standing on either side, they planned to tip it over and lift it straight into the car. But when one of them pushed it, he let out a confused grunt. The ebony box didn't budge. He pushed again, but the box remained unmoved. Instead, the soldier stumbled back a step. "Didn't you eat today?" The other soldier teased his comrade, wrapping his arms around the box to pull it toward him. As he exerted force, the man's expression shifted, and he turned to Wei Xingshan, wanting to say something but stopping himself. "Get out of the way, you two." Wei Xingshan had seen enough. "Such a disgrace, I'll do it." After saying this, Wei Xingshan stepped forward, grabbed the black strap hanging to the side, and hoisted it onto his shoulder. The ebony box didn't even wobble. The other dozen mercenaries gathered around, and one asked, "Captain Wei, do you need help?" "No," Wei Xingshan said, his expression turning serious. He firmly planted himself in a horse stance, gripped the black straps tight, dug his toes into the ground, and gradually exerted force from his waist. Crack, crack. The joints of this man, who stood over 1.9 meters tall, let out a series of sharp pops, and veins bulged on his neck. Up, Wei Xingshan roared, and the wooden box swayed slightly, finally starting to leave the ground. Half an inch, 1 inch, an inch and a half, 2 inches. With it 2 inches off the ground, Wei Xingshan's whole body began to tremble, his face turning purple. Just as he was about to lose his strength, he suddenly felt the weight on his shoulder decrease by more than half, and the wooden box was lifted up. He turned his head to see that Lin Shuo had returned from the scholar tree, and was now stooping to support the bottom of the case. Lin Shuo curled his lips slightly. "I appreciate the gesture, but let me take it from here." As he spoke, he reached out with his other hand to catch the strap, and with an effortless swing and brace, he had the ebony box securely slung across his back. The surrounding mercenaries looked at Lin Shuo as if they had seen a ghost. Others might not know Wei Xingshan's strength, but they knew it better than anyone. 3 years ago, he was the deadlift champion at the military competition, and his hard qigong was unrivaled in the entire army. Wei Xingshan looked at Lin Shuo with a complex expression, muttering, "You look so thin and frail. How do you have so much strength, and what is inside this box?" "You'll know in time." Having said that, Lin Shuo, still wearing the case, opened the SUV's hatchback. As easily as placing a school bag, Lin Shuo unslung the box, rested it on the back of the car, and gave it a steady push, sliding the entire ebony box into the vehicle. Under the weight, the SUV rocked violently, and the tires visibly sank into the ground. Everyone nearby stood in absolute silence as they witnessed this. The SUV's engine roared as it slowly drove away from the village at the southwestern frontier. Just as they were turning out of the village road, Lin Shuo rolled down the window, and the mina flew in and landed on his shoulder. The bird seemed somewhat listless, remaining silent and motionless. "What's wrong?" Lin Shuo asked, glancing at it. "Brother Shuo," the mina said in a low voice, "in the end, I lied to them after all, saying I would come back." Lin Shuo gazed out at the lights of the households reflecting in the rearview mirror, lost in thought. "Are we coming back?" the mina asked. "I hope so." Lin Shuo's physical prowess, contrasted with the elite mercenary's failure, signals the classic hidden master trope. However, the true mystery isn't just his strength, but the weight of his duty, which transforms the wooden coffin from a prop into a symbol of historical burden. The motorcade had been bumping along the mountain roads on the southwestern border of China for over 7 hours. It was past 1 in the morning when they finally arrived at the outskirts of a prefecture-level city. Instead of stopping, the group turned onto the highway and sped off. 3 hours later, the towering, majestic buildings of the provincial capital finally appeared outside the car window. By this time, it was already starting to get light. Anne had taken the wheel of Lin Shuo's car herself. It was, frankly, a bit reckless for a young woman to drive for 12 hours straight. Yet she stayed full of energy, chatting with the hill mina bird the entire way while driving. Lin Shuo, on the other hand, found both the woman and the bird incredibly noisy. They arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel, a 5-star establishment in the provincial capital of Chunning, marking the end of this leg of their journey, and stopped to eat. Chunning is known as a city where spring lasts all year round, and its greenery is beautifully maintained. Lin Shuo let the mina bird go forage in a nearby grove and settled the ebony box in his room before joining Anne and Wei Xingshan's group in the hotel's buffet restaurant. The restaurant was over 200 square meters and felt quite empty, as it was still early and there were few guests. The group of over a dozen, especially the soldiers behind Wei Xingshan, marched into the restaurant in formation. The way they walked, found seats, and sat down in perfect rhythm drew the curious gazes of the few diners present. Lin Shuo picked a secluded table and Anne called over Liu Qing. The 2 women sat down to accompany him. Liu Qing invited Wei Xingshan to join them. But the man shot a glance at Lin Shuo and refused with a shake of his head. After getting their food, the three of them were just eating when two more people entered the buffet restaurant. Both were wearing glasses. The older one, looking to be in his 60s, wore a silk tang suit and had a full head of silver hair. Yet he moved with a brisk, energetic gait. Following the old man was a man in his 30s wearing a white shirt, looking quite scholarly. The two filled their plates with food, looked around, and headed toward Lin Shuo's table. Seeing them approach, Anne and Liu Qing both stood up. "Let me introduce you," Anne said. "This is Professor He Zihong, Chief Scientist of the International Biological Research Association, and beside him is his student Dr. Yang Tuo, a promising young biologist from our country. Professor He, Dr. Yang, this is Mr. Lin Shuo, whom we have invited to lead our team." "I have heard so much about you, Mr. Lin." Professor He Zihong reached out enthusiastically. "I didn't expect you to be so young. Truly, the younger generation is to be regarded with awe." Stunned for a moment, Lin Shuo could only stand up and shake hands with He Zihong. After the exchange of pleasantries, everyone took their seats, and Lin Shuo glanced at Anne with a questioning look. Anne immediately smiled and explained, "My research skills are nothing compared to these two experts. So, for this trip to Heilongjiang, these two will be in charge of the scientific research projects. They have been waiting here at the Four Seasons Hotel to rendezvous with you, Mr. Lin. Professor He and Dr. Yang are coming with us to Heilongjiang." Lin Shuo furrowed his brow, eyeing the two scholars. "Of course," said Professor, his face beaming with excitement. He looked at his surroundings, then lowered his voice. "We have just completed the preliminary study of the biological sample from Heilongjiang based on that scale. My word, it is a miracle of biology." "Xiao Yang, why don't you explain it to them?" The scholarly Yang Tuo adjusted his glasses, his face lit with excitement, and said in a low voice, "Based on the size of the scale, we hypothesize that the creature is of a size rarely seen in the world. Its weight should be comparable to the blue whale, the largest creature currently on Earth, around 100 tons. Blue whales live in the ocean, supported by the buoyancy of seawater, which allows them to sustain such immense weight. But clearly, our target this time is a terrestrial creature. In biological terms, this is almost impossible. With such weight, what kind of physiological structure and bodily strength would be needed to support it against gravity on land? That is our first question. Second, the hardness of that scale reached 9.5 on the Mohs scale, nearly approaching that of a diamond. This is a mineral-level hardness that has never before appeared in a living organism. Of course, this might partly explain how it can support such a massive weight. Third, according to gene decoding, the genome of this specimen is 97% similar to that of the ancient titanoboa, yet even the titanoboa could not reach such a size. Furthermore, we have discovered that this creature has a lifespan of over 1,000 years. Having said this, Yang Tuo let out a long breath and said to Lin Shuo, "Mr. Lin, facing such a biological miracle, how could Professor He and I, who have spent our entire lives in this field, miss the chance to see a living specimen with our own eyes?" "We know there is great danger in this mission," Professor He Zihong added. "It is precisely because of the danger that we know that even with you involved, Mr. Lin, capturing it alive will be an enormous challenge. That is why we must participate in the operation ourselves to ensure we actually witness the live creature. If I can just see it once, even if I die in Heilongjiang, my life will have been worth it. I brought Xiao Yang along because he is young and has truly mastered my expertise. If there is danger, my old bones can go first, as long as you keep Xiao Yang safe." He Zihong's voice was not loud, but his tone was resolute and left no room for negotiation. Yang Tuo had no objection to He Zihong's words, merely watching Lin Shuo with burning eyes, as if hoping for his agreement. "I agree." Before Lin Shuo could respond, Wei Xingshan from the neighboring table stood up and strode over to sit at Lin Shuo's table. "He doesn't belong to the International Biological Research Association, so I can't touch him," Wei Xingshan said, pointing at Lin Shuo, then looking at Professor He. "But as the captain of the association's Asian operations team, I have the authority to decide who participates in the mission. You two scholars should be staying at the research base. What kind of trouble are you trying to stir up in the deep mountains?" "Captain Wei," He Zihong said, his face darkening, "you seem to be mistaken about something. I am the chief scientist of the association and a member of the Elder Council. I have the authority to decide who serves as the captain of the Asian operations team." "Then remove me first," Wei Xingshan slammed the table. "I've had enough of this anyway. You people just open your mouths and decide you're going along like it's nothing. But how many lives will we lose to keep you safe?" Yes, you paid 10 million, buying the lives of us 15 brothers. But is human life really that cheap? Wei Xingshan's voice grew louder as he spoke, and soon other diners began to leave their tables, fleeing the restaurant in a panic. A waitress walked near the table wanting to say something, but was so frightened by Wei Xingshan's fierce expression that she dared not approach. He Zaihong's face flushed red, his hands trembling with anger. Seeing this, Anne quickly rubbed the old man's back and signaled to Wei Xingshan with her eyes. Yang Tuo then adjusted his glasses and said firmly, Captain Wei, all life is equal and cannot be measured by money. In this operation you have your duties, and we have our mission. If you think we are a burden, then fine, we can go on our own. We don't need your protection. Actually, we all share the same goal, Anne spoke up, and we all have the same resolve. Why can't we work together in good faith? With Mr. Lin here, I believe we can overcome any danger. Don't you agree, Mr. Lin? As she spoke, Anne turned her gaze toward Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo had remained silent until then. He looked at the tense group at the table and said calmly, I'm only here because I'm being paid. I don't care about anything else. I'm finished eating, I'm going upstairs for a smoke. With that, he got up and walked away. The tension between academic ambition and operational reality perfectly mirrors the Dunning-Kruger effect, where experts often underestimate physical hazards. Lin's indifference isn't just aloofness. It's a calculated detachment from a suicide mission he already sees failing. The Four Seasons Hotel is one of the tallest buildings in Chunning. August is usually the hottest time of year here, but since it's just past dawn, the temperature is quite pleasant. Lin Shuo took the elevator to the top floor, leaned against the railing, and took in a view of more than half of the city. Looking at the row upon row of modern architecture, Lin Shuo couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Times have changed. There are fewer and fewer people left in my line of work. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his jacket pocket, lit one, and exhaled the first cloud of smoke into the air. Rustle, rustle. A myna bird circled in the sky for a while, spotted Lin Shuo on the rooftop, and fluttered down to land on the railing right in front of him. Brother Shuo, they've sprayed pesticide all over the trees here. I almost got poisoned. If it could kill you, I'd finally have some peace and quiet, Lin Shuo said, glancing at the bird with a teasing smirk. So, are the female birds here pretty enough? They look okay, I guess, but the city birds have no guard up. They are way too easy to pick up, nowhere near as interesting as the ones in the mountains. Lin Shuo shook his head with a laugh. We have already taken the job. After tonight, stop wandering around. Got it, the bird replied. Oh, by the way, Brother Shuo, they were arguing in the restaurant earlier and I heard it from outside. I think that big oaf Wei Xingshan is really being ungrateful. Oh, Lin Shuo was intrigued. What do you mean? Those two academics are useless. That much is obvious. They're just dead weight, the bird said brashly. But aren't Wei Xingshan and his dozen soldiers just as much of a burden? That is why you can't be bothered to argue with them, Brother Shuo. It's just as much trouble to herd two sheep as it is to herd one. In my opinion, none of these people are necessary. As long as the two of us are here, we can get this job done perfectly. At most, we could take that woman Anne along. She knows how to handle things and keeps me entertained. You! Lin Shuo reached out and flicked the bird on the head. I don't know where you picked up all this arrogance. Brother Shuo is so powerful, so as your sidekick, it would be disrespectful to you if I weren't a bit arrogant, the bird said. Talk all you want for now, Lin Shuo warned. But when we actually run into that thing, you better be careful. Of course, we have been brothers for a lifetime. When have you ever seen me drop the ball? The bird retorted dismissively. Mr. Lin, 8th Master. While the man and the bird were chatting, the beautiful Anne approached them gracefully. She was holding a porcelain plate filled with pastries. She must have grabbed them from the buffet, though it was unclear how she managed to bring them out. Placing the plate in front of the bird, Anne said, 8th Master, you didn't eat well outside, did you? This hotel isn't very high-end and the food is a bit rough, so please don't mind it. See that, Brother Shuo? This woman really knows how to handle people, the bird said before lowering its head to peck the pastries. Anne then turned to Lin Shuo. Mr. Lin, I have persuaded Captain Wei. He finally agreed to let Professor He and Dr. Yang join us, but I'm not sure about your thoughts. I'm fine with it, Lin Shuo replied with a wave of his hand. These two intellectuals are obsessive about their fields to a fault. It's understandable. Without that kind of dedication, they wouldn't have reached their current achievements. If we don't bring them along, they'll just form their own group and go anyway. And that would truly be a death wish. Mr. Lin, you really are cold on the outside but warm on the inside, Anne said with a sweet smile. With your word, I can rest easy now. Don't let your guard down, Lin Shuo shook his head. The opponent this time is very powerful. Oh, Anne's expression flickered. You seem very familiar with this creature? I crossed paths with it 6 years ago. Lin Shuo decided to leak some information, noticing that Anne's confidence in him was becoming excessive. This wasn't a bad thing for Lin Shuo personally, but as one of the actual leaders of this team, this mindset was not healthy for the group. Have you heard of the Kunlun Mountain incident from 6 years ago? Lin Shuo asked. I've heard rumors. It was a great tragedy in the hunter circle. More than 30 elite hunters went up the mountain, and you were the only one who came back alive, Anne said. In fact, it was that piece of intelligence that made our association decide you were the only choice to lead this team. After saying this, Anne seemed to recall something else. Mr. Lin, do you mean to say that the creature on Kunlun Mountain, which nearly wiped out the entire hunter team, is the same one currently in Heilongjiang? Based on the current clues, that should be the case. Lin Shuo nodded, then looked at Anne. Do you know who taught me these skills? That would certainly be the 86th head of the Lin family. Your father, Mr. Lin Leshan, Anne said respectfully. He was a leader in the hunter community. 6 years ago, my father died on Kunlun Mountain. The grief flashed briefly in Lin Shuo's eyes, but his voice remained calm. Anne looked visibly shocked, then bowed her head and said, I'm sorry, we didn't know. It's normal that you didn't know, Lin Shuo said. The battle at Kunlun Mountain was a secret within our circle and wasn't disclosed to the public. The fact that you could even find out that much shows you are quite resourceful. If that's the case, and since Mr. Lin has unfortunately passed away, doesn't that mean you are now the leader of the hunter community? Anne asked, her spirits lifting. Lin Shuo was taken aback and glanced at Anne. There is no such thing as a leader in the hunter community. People in the circle just give the Lin family some face, and when we act together, they are willing to listen to the arrangements of the Lin family. Oh, Anne nodded, feigning humility, then asked, I have also heard that the Lin family has always possessed a token of the community's leadership, called the Dragonbone Thumb Ring. Does this ring represent absolute authority in the hunter world? As soon as she mentioned the Dragonbone Thumb Ring, Lin Shuo's expression turned cold, and he stopped speaking. Woman, you are asking too many questions, the bird said, swallowing a piece of pastry. I am so sorry, I apologize, Anne said quickly, bowing to Lin Shuo. That is enough, Lin Shuo waved his hand. I am giving you this information to let you know that the monster is very strong, and I will do my best. I know you might be trying to build up my prestige, which is why you are praising me so much. But don't think that just because you've hired a god, everything is perfectly safe. I am just getting paid to do a job. I don't have to be responsible for your lives, but you do. Miss Anne, you are no ordinary person. You should understand what I mean by that. Thank you for the lesson, Mr. Lin, Anne said, her expression serious as she nodded in agreement. The group rested at the Four Seasons Hotel for a day. Lin Shuo returned to his room and had a solid sleep, completely ignoring whatever was happening outside. Early the next morning, Anne called Lin Shuo's room to wake him and asked him to meet in the hotel lobby. When he arrived at the lobby, everyone scheduled for the Heilongjiang trip had gathered. Anne, the head of the Asia branch of the International Biological Research Association, the captain of the Asia-Pacific Operations Team, Wei Xingshan, the deputy captain, Liu Qing, and the 13 elite mercenaries they led. There was also the chief scientist of the International Biological Research Association, He Zihong, and his student Yang Tuo. These 18 people, led by Lin Shuo, boarded the bus arranged by Anne and headed for Chunning International Airport. Flight destination: Northeast. Lin Shuo is not just a hunter, but a professional managing risk in a high-stakes environment. By revealing his family's trauma to Anne, he successfully recalibrated her toxic optimism, shifting her from blind reliance to a calculated survival mindset.
After getting off the plane, the group went through another bout of exhausting travel. 3 days later, Lin Shuo and his group finally arrived at the small Far Eastern Russian town of Jalinda. Nestled on the northern bank of the Heilongjiang River, this border town is separated from Mo, China, by just a single river. The residents make their living through logging and fishing, and they are mostly people with black hair and yellow skin. The accommodation here was, naturally, not as good as it had been in Chunning. The room they rented in the small inn was dim, and the bed was as hard as iron. Yet Lin Shuo still slept soundly. Out of the 19 people and one bird in this group, only Lin Shuo enjoyed the luxury of having his own room. Throughout the journey, whether sitting, lying down, or even standing, Lin Shuo was basically asleep, with a giant ebony box standing beside him and a loud-mouthed bird perched on his shoulder. Everyone had long since grown accustomed to this sight. On the second morning after checking into Jalinda, Lin Shuo woke up at the crack of dawn, which was a rare occurrence for him. Stepping out of the slightly dilapidated gate of the inn, Lin Shuo stood outside, squinting slightly against the piercing sunlight. Although they were already 3,000 kilometers away from the Tropic of Cancer, summer in the Far East could still see temperatures approaching 30 degrees Celsius. It was the turn of late summer and early autumn, and the temperature difference between day and night was significant. Heading into the mountains at this time meant they wouldn't have to face the harshest season of the Far East, yet thinking about the target for this mission, Lin Shuo couldn't feel at ease. Once his eyes adjusted to the outdoor light, the first thing to catch Lin Shuo's sight was the beautiful Anne. Unlike the urban office attire she wore back in the country, Anne was now dressed in form-fitting field gear, which not only made her look sharp and capable, but also further accentuated her curvaceous figure. She was by the edge of the woods outside the inn, standing on one leg with the other raised high, leaning against a white birch tree while doing leg stretches. Seeing Lin Shuo come out, the beauty put her leg down and walked over to him. "Mr. Lin, please get ready. We will be departing in an hour." "Judging by your form, have you practiced for a few years?" Lin Shuo asked. "Yes, I have trained in judo and taekwondo." Anne smiled slightly. "Please rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will not be a burden. What you have practiced is useless." Lin Shuo shook his head and walked into the birch forest. Anne wouldn't see Lin Shuo again until 10 minutes later. "Brother Shuo, I promise I will never do it again." The minor bird was being held by Lin Shuo, struggling vigorously. With his other hand, Lin Shuo flicked the bird's little head, his face solemn. "Look at the time, and you still can't control your lower parts, fooling around all night long. Look at the state you are in. I am telling you, there will be no next time. I am going to castrate you right now." "Don't, Brother Shuo." The minor bird struggled wildly. "We have been brothers for a lifetime. You can't treat me like this." "I can." Brother Shuo, there are outsiders watching. Give me some face." The minor bird's voice was almost sobbing. "Hey, lady, quickly put in a good word for Sir Bar." Anne looked a bit conflicted, but she stepped forward and said hesitantly, "Mr. Lin, there is no need for that. Sir Bar was just playing around for a moment." "It is not an ordinary bird." Lin Shuo glanced at Anne. "Of course Sir Bar is not an ordinary bird," Anne replied strangely. "The reason it is not an ordinary bird is not because it is smart or human-like, but because it carries responsibilities." Lin Shuo continued, "It is my most important partner in battle. If it acts out of line, I could lose my life. And if I lose my life, yours won't be saved either." Having said that, Lin Shuo paused and asked, "Are you still trying to plead for it?" Anne quickly waved her hands and shook her head, even taking a few steps back. Seeing there was no help, the minor bird decided to act tough. "Brother Shuo, just give me one more chance. If I, little Bar, ever drop the ball again, forget about castrating me, I will throw myself off a cliff." Lin Shuo remained unmoved. He pulled a gleaming dagger from his waist, and with his other hand, he flipped the bird over so its belly was facing up. Brother Shuo, if you castrate me now, my wound won't heal in time. Even if I don't want to drop the ball, I won't be able to help it." The minor bird was so scared its voice turned hoarse, and it even dropped a bird poop. "Won't dare to do it again?" Lin Shuo stopped and stared at the minor bird. "Absolutely not again." The minor bird shook its head like a rattle drum. "I will give you an hour. Get back to the woods, fill your stomach, and get back all the energy you wasted last night." While speaking, Lin Shuo tossed the minor bird into the air. Squawk! The minor bird spread its wings in the air and flew away. This was the first time Anne had heard it make a bird-like cry. Sometimes she even forgot that it was a bird. Not long after Little Burr flew off, a heavy truck with a canvas-covered cargo bed rumbled into the inn's courtyard. The pillar industry here is logging, and trucks like this running back and forth between the local area and the railway station 100 kilometers away were common sights. But clearly this truck was unusual, because it pulled into the yard. Wei Xingshan led a dozen mercenaries out of the inn. The mercenaries pulled off the canvas and opened the doors, beginning to unload wooden crates of various sizes painted in green. After placing the crates in the yard, Wei Xingshan gave a wave and the empty truck rumbled away. Them. At Wei Xingshan's order, the mercenaries used crowbars to pry open the metal strips on the crates, pulled away the shock-absorbing padding, and lifted out piece after piece of gear. Regulations are strict within China, so these weapons and equipment could only be delivered here for us to rendezvous, An explained to Lin Shuo. Back in the country, these mercenaries had looked quite ordinary, like a bunch of marionettes following Wei Xingshan's commands. Lin Shuo had only thought they were obedient and hadn't realized how professional they were. Now their true expertise was on display. Those weapon parts, complex in structure and varying in size, seemed to come alive in their hands. Unpacking, laying out, assembling, oiling, cleaning and testing the steps were quick and orderly. These dozen people acted like machines, and accompanied by the clicking sounds of parts snapping into place, the weapons revealed their menacing forms for Lin Shuo's eyes in less than 10 minutes. Wei Xingshan seemed very satisfied with his teammates' performance. He walked over to Lin Shuo and cleared his throat. Mr. Lin, I know you have some skills, but you probably haven't been in contact with these kinds of modern weapons, right? Without waiting for Lin Shuo to respond, Wei Xingshan continued on his own. Look, these are 10 German-made military crossbows. Don't look down on this cold weapon. Its power is greater than a pistol, and it costs more than a rifle. For our main rifles, we originally intended to use the US military's M4A1 assault rifles, but considering what we are facing this time, the power of a 5.56 mm bullet might not be enough, so we switched to these. The OC-14, also called Groza, Russian-made, nicknamed Thunderstorm, 7.62 caliber, equipped with a 40 mm grenade launcher. The firepower is absolutely fierce. And look at that big guy there. That is an anti-material sniper rifle, the Barrett M95. On the battlefield, this thing is used to deal with military helicopters. I won't introduce all those little gadgets one by one, they are all handy tools. And those ammo crates, the amount of ammunition we've prepared this time is enough to topple a small country in Europe or the Middle East. Wei Xingshan introduced the newly arrived gear with the demeanor of a general inspecting his soldiers. Ever since Lin Shuo casually loaded his ebony box onto the car in that mountain village in southwest China, showing strength far beyond that of a normal person, Wei Xingshan had been intentionally or unintentionally avoiding any interaction with him. They ate at different tables, traveled in different cars, and he even stayed on a different floor from Lin Shuo. But at this moment, with these weapons in hand, Wei Xingshan seemed to have regained the confidence to compete with Lin Shuo. A smile finally appeared on his cold face. So, Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with this equipment? Lin Shuo glanced at the vast mountain range at the edge of the town. His face remained calm, and with a slight twitch of his mouth, he uttered 2 words. It'll do. 企業産的苦労価格暴露量、ハス道的境遇。火星こういう火力的防御心理、在面自然移動応応特税弱。我作育苦労風絶者自身、構図生存法的行使値。1 hour later, the main group was ready to set off. The mercenaries were all fully armed. Even the 2 scholars, He Zihong and Yang Tuo, had mastered the basics of using a firearm under Liu Qing's guidance, and each had a pistol tucked into their waistband. Over a dozen people stood in the courtyard, waiting for Lin Shuo to come down. A few minutes earlier, Lin Shuo had confirmed the names of everyone in the group with An before heading back to his room. Wei Xingshan stared at the hotel entrance, his expression growing increasingly impatient. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Lin Shuo emerged from the hotel, the ebony case slung diagonally across his back. Wait for me a moment, Lin Shuo told the beautiful An. He then turned, steadied the massive ebony case, and stood it upright behind him. He pressed his forehead gently against the ebony case and stood there for a moment with his eyes closed. Then he pulled a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his breast pocket, took out the last 3, lit them, and stuck them upright in the mud in front of the case. Having done this, Lin Shuo stepped back half a pace and said in a low voice, "To enter the mountains today, I must once again borrow the strength of Zhui Yi. Your disciple Lin Shuo offers incense and prayers." As he spoke, Lin Shuo took a folded piece of paper from his tunic pocket and slowly smoothed it out, revealing handwritten text. An, sharp-eyed, noticed that it contained exactly the names she had just given him. Zhui Yi, this is the list of those entering the mountains. May you watch over us. 19 enter, 19 leave. May not one more nor one less be lost. Once all is done, your disciple will return with a generous offering. Lin Shuo muttered, then lit a match to burn the paper, tracing a few gestures in the air before his chest, letting it go only when it had almost turned to ash. Watching this, biology professor Yang Tuo looked on with slight disdain, as if wanting to say something. He Zai-hong quickly tugged at his student's sleeve, causing Yang Tu to sheepishly shut his mouth and turn his face away. Putting on a show, Wei Xingshun muttered quietly. Lin Shuo caught the commotion, but he didn't mind. He simply stepped forward and slowly laid the ebony case down. "Excuse me, Zhui Yi." Lin Shuo gave a soft shout as he looked at the case. He tapped it and the lid slid aside noiselessly, revealing the contents. "What on earth is that?" The others stretched their necks to look at what was in the case, filled with shock and uncertainty. It was a crescent-shaped object entirely pitch black and over 2 meters long, made of an unrecognizable material. The main body curved gracefully outward from the center, with a notch at each end holding a translucent, finger-thick bowstring. "Judging by the shape, is that a recurve bow?" one of the mercenaries asked, sounding uncertain. "Are you an idiot? Have you ever seen a recurve bow that big?" another mercenary said. "Not only is it over 2 meters long, look at the limbs, they're as thick as your thigh. Is that even a bow a human could draw? But what if the one drawing it is him?" At that, everyone fell silent for a few seconds. They had already caught a glimpse of Lin Shuo's strength. "That can't be right, surely. It's not about how strong you are. Look at how thick the bow is. You'd need 2 hands just to wrap around it. One hand couldn't even grip it, let alone pull it. But he brought this thing out for a reason, right? Who knows?" Amidst the whispers, Lin Shuo knelt, lifted the giant recurve bow with both hands, and slung it across his back with the bow limbs facing rearward. He then took a satchel-sized quiver from the case, which held only 3 arm-thick arrows. Seeing that Lin Shuo had finally brought out Zhui Yi, the beautiful Anne looked around at the murmuring crowd and said, "Yes, it is indeed a recurve bow and heirloom of the Lin family. In the Hunters Guild it is respectfully known as Zhui Yi. Zhui Yi has a bit of a temper, so I advise you all to talk a little less about it." Once Anne finished speaking, the group went quiet, but Lin Shuo narrowed his eyes, his gaze toward her far from friendly. Anne quickly covered her mouth with her hand, giving Lin Shuo an apologetic look to signal she had too much. Lin Shuo ignored Anne, blew a sharp whistle, and the minor bird came flapping out of the woods and landed on his shoulder. The bird's belly was round and full, but it seemed spiritless with its head drooping low. "Let's go," Lin Shuo said indifferently, taking the lead toward the forest. The Jing'an Mountains form the largest primeval forest in East Asia, consisting of the Lesser Jing'an, Greater Jing'an, Outer Jing'an ranges. The Lesser and Greater ranges are within China, while the Outer Jing'an, known to the Russians as the Stanovy Range, lies north of the Heilongjiang River. It is sparsely populated and stands as one of humanity's forbidden zones. The destination for Lin Shuo and his group was a small mountain village deep within the Outer Jing'an Range, over 20 kilometers from their starting point. That village was the site where 182 people had gone missing. They would only know the specifics once they arrived. The Russian police in the Far East had extremely limited resources. The only local officer was a 50-year-old drunkard who said he could provide no support. For Lin Shuo's group, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It meant they had a free hand. Lin Shuo's team of hunters began their trek through the deep, wild forest. At the start of the trek, everyone was grave, but they hadn't gone far before the beautiful scenery and their high-quality equipment eased their tension. Summer in the Outer Jing'an is pleasant, especially in the morning before the temperature climbs. Lin Shuo took the lead to scout the path, a role Wei Xingshun had no objection to. Wei Xingshun was actually waiting to see Lin Shuo make a fool of himself. Wei Xingshun carried a map provided by the Russians and a compass. The route was clear, and he wasn't worried about getting lost. Lin Shuo, however, had none of those things. Wei Xingshun was no stranger to such deep forests. Initially, the scenery felt fresh, but within an hour, one would realize everything looked the same, with no landmarks to help navigate. With a dense canopy overhead, a thick layer of rotting leaves underfoot, and identical-looking tree trunks all around, one quickly becomes numb. Only the endless uphill and downhill climbs drained their stamina. Unless you lived here for 10 or 20 years, there was no way you could find your way. Yet, after 2 hours, Wei Xingshun looked at Lin Shuo's back with a sense of growing confusion. The path Lin Shuo was leading them on was precisely the best route he had calculated himself with his map and compass. That kid had only glanced at the map during the meeting this morning. He lived in Guangxi before, didn't he? That's half a world away from here. How could he not get lost in this completely unfamiliar forest? Wait. Just as Wei Xingshun was filled with confusion, Yang Tuo called for the group to stop. "My teacher is tired," Yang Tuo said calmly, meeting the group's gaze. They looked at He Zai-hong and sure enough, The old man's face was pale and he was gasping for air. "Ah, I did some training before we came, but I suppose I can't compare to you young people." Zai-hong leaned on his walking stick, steadied himself against a tree, and said with a wry smile, "Sorry, I need a moment to rest." "I should be the one saying sorry. It was my oversight," Anne said apologetically, then turned to Lin Shuo. "Mr. Lin, could we take a break here?" "Not here," Lin Shuo said without stopping or looking back. "Why?" Yang Tuo adjusted his glasses, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Lin Shuo glanced back at him and pointed to a pine tree 5 meters away. "You're supposed to be an expert, see for yourself." Yang Tuo squinted in the direction Lin Shuo pointed, his expression immediately turning serious as he walked toward the tree. Wei Xingshan immediately gestured, and 2 mercenaries flanked Yang Tuo to protect him. After observing for a moment, Yang Tuo returned, looked at Lin Shuo, and said to Zai-hong, "Teacher, this is a Siberian tiger habitat. I found footprints beneath the tree, more than 2 of them." "It's just a tiger," Wei Xingshan said dismissively. "With all of us here, a tiger would just be an extra meal." "Let's go." Zai-hong changed his mind. "We should keep moving a bit further. I can still go on." Seeing Zong's persistence, the group continued up the slope. As they crossed a mountain stream, Lin Shuo suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. He broke off a tree branch, used it to fish something out of the stream, and tossed it in front of them. Upon seeing what it was, everyone backed away in terror. It was half of a massive tiger head. The edges of the wound were jagged, clearly gnawed by something, and it was fresh, still dripping blood. In these deep mountains, what could kill a tiger and leave only half a head behind? Several of the mercenaries went pale. If some monster had charged right at them, these men would have grabbed their weapons and fought without a second thought. But the unknown breeds fear. Once you start dwelling on it, the more you think, the more terrified you become. It was Yang Tuo, the scholar who couldn't even bind a chicken, who remained composed. Instead of backing away, he stepped forward. He pulled a pair of latex gloves from his pack, put them on, and picked up the half head to examine it closely. "A sub-adult," Yang Tu said, adding, as if to clarify for the others, "Well, this tiger was quite large, judging by its teeth. It hadn't reached maturity." But even a young tiger, with a head that size, would have been powerful and invincible in these woods. One of the mercenaries asked, Could it be that thing that did this?" "Impossible," Yang Tuo shook his head, "according to our research." "Enough, Xiao Yang," Zai-hong interrupted. "Words are useless. A tiger has no intention to hurt people, yet people have the heart to hunt them. One is already dead. We should leave this place of trouble." "All right, teacher." Yang Tuo nodded, wrapped the tiger head fragment in a plastic bag, placed it in his pack, and stood up. Just as the group was about to move on, Lin Shuo raised his hand again. "Don't move, everyone." Lin Shuo flared his nostrils and looked toward the northwest. "There's something big nearby." 平和地理的生存通す捕食者混入的多種トラ捕食す的不採絶不害技能生理性本能の的主域超在多種状況感知的能力大絶分析者へ革新分析や当科学研究非血栓残骸因漆球全能自然生物宇治人小道境具的投影設計来的探索小性生存層カテクス From June to July in summer, it is the closed fishing season in the Heilongjiang River Basin. Approaching noon, there were not many boats on the river. Therefore, those 3 speedboats cutting through the waves appeared particularly conspicuous in the eyes of the residents of the small town of Jalinda. The speedboats pulled up at the Jalinda fishing pier, and about 20 burly men, armed to the teeth, stepped off one after another. At the head of them was a sturdy man, 1 meter 80 tall, with an Asian face and a scar stretching from the brow bone of his left eye to the corner of his lip, which made his whole face look hideous and terrifying. He carried a huge Qin Dynasty crossbow on his back, looking like a pair of wings spread open. The burly men behind him, although of different skin tones, all had similar expressions, looking like ferocious demons. This small town, which combines fishing and forestry, is located on the border, so smuggling is rampant and the local customs are fierce. Therefore, when this group of people came ashore, the fishermen drying their nets only took one look before lowering their heads to busy themselves with their work. Firstly, they were used to it. Secondly, they did not want to invite trouble. This group of ferocious men did not stay at the pier long and soon entered the town. Before leaving the pier, the scar-faced man looked at the vast mountains in the northwest and a cruel smirk appeared on his face. "Wei Xingshan, this is the burial ground I have chosen for you." A coup. Deep in the outer Khingan Mountains, Wei Xingshan sneezed, rubbed his nose, and looked at Lin Shuo. Is there a big beast? Where? Just as he finished saying this, everyone heard a beast's roar from the northwest. The roar was low and powerful, making everyone's hair stand on end instantly, and they couldn't help but start to feel panicky. That is a tiger's roar. Yang Tuo adjusted his glasses, appearing surprisingly calm, and began to turn his head to look for the source of the sound. But at this moment they were stuck in a forest halfway up the mountain, and there were only trees and rocks all around. They couldn't see anything. Go up the mountain immediately to get a better vantage point. Zai-hong lifted his trekking pole and pointed to the summit. Teacher, your health. Yang Tuo looked concerned. I am fine, I have recovered. Zai-hong took the lead. The old man seemed to have overcome his physical peak and looked rejuvenated. It is truly rare for an old man to have such stamina. Anne praised him and quickly followed. Lin Shuo glanced at Anne and found that after 2 hours of mountain climbing, this woman not only breathed normally but hadn't even broken a sweat. Wei Xingshan, the mercenary leader, although he also looked relaxed, was already sweating on his forehead. Her stamina seemed even greater than that of the mercenaries, which was clearly not something that could be trained just by practicing judo or taekwondo. And there was a tiger roaring nearby. It was understandable that the others on this trip, either experts in the biological field or mercenaries who lived by the sword, did not have much of a reaction. But Anne, a beautiful woman, was also calm and composed, and even had the heart to worry about others. This woman began to make Lin Shuo feel a bit interested. However, he was not in a hurry, because for this job in the outer Khingan Mountains, no matter how well she hid, she would have to show her hand in the end. Otherwise, she wouldn't live to get out of the mountains. While thinking, Lin Shuo and the others ascended to the top of the mountain. What they saw was suddenly clear and expansive. Look, everyone. Yang Tuo pointed to the northwest. Damn, what is that thing? Look at the trees next to it. This thing must be nearly 4 meters tall, right? My God, such a big guy. Just seeing it across the mountain makes one feel terrified. Just opposite the mountain peak where they were on a cliff stood a huge creature. Covered in dark brown fur, its body was round and sturdy, and it had its back to them. This is an oversized brown bear. Yang Tuo explained, once a male brown bear grows to this extent, it has no natural predators in the wild. As he spoke, he fished a portable camera out of his bag. The words were barely out of his mouth when the brown bear on the cliff opposite suddenly staggered backward, turned to the side as if bumped by something. Only then did everyone see the animal that had been hidden by its wide, thick back. It was a Siberian tiger, one size smaller than the brown bear, but still a giant over 3 meters long, white-browed and fierce-eyed, hideous and terrifying. Oh, whoa. The tiger's roar came again. The sound pressure was immense, short and powerful, far more ferocious than the last one. The mercenaries nearby went pale and subconsciously raised the rifles in their hands. This is the fear deeply engraved in human genes for this king of beasts. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Old man Zai-hong reminded them softly. This is their territory. We are the guests, don't shoot. A bunch of useless things. Put your guns away. Wei Xingshan ordered with a cold face. The mercenaries then snapped out of it and lowered their rifles. Across the mountain, a life and death struggle between predators had already begun. Clearly, the fierce Siberian tiger had initiated this battle. Was it taking revenge for the subadult tiger, or did it want to hunt the opponent? Nobody knew for sure. It leaped high into the air and landed on the brown bear's shoulders, 2 paws the size of fans striking the bear's head violently. The muffled thuds landed in everyone's ears with a half-second delay due to the distance. The big brown bear was a bit clumsy compared to the tiger, but its strength was superior. In pain, it swung a paw, sending the 3-meter-longer flying more than 10 meters away. After landing, the tiger rolled to its feet, let out another roar, and stood in a standoff with the bear. It's worth the trip, Yang Tu said with a soft sigh while filming. Fights between oversized brown bears and Siberian tigers are rare. In the past, biologists could only speculate from fight marks. I didn't expect that not only could I witness it personally, but I could also capture it on video. As he spoke, the 2 giant beasts on the opposite cliff suddenly stopped the standoff. Almost at the same time, they turned their heads to look in the northwest direction. And the tiger turned, leaped, and disappeared into the dense forest. The big brown bear stopped standing on its hind legs, got down on all 4s and sprinted along the cliff, disappearing from view very quickly. Did they spot us? Wei Xingshan asked softly. Maybe. Yang Tuo looked a bit disappointed and lowered his camera. Humans are more terrifying than any animal. He Zai-Hong shook his head. Let's continue moving forward. Take another route. Lin Shuo pointed to the east. Let's go this way to avoid this place. The big guy you mentioned earlier was that bear, right? Wei Xingshan frowned. It ran off, didn't it? We can just keep going. This time we have to hike 20 kilometers, and our current pace will reach the destination just before dark. If we detour like this, we'll have to spend the night in the wild, which isn't very safe. Lin Shuo lifted his eyelids and looked at Wei Xingshan. Does that bear count as a big guy? Huh? Wei Xingshan was a bit confused. What do you mean? A 4-meter tall bear isn't big enough. Lin Shuo couldn't be bothered to explain, only looking toward the northwest. Over there are even bigger ones. Yang Tuo adjusted his glasses and said, impossible. In the Outer Kingdom area, the largest land creature is the oversized brown bear. Speaking of which, the scholar seemed to remember something and added, of course, the target of our mission is not included in this discussion. After saying this, Yang Tuo was stunned for a moment, looked toward the northwest with a nervous expression, and muttered to himself, it can't be that much of a coincidence, can it? It's not that one. Lin Shuo shook his head. If it were that one, it would be easier. Liu King. Wei Xingshan turned to the deputy captain of the team. Operate the drone and go northwest to scout. Yes. Liu King set down his large backpack and took out a square box. The latest Russian military small drone in the box soon took off and slowly flew toward the northwest. The footage transmitted from the drone's camera was displayed on the portable screen in Liu King's hand. This equipment is one of the highest technological standards of the Russian military today. Wei Xingshan arranged guards, while the rest of the team rested on the spot, all crowding around Liu King and peering at the screen. On the screen, the dense vegetation of the Outer Kingdom Mountains was fully visible, with lush tree crowns merging into a deep green ocean. Small green waves were stirred up by the breeze, and the built-in speaker of the monitor emitted a rustling sound. After 10 minutes, the video on the monitor looked like a scenic film, but the big guy Lin Shuo spoke of was nowhere to be found. By the time the drone flew over a wide river, Wei Xingshan could no longer hold back. He looked at Lin Shuo with dissatisfaction in his eyes. Mr. Lin, care to explain? It wasn't just Wei Xingshan, the other mercenaries also cast their gazes toward Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo didn't care at all and started walking. Believe it or not, I'm going east. If you want to follow, follow. If not, that's your business. Lin Shuo, you stop right there. Wei Xingshan took a stride and stood in front of Lin Shuo. The giant moved a step closer, right in Lin Shuo's face. Lin Shuo, I've tolerated you for long enough. I am the leader of this mission, and I make the calls on the route. You need to follow the team's plan and stop this personal hero nonsense. Lin Shuo said lightly, is there something wrong with your brain? What do you mean? Wei Xingshan said angrily. Just now, facing a tiger 400 meters away, your men couldn't even control their own guns. Lin Shuo looked at the mercenaries around. If they encounter something they've never seen, will their firepower stay under control? Once the firing gets out of control, this place is just tree trunks and rocks. Will the ricocheting bullets have eyes to avoid our own people? They are completely unprepared. If they really run into that kind of thing, how many will survive? I have no obligation to worry about whether they live or die, but don't you? Lin Shuo's words left Wei Xingshan stunned. Lin Shuo couldn't be bothered with him, walked around the giant and continued on his way. Who the hell are you talking about? Before Wei Xingshan could speak, one of his subordinates jumped out and blocked Lin Shuo's way. This mercenary grabbed the military crossbow from his back, aimed it at Lin Shuo's head, and said viciously, big guy here really can't control his hands, you want to test that? Wang Yong. Wei Xingshan's face changed at this scene, and he said loudly, are you aiming your gun at your own side? Are you crazy? Captain Wei, stay out of this. This kid is incredibly arrogant. Captain Wei, you're the official, so it's not good for you to do anything for the sake of the big picture, but I don't feel like pampering him. The mercenary named Wang Yong said this to Wei Xingshan, then turned his provocative gaze to Lin Shuo. Kid, I admit you have some ability. Back in the country, when we didn't have weapons in our hands, you were powerful and I didn't say anything. But now we have weapons. You'd better be polite when you talk to us. Still talking about not controlling our own guns? Let me tell you, if I can't control my gun, the first one I'll blow away is you. Aren't you powerful? Can you be powerful enough to block a bullet? Wang Yong, put the crossbow down, Wei Xingshan commanded. Wang Yong chuckled. Don't worry, Captain Wei, I know what I'm doing. Know your ass, Wei Xingshan shouted, taking a stride and blocking in front of Lin Shuo. Did you waste your time in the service? You can't joke about this kind of thing. As he spoke, Wang Yong's face suddenly changed. Oh hell, Captain Wei, look out. Even before these words were fully out, a bolt fired from the crossbow with a whoosh sound. Whether it was a mechanical failure in this German-made military crossbow, or because Wang Yong was flustered from Wei Xingshan's scolding, it had actually gone off. The power of such a bolt is greater than a pistol bullet, with an effective range of 200 meters. Within this distance, once it leaves the string, it's like a deadly messenger of hell. Wei Xingshan's face went pale too, and he looked down blankly at his chest. 総火事故、航絶不中典型的人性皮膚。豆腐は西欧万号とかや勝利的火力から反節性量半分地震的やば。記号的有的強猛甘美派から再切る書や何に物質高損相がかい。Wei Xingshan looked down at his chest in despair, with only one thought in his mind. I am done for. I never thought my 200 pounds of weight would end up here today. Then he looked down and saw the crossbow bolt. The carbon fiber arrowhead was jet black and polished. Because it had been suddenly obstructed, the shaft was still vibrating at a high frequency, emitting a buzzing whistle. What stopped the bolt from penetrating any further were two fingers. A middle finger and an index finger, clamping the bolt firmly like a pair of iron pliers. Following the fingers, Wei Xingshan looked to the side and saw Lin Shuo, who carried a giant bow, standing beside him without a sound. Lin Shuo slowly retracted his fingers, tossed the bolt onto the ground, and then clenched his fist and shook his hand. On the inner side of his two fingers were two jet-black scorch marks. The forest fell into silence. Everything around them seemed to have frozen. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Shuo's fingers. Wei Xingshan was the first to snap out of it. He let out a furious roar, lunged forward, and kicked Wang Yong, sending him flying 4 or 5 meters away. Wang Yong had been completely dazed from the moment his weapon accidentally misfired until now. This kick finally woke him up, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Captain Wei, you're okay. I almost pissed my pants. With a deathly pale face, Wei Xingshan pounced on him again, swinging his massive, pot-sized fists in a flurry. Wang Yong, you absolute idiot. Wang Yong was a 1.8-meter tall strong man himself, but in front of Wei Xingshan, he looked just like a child, shielding his head and howling. Captain Wei, it was a misfire. It really was a misfire. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare do that on purpose. I know you wouldn't dare, but pointing your weapon at your own team, you deserve a damn good beating. Wei Xingshan didn't stop, raining punches down on Wang Yong, who cried out in agony. No one stepped in to break up the fight, as most of them were still lost in thought over Lin Shuo's 2 fingers. Although they knew Lin Shuo wasn't an ordinary man catching a military crossbow bolt with just 2 fingers. That was far beyond common sense. Is he even human? The others were slow to recover, and even Anne, who was usually confident in everything Lin Shuo did, looked at him with a hint of bewilderment. By the time everyone snapped out of their shock, Wei Xingshan had already finished his beating. The giant man shook his fists and returned Lin Shuo's side. Lin Shuo raised his eyelids and looked at him calmly. Don't worry, I laid it on heavy. He'll be feeling it for a while. Wei Xingshan nodded at Lin Shuo, then his mouth twitched, looking a bit conflicted as he whispered, Mr. Lin, you are a bigger person. Please don't hold it against him. You owe me a life, Lin Shuo said. I'll remember that, Wei Xingshan said heavily. Make sure your men keep their weapons under control. You're right to warn us. Head east. We'll follow your lead. The 19-man hunter squad began their trek through the mountains once again. Lin Shuo continued to walk at the very front, with the reticent minor bird perched on his shoulder. The distance between the group behind him and himself was even greater than before. It seemed that everyone was, consciously or subconsciously, keeping their distance from him. Lin Shuo didn't mind the current situation. He knew his display of skill earlier had frightened them a bit. But if he hadn't done that, they wouldn't be as obedient as they were now. The reason he insisted on having them take a detour was because Lin Shuo had sensed a scent coming from the northwest, and he had also perceived the strength of the being it belonged to. Even in the deep mountains, such strange creatures were extremely rare, and they usually disliked being disturbed by humans. It wasn't their target for this trip, so Lin Shuo decided to let it go while also avoiding unnecessary casualties for the team. Lin Shuo led the way quietly, carefully avoiding disturbing that strange creature until twilight fell. A wide river appeared before them, likely a tributary of the Heilongjiang River within Russian territory. Looking north in the twilight, less than 3 kilometers away, one could faintly see a cable bridge spanning the two banks. The beautiful Anne hurried a few steps to catch up with Lin Shuo, asking if they could set up camp nearby. After getting Lin Shuo's approval, Anne went back to inform the others. The large group stopped and everyone began busy themselves. There was strength in numbers. Equipped with hatchets and machetes, the mercenaries quickly cleared a spacious flat area by the river, brought in plenty of firewood, and lit a bonfire. Under Wei Xingshan's orders, the mercenaries checked their weapons to ensure there would be no more accidents. Wei Xingshan personally inspected the 12 military crossbows, muttering to himself, "Those German things aren't as reliable as they say." In the Far East, at the turn of late summer and early autumn, the temperature dropped sharply once night fell. After the weapon inspection, everyone gathered around. The bonfire roared, and the warmth it brought gradually brought smiles to their faces. There were no plans to spend the night when they first entered the mountains, so no one had brought tents, but their rations were plentiful. Inside everyone's backpacks were domestic self-heating military meals. These military rations didn't require an open flame. You just needed to pour some water into the bag to generate heat and warm up the staple food inside. There were also snacks like luncheon meat and biscuits with a wide variety. As long as you didn't eat them every single day, the taste was acceptable. Lin Shuo sat on a rock in the corner of the camp, quietly watching them heat their rations. He Zaihong was the only other person who didn't have to do things for himself like Lin Shuo. His student Yang Tuo was busy taking care of the old man. After the day's journey, the old professor seemed exhausted and slumped by the bonfire, panting for breath. Anne walked over to Lin Shuo with 2 packets of military rations in each hand. "Mr. Lin, 8th Master, take your pick. What flavor would you like?" The miner tilted its head and finally spoke up. "Woman, we don't eat that." 8th Master seems to be in a better mood today, Anne said with a smile. "But 8th Master, how can you go without eating?" "Little 8 is right, we don't eat that." Lin Shuo shook his head. "This stuff doesn't have enough nutritional value." "Mr. Lin, you're joking," Liu Qing walked over and said with a smile. "These are military rations, each packet has over 1,000 calories. I don't even dare to eat a whole one for a meal, or I'd get fat in no time." Lin Shuo didn't argue, but stood up. "I'm going to find some food." "Mr. Lin, this is deep in the mountains. Where are you going to find food at this hour?" Liu Qing asked, puzzled. "Let Mr. Lin go," Anne waved her hand. "Things like this can't stump him." Lin Shuo took little 8 into the woods for about 20 minutes, and before it got completely dark, the man and the bird returned. Unlike when he left empty-handed, he returned with a roe deer slung over his shoulder. The roe deer was of a good size, larger than an average goat, looking to be over 30 kilograms. By the light of the bonfire, Lin Shuo brought the deer to the riverbank, pulled out a dagger hidden at his waist, and began skinning and cleaning it. His movements were not flashy. There was only one word for them: fast. In about 2 or 3 minutes, the entire deer was cleaned. Lin Shuo broke off 2 branches at the riverbank, cleaned them with his dagger, skewered the deer, and carried it back. He said, "Excuse me," and the people by the fire cleared a spot for him. He set the deer over the fire, took a jar of homemade seasoning from his bag, poured it into his hand, and sprinkled handful after handful over the meat. As the deer meat roasted, the fat sizzled, and when hit by the spices Lin Shuo added, a strange, mouth-watering aroma began to drift into everyone's noses. Gulp. Everyone by the bonfire involuntarily swallowed their saliva and simultaneously set down their military rations. They all stared longingly at the roe deer on the rack. After roasting for a full half hour, Lin Shuo constantly adjusted the deer's position to ensure every side was heated evenly. The fragrance grew stronger, and with such delicious food right in front of them, the mercenaries started to chat. "Oh, that smells amazing. What is that?" "Look at you being so ignorant. That's a roe deer." "I've heard roe deer meat was delicious, but seeing it like this, I believe it now." "That deer is really plump." "That's for sure. Looks like over 30 kilograms. Don't worry, there's enough for everyone." "If we could eat roe deer by taking a detour, Mr. Lin should have said so earlier." Wang Yong wouldn't have had to get a beating. Shut up, ow my face, Captain Wei really has a heavy hand. Nonsense, with the way you were acting today. If Captain Wei didn't hit you, were you waiting for Mr. Lin to do it? Exactly. Look at Mr. Lin's capabilities. If he actually took a shot at you, you wouldn't be losing a layer of skin. You'd be dead. Captain Wei was protecting you, you idiot. Mr. Lin, it was my ignorance today, please don't be angry. You saved Captain Wei's life, which means you saved my life too. Don't worry from now on. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. Who would have thought? A high-level master like Mr. Lin. I thought he wouldn't lift a finger to do chores, but he has such great roasting skills. Oh, stop talking, it's making me crave it so much I can't stand it. It's almost ready. Lin Shuo didn't even raise his eyelids at the chattering soldiers, turning a deaf ear to it all. When he felt the deer was roasted just right, he picked up the skewer, turned around, and walked back to the stone in the corner to sit down. He tore off a leg, threw it to Little 8, and held the skewer with both hands, biting into the fatty belly meat. With a flick of his head, he tore off a large chunk and began chewing heartily. The mercenaries by the fire stared blankly at Lin Shuo, who was eating alone, completely stunned. An awkward atmosphere permeated around the bonfire. Everyone silently picked up their cold military rations from beside their feet and shoveled them into their mouths. No one dared to say anything, but they all felt that the rations in their hands had never tasted so hard to swallow. What was even more frustrating was that Lin Shuo seemed to enjoy it, and he ate incredibly fast. In just a few bites, half the deer was already gone, as if he was afraid someone would snatch it from him. Liu Qing also observed Lin Shuo, secretly amazed in her heart. Judging by his demeanor, it would be no problem at all for Lin Shuo to finish this 30-kilogram roe deer all by himself. That appetite is truly terrifying. No wonder he said military rations didn't have enough nutrition. Fluttering sound. Just as Liu Qing was lost in thought, the minor bird flapped its wings and flew over to her and Anne. In its beak, it carried a half-kilogram piece of hind leg meat. The bird tossed its head, dropped the meat into Anne's hands, and said nonchalantly, "Woman, 8th master likes you, so consider this meat a reward." Anne was left between laughter and tears. The beautiful woman looked at Liu Qing beside her and then at the other mercenaries. Always smooth and polished, she didn't know what to say at that moment. "Do I not get any?" Liu Qing smiled and winked at the miner. "8th master has no relationship with you." After dropping that line, the minor bird flew back to Lin Shuo's side. Lin Shuo uses food and dominance to assert his hierarchy within this group. By isolating himself and ignoring the mercenaries, he reinforces a psychological distance that maintains his authority far better than mere words ever could. That night, Lin Shuo did not sleep. Unlike the mercenaries responsible for night watch, he was draped in a roe deer skin, sitting far away from the campfire, tucked into the shadows at the corner of the camp. The minor bird did not go off to roam in the woods that night, but stayed quietly perched on Lin Shuo's shoulder. Leaning against the rock beside the man and the bird was a massive recurve bow. When Anne woke up in the morning and saw this scene, it felt as if she were looking at a set of statues. She didn't say anything, however. Instead, she got up briskly, fetched a basin of water from the river, and handed it to Lin Shuo along with a towel. "Mr. Lin, you have worked hard. Why don't you freshen up?" Lin Shuo nodded, took the items, and turned to head into the woods. "Brother Shuo, have you noticed?" The minor bird's voice came from the woods. "This woman has quite an unspoken rapport with you." "Brother Shuo, the Lin family has had only one heir for 3 generations, and now there is only you left. Come to think of it, you aren't exactly young anymore." "Brother Shuo, I think the women in the city are quite easy to hook. You'd only have to give a nod." "Little Ba, do you no longer want the bird between your legs?" "My apologies, Brother Shuo." It was another clear, sunny day, and as the sun rose, the ground temperature began to climb. The group set off early, heading toward the iron chain bridge. Lin Shuo chose not to continue leading the way, instead letting Wei Xingchen and 3 mercenaries take the lead. He and Little Ba followed behind the main group, maintaining a distance of at least 100 meters. No one dared to raise any objections to Lin Shuo's arrangement, nor did anyone ask why. After walking about 3 kilometers, as they neared the iron chain bridge, Lin Shuo seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and gradually caught up with the pace. That unknown, strange creature that had been watching the group from afar all night as if observing something had finally left. Upon reuniting with the main group, everyone was already pondering how to cross the bridge. This part of the river was the narrowest stretch in the area, yet was still over 50 meters wide. From a distance, the iron chain bridge spanning the banks looked okay, but up close one could see it was covered in rust, and the wooden planks on the deck were so brittle that every step risked punching a hole through them. The bridge hung 10 meters above the water. Below, the river was not only turbulent but filled with hidden reefs, and the various whirlpools on the surface looked like gaping mouths, truly chilling. If someone were to fall in, the fish might be fine, but a person certainly wouldn't survive. Lin Shuo walked to the edge of the bridge and found Wei Xingshun shaking the iron chains. The man had immense strength. With just a few tugs from one hand, the entire bridge shook. The long, corroded bridge planks clattered and fell away as the bridge swayed from side to side. Seeing this, Wei Xingshun gripped the heavy iron chains with both hands and gave them a hard shake. Before long, the planks were all shaken off, leaving only the 4 bare iron chains. 2 were side by side below, which had originally supported the planks, while the 2 on the sides had been the bridge's railings. "All right," Wei Xingshun said, clapping his hands. "These chains are still sturdy. These rotting planks were actually a hazard." After saying this, Wei Xingshun looked back at He Zahong and said, "Professor He, I'll take a few men and head across the chains first. Don't rush. Once we're across and have checked the situation on the other side, we'll rig a zipline between the banks. You, Dr. Yang, and Miss Anne can use that to cross. It will be much safer." "Indeed, Professor He," added the Vice Captain Liu King with a smile. "This kind of zipline essentially lets you sit in a 3-strand safety harness and slide across with a carabiner. Don't worry, our technique is very mature. Despite being suspended in mid-air, it's actually both safe and comfortable." "Then I leave it to Captain Wei and Captain Liu, Professor," he nodded with a smile. Ever since the team entered the forest, the performance of Wei Xingshun and Liu King had gradually earned the recognition of the 2 scholars, He Zahong and Yang Tuo. Especially Wei Xingshun, the mercenary leader who appeared coarse, was actually very attentive and considered the team's safety in everything he did. After giving these instructions, Wei Xingshun's kit containing the zipline gear was about to set off, only to find Lin Shuo standing between him and the bridge. The 2 fingers Lin Shuo had used to block Wei Xingshun the day before had left an indelible impression on the mercenary leader. In Wei Xingshun's mind, Lin Shuo had transformed from a charlatan playing tricks into an inscrutable master, and one to whom he owed his life. The giant's attitude was respectful as he asked, "Mr. Lin, is there something you need?" Lin Shuo leaned over slightly, brought his nose close to the iron chains, and sniffed carefully before slowly raising his head. "Something is wrong." "What do you mean?" "There's a fishy smell," Lin Shuo said. He then ordered, "Captain Wei, take your men into the nearby woods and cut down some trees, the bigger the better. Everyone else, stay away from the riverbank and rest where you are." Wei Xingshun glanced at Lin Shuo, looking puzzled, but instead of questioning him, he looked at Anne. Anne didn't even look at him. "Why are you looking at me? Whatever Mr. Lin says goes." Wei Xingshun had no choice but to turn and tell the mercenaries to follow orders. The men were obedient, dropping their packs and picking up hand axes and machetes to head into the woods. Wang Yong was the last to leave. Before entering the woods, he laughed. "Captain Wei, we didn't eat well last night, not enough nutrition. Since Mr. Lin ordered it, we'll definitely do the heavy work of cutting trees. But can we have some meat tonight?" "Get out of here," Wei Xingshun cursed, kicking Wang Yong in the backside and sending him into the woods. He grabbed a hand axe himself and followed. It was still some time until noon, and based on the current route, they only had 5 kilometers left to go after crossing the river to reach their destination. No one was in a rush. The mercenaries went to cut trees, while the others moved a distance away from the riverbank to sit and rest. "Mr. Lin, why did you ask them to cut down trees?" Liu King approached and asked Lin Shuo. "Just in case," Lin Shuo said indifferently while watching the river. "Could you be more specific?" Liu King added with a smile. "You see, wilderness survival experience is very important for our line of work. If you're willing to share your wisdom, it would effectively be saving our lives." Lin Shuo raised his eyes to look at the woman. With short hair and wheat-colored skin, she was far less striking than Anne, but she had refined features, looked pleasing, and spoke in a pleasant tone. "There is something in the water," Lin Shuo said with his head lowered. The others present heard this, and their expressions shifted slightly as they glanced at one another. "What kind of thing?" Yang Tuo asked. "I don't know yet," Lin Shuo shook his head, "but it's always better to be cautious." After everyone rested for about 2 hours, sounds came from the woods. The mercenaries were back with the timber. The men hadn't been lazy. Since Lin Shuo said the bigger the better, they had worked in pairs to carry 7 redbark spruces. The men had already stripped the branches, leaving only the trunks, each with a diameter of over 30 centimeters. Wei Xingshan took the lead. Soaking in sweat, he carried the largest spruce alone and planted it in front of Lin Shuo. "Mr. Lin, how about it? Big enough?" "It'll do," Lin Shuo said, looking up. And then, Wei Xingshan panted. Liu Qing realized what was happening and asked softly, "Is Mr. Lin planning to lay a bridge deck?" "Yes," Lin Shuo nodded. "That's such a waste of time," Liu Qing's confused. Lin Shuo frowned, about to say something, but heard Anne say, "Mr. Lin probably wants to ensure we have a stable surface to walk on while crossing, right?" Lin Shuo looked at Anne with a hint of surprise in his expression, then nodded. "That's right. If we just walk across, whether by holding the chains or using a zipline, we wouldn't have any room to maneuver and would be sitting ducks. If my footing isn't stable, I wouldn't be able to protect you all." "Is it really that dangerous?" Liu Qing asked. Lin Shuo slowly scanned the group and said, "There is a village 5 kilometers away. Logically, this is a major thoroughfare and the bridge shouldn't be this neglected. Yet the deck has rotted away completely with no one to repair or manage it. Don't you find that strange?" "That makes sense," Wei Xingshan said, seeming to realize. "It's not that the bridge is abandoned because no one walks on it. It's that no one dares to walk on it, so it became abandoned." Lin Shuo glanced at Wei Xingshan. "How did your brain suddenly become clear?" "Heh," Wei Xingshan chuckled, not responding. "I agree with Mr. Lin's approach, old professor," he said. "Regardless of what's happening, repairing a bridge is a virtuous act. Besides, we have to cross this bridge more than once. We still have the return trip. Let's all help out. Yang, go help Mr. Lin measure the width of the bridge." "Yes, teacher," Yang Tuo responded, pulling a measuring tape from his pack. "Careful." Just as Yang Tuo approached the iron chain bridge, Lin Shuo's expression suddenly tightened, and he yanked Yang Tuo back. "林作を中便士的感知力、テレ上筋量や外石革新区、安全感往来時潜在基礎的過半、在地中不可抗的死境中、活上的重絶生命が大傲慢."
Lin Shuo usually spoke in a flat tone at a low volume. But this shout of watch out burst forth from his core like a thunderclap, making everyone's hair stand on end. Panic rippled through them as they turned to look at Lin Shuo standing by the river, and that was when they caught sight of the flash of white light on the water. The white light streaked across the chain bridge at incredible speed. With the midday sun blazing down, the creature was so reflective that most couldn't tell what it was. However, as it passed over the bridge and fell back into the water, the splash was minimal, like a single stone dropped into the river. Liu Qing, who was not only the equipment expert of the mercenary squad, but also a superb sniper with eyes far sharper than an average person's, shouted, "It's a fish." As she spoke, she held her hands less than half a meter apart and added, "It was about this big." Wei Xingshan glanced at Lin Shuo, feeling that he was making a mountain out of a molehill. He had thought the thing Lin Shuo was talking about was some kind of monster, but it turned out to be just a fish. Sure, it jumped pretty high, clearing a 10-meter bridge, but at the end of the day, it was still just a fish. Wei Xingshan let out a dry laugh and tried to smooth things over. "That is a bit of a safety hazard, I suppose. The fish isn't particularly big or small, but it wouldn't feel great if one slammed into you." Despite his words, the mercenaries below weren't having it. "Damn, we've been worked like dogs all morning just for a fish? Hey, if we're crossing the river and this fish is stupid enough to jump into us, we can just catch it with a dagger and have it for dinner. Looks like Mr. Lin has his off days too. Alright, that's enough. He's looking out for our safety, so cut the chatter and get back to work." Anne looked at the silent Lin Shuo with questioning eyes. But she was a quick-witted beauty, and one look at his expression told her the matter was far from simple. Lin Shuo ignored them all, his gaze fixed intently on the river. One of his hands slowly reached back toward the quiver on his back. Seeing this, Anne whispered a warning. Everyone stepped back. Before she had even finished, another white streak shot out from the water. Then, one after another, white flashes erupted from the surface, tracing parabolas in midair. Some of the fish jumped lower, darting under the bridge, while others vaulted directly over the chains. A few unlucky ones clattered against the iron chains, changing their flight paths before struggling as they fell back into the water. These weren't small fish, and there were more and more of them leaping out. At first, the group thought it was amusing, quite a spectacular sight. But soon as more fish kept leaping and their eyes couldn't keep up, their expressions grew increasingly grave. One fish isn't scary, but seeing so many of them leaping out like this is downright alarming. Everyone present, whether they were biologists or mercenaries, began to wonder the same thing. Why were these fish jumping out of the water? And to jump that high, how astonishing must their initial speed have been? Was there something chasing them from behind? Lin Shuo's expression grew more solemn as his hand, still reached behind his back, slowly drew an arrow for his recurved bow. This arrow was far thicker than a standard one, as thick as a man's arm and nearly 2 meters long, looking more like a heavy javelin in Lin Shuo's hand. A minute or two later, the main school seemed to have passed, and fewer fish were leaping out. Just then, one white flash stood out. From the moment it left the water, its trajectory was different from the rest. It launched itself from a spot less than 5 meters horizontally from the bridge, soaring high into the air, reaching the apex of its arc a full 5 or 6 meters above the bridge deck. Its spindle-shaped body paused for a fraction of a second at that peak. That was when everyone finally saw that these fish were actually grayish-blue. Just as this massive, half-meter-long, 10-pound fish was stretching its body in mid-air to begin its descent, a thunderous splash erupted from the river, and a colossal beast lunged out. It was a monster at least 10 meters long. With a pointed snout and a rounded head, its streamlined body was mottled yellow and white, with rows of sharp spikes along its sides. It struck like a runaway truck, hurtling out of the water at high speed and slamming into the fish that had jumped the highest. The beast's tail swiped the chain bridge, causing the entire structure to groan and sway violently. In the blink of an eye, the massive creature finished its hunt, cleared the bridge, and crashed back into the surging river. Huge sprays of water rained down onto the bank, and everyone instinctively ducked, almost as if finally responding to Anne's earlier warning. Wei Xingshan stared at the river as it slowly calmed down, his face pale. The others couldn't recover for a long time. Regardless of what it was, a creature of that scale was truly terrifying. Everyone felt a chill running down their spines. If it weren't for Lin Shuo's warning, even without being hit or bitten, just having a monster like that fly past you would be enough to scare someone to death. The freshwater king, Lin Shuo said, having slid his arrow back into the quiver, his tone relaxing. It was the one leaving that fishy scent on the bridge. It's not much of a threat. That's also called a Kaluga sturgeon, Yang Tu said, adjusting his glasses. The waters near the Heilongjiang River are their habitat, and the largest can weigh several tons. The fish that were jumping over the bridge just now were chum salmon. They are cold-water migratory fish that spawn in fresh water, and they are the sturgeon's primary food source. The old man He Zhiong nodded slightly and continued to explain. Every autumn when the wind picks up, the chum salmon return in massive schools to spawn. This stretch is the narrowest part of the river, and it's full of hidden reefs. As the schools pass through here, they are forced to slow down, while their predators hunt them from behind. The salmon have no choice but to leap out of the water to escape. That's how you get this spectacle of fish leaping over the bridge. What's more incredible is that sturgeon we just saw. It is rare indeed to see a wild specimen of that size. Whoever built this bridge doesn't understand biology, Yang Tu said, shaking his head. Building a bridge here, especially such an unstable chain bridge, is simply too dangerous. No wonder nobody dares to cross it. You're mistaken, little Yang, He Zhiong said. If the sturgeon's hunting habits were the only threat to the bridge, they could just kill the sturgeon. Don't let its size fool you. How could a fish stand a chance against fishermen? Keep in mind that wild sturgeon are almost extinct in northeast China. Who would abandon a perfectly good bridge just because of a single fish? That would be throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So the real mystery is why there's a sturgeon of that size. If it frequents this area, why haven't the locals hunted it down? At this point, He Zhiong looked at Lin Shuo and asked, Mr. Lin, what do you think? Exactly, Liu King added. Mr. Lin, why didn't you step in? It would have been a service to the community, right? The freshwater king is just hunting. It hasn't bothered us. Why should I intervene? Lin Shuo glanced at her. The myna bird on Lin Shuo's shoulder piped up. Don't be fooled by its size. It's a total pushover when it comes to a fight. Even if our boss Lin went into the water where he could only use 10% of his skill, he'd still take it out in a heartbeat. Boss, it's an easy job. How about giving them a 50% discount? $5 million should do. The bird's words left everyone stunned. Anne's expression stiffened. Eighth Master, I think we'll pass. Our research budget is quite limited. You're a stingy woman, the myna bird muttered, turning away. Lin Shuo ignored the bird and pointed at the chain bridge. The danger is over for now. Everyone hurry across. Professor He, if you have any questions, you can just ask the locals. What about the timber? Wang Yang asked at this moment, looking at the spruce logs with a pained expression. It wasn't just Wang Yang. The other mercenaries who had put in the effort were also reluctant to leave it behind. After all, it had taken a lot of hard work to get. You guys take your time building the bridge, I'm going over first. With that, Lin Shuo gave a light jump onto one of the chains and began to walk across at a leisurely pace. Under the weight of him and his recurve bow, the iron chain pulled taut and let out a creaking, clanking sound, as if it could snap at any second. The chain held, and Lin Shuo's figure disappeared into the woods on the far bank. This scene perfectly illustrates the concept of situational awareness in survival. While the group was distracted by the biological spectacle, Lin correctly identified a predatory threat. It is a classic lesson. In high-stakes environments, never mistake a rare phenomenon for a harmless coincidence. After confirming the danger had temporarily passed, everyone crossed the bridge one by one. To ensure the safety of the two scholars, Wei Xingshan insisted on setting up a zip line to have them slide across. Back and forth, this river had stalled everyone for nearly 4 hours. By the time the main group reunited on the other side, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Lin Shuo hadn't gone far, waiting for them in the woods. As they set off again, the hill mina on Lin Shuo's shoulder seemed to take an interest in the elderly professor He Zaihong and flew over to the old man's shoulder. He Zaihong was somewhat surprised, looking at the little bird on his shoulder and asking, "Master Ba, is there something you need?" "Old man, I heard you talking about fish just now, and I think you know quite a bit," the bird replied while preening its feathers with its beak. "I heard you are a biologist." Hey, He Zaihong chuckled, "I suppose so." "Oh, then you biologists, why did you come to find that creature this time?" the mina continued. "Research," He Zaihong said, "this organism is too unique. Our International Biological Research Association is very interested in it." "I don't like the sound of that," the mina said, seeming a bit displeased. "Am I not unique, Master Ba? Let me tell you, old man, my ancestors from this line, Brother Shuo said it are descended from the phoenix, incredibly powerful. How about this? Your research association puts up $30 or $50 million, and I, Master Ba, will cooperate with your research. How about that?" This, He Zaihong's expression stiffened and he glanced at Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo was walking in front, not even turning his head. He Zaihong laughed again and said, "How could we trouble you, Master Ba? You are usually so busy." "No worries," the mina said with great bravado. "It's just drawing a little blood, right? I can make that up with one meal." Anne walked over to He Zaihong looking both amused and exasperated and asked, "Master Ba, what has gotten into you? Are you trying to sell yourself?" "Woman, get lost. When you finally sleep in Brother Shuo's bed and become Master Ba's sister-in-law, then you can worry about business," the mina shot back, leaving Anne speechless. Everyone laughed, but no one dared to say anything. This mina didn't mince words. Except for Lin Shuo, it dared to talk back to anyone. He Zaihong hesitated for a moment, feeling he couldn't just brush it off, and finally confessed, "Master Ba, what part of you do you think is the most unique?" "I'm smart, obviously. Have you ever seen a bird as smart as me?" "True, smart," He Zaihong sighed. "I've heard of your reputation long ago, Master Ba. You are indeed the smartest bird I've ever seen, and the most like a human. However..." "However what?" the mina asked. The dialogue between the man and the bird had now captured the attention of everyone traveling with them. Everyone pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what He Zaihong, the biological authority, had to say. After all, the very existence of this mina, Master Ba, was a strange phenomenon itself. But He Zaihong didn't continue. Instead, his student Yang Tuo spoke up. "Your intelligence is astonishing to ordinary people, but in our eyes, it's not worth much. You are indeed very human-like. Yet, being human-like is the least valuable characteristic for biological research. Are there not enough humans in this world? Besides, your intelligence is surely due to the Lin family." "Xiao Yang, enough," He Zaihong interrupted, putting on a smile and saying to the mina, "Master Ba, you are a priceless treasure, but you already have an owner, so how could we snatch you away? How about this, why don't you ask Mr. Lin if he is willing?" "Himph, 2 bookworms who don't know quality when they see it." The mina flew back to Lin Shuo's shoulder and said, "Brother Shuo, I've checked it out. They really aren't interested in me." "Silly bird," Lin Shuo gave it a sidelong glance. "Did I ask you to check?" "I just wanted to see what I was worth," the mina said. "They don't understand your vow." "Oh." The mountain path was rugged, and the group walked for another 3 hours. The sky was slowly darkening, but the good news was that a road was starting to appear. Since there was a mountain road, the village couldn't be far. After crossing the last peak, Lin Shuo, bathed in the glow of the sunset, finally saw the village. The strange sight before him caused him to stop in his tracks while leading the way. The terrain was high and the view was clear, providing a full look at the village below. The village was nestled in a valley among the mountains, with a small river running through the center, backed by hills and facing water. It was a bit remote, but the layout was quite good. On the village path west of the river, many people could be seen moving about. Since it was just dinner time, smoke was rising from the chimneys of every household, a scene of calm and peace. Yet, on the east side of this small river, it was a scene of collapsed houses. Those wooden structures looked as if they had been hit by a tornado, with broken boards everywhere. Shattered glass reflected the sunset, and the piles of colorful debris were likely scattered household goods. This 10-meter-wide river seemed like the boundary between heaven and hell. This village is the one that was attacked by that strange creature according to Russian intelligence, Anne said, walking to Lin Shuo's side and looking down at the valley. But it's very strange. Indeed, Wei Xingshan also came to their side. If the village on the east side of the river was attacked, the people in the west village should have run away long ago. Who's to say, Wang Yang added. How can they still be living their normal lives? They must have nerves of steel. When something is this abnormal, there must be something sinister going on, He Zihong remarked. Let's go investigate the scene first, Yang Tuo said, taking off his large backpack and pulling out a small case, which he opened with a click to check if his tools were all there. Right. But since there are still plenty of villagers around, it's easy to alert them if all of us, heavily armed, go down there. Let's do this, Wei Xingshan ordered. The others will set up camp here, and Wang Yang, you are responsible for keeping watch over the surrounding hills. Liu King and I will escort the 2 scholars to the site. Miss Anne, Mr. Lin, would you like to come along? Anne looked at Lin Shuo's expression and, finding no opposition, nodded slowly. We will go. The 6 of them descended the mountain and walked along the village path, entering the ruins first. From the very first step inside, they all felt that the ground here was different from outside the village. Even though it was the same dirt road, the feeling under their feet was significantly harder and much flatter. From the moment Lin Shuo stepped into the ruins, his expression turned somber. He twitched his nostrils rapidly, as the faint, lingering scent here seemed to drag him back to that thunderstorm night 6 years ago. That night, even with the torrential rain, it couldn't wash away that nauseating stench in the air. That smell, along with the scent of the blood spilling from his father Lin Leshan's chest, was etched into the deepest part of Lin Shuo's memory. Over these 6 years, this memory had been like a nightmare, preventing him from sleeping at night and startling him awake in the morning. The color slowly drained from Lin Shuo's face, and he touched his pocket, only remembering that his last 3 cigarettes had been used up while hunting the prey. Mr. Lin, are you okay? Anne asked at this moment. Nothing, Lin Shuo forced a thin smile and asked, do you have any cigarettes? Oh, Anne hurriedly rummaged through her bag and pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. It was what she had prepared for Master Ba. Lin Shuo took one out, and Anne quickly lit it for him. She noticed that the hand Lin Shuo used to hold the cigarette was trembling slightly. Mr. Lin, are you all right? Anne watched his expression, asking with concern. I'm fine, Lin Shuo took a drag, his complexion improving slightly as he looked around. From the mountain, it felt like the area had been hit by a tornado, but only after standing here did they realize it was far more than that. It was as if an ultra-large road roller had passed over everything here, flattening everything in its path. The building materials on the ground looked like a single piece. But when Yang Tuo tried to take a sample, he found he couldn't pick them up with his hands. They all crumbled. He Zhong's expression wasn't very good either. Normally, in such an on-site investigation, as clues emerge one by one and the situation slowly surfaces, the scientists on site should be getting a clearer understanding. But now, looking at the broken walls and ruins, he felt more confused than ever. He Zhong felt the fanaticism for his profession slowly cooling, replaced by a lingering dread that was growing inside his heart. No blood traces found, Yang Tuo stood up. The villagers here seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Could it be that they were all swallowed in one gulp by that thing? Wei Xingshan said, look at the surroundings. The houses are crushed to this state. A creature that big just swallow a human whole without needing to spill any blood. But there are over 180 missing people. Are they fools? Just waiting to be swallowed one by one instead of running? Yang Tuo's question made Wei Xingshan pause and scratch his head. Liu King asked with a trembling voice, is it true this thing is a giant snake? It's not a snake, Lin Shuo shook his head, at least not the kind of snake you're imagining. Whatever it is, it couldn't have just fallen from the sky, right? Yang Tuo asked. Look around, there are no traces of it at all. It appeared here out of thin air, and then took 180 people, and vanished into thin air. Indeed, Zaihong agreed. With such a large size and heavy body, it couldn't fly, right? And even if it could burrow underground, it would have to leave an entrance. Anne paused slightly, as if she had realized something, and her gaze suddenly shifted to the river a few dozen meters away. After looking at the river for a few seconds, Anne looked back at Lin Shuo, her eyes appearing as if she were consulting him. Lin Shuo nodded slowly. Mr. Lin, do you mean? Anne asked, trying to confirm something. Its trail is this river? What? That's impossible. This 10-meter wide river is the trail of that thing? This guy can create a river just by passing through here? You all are getting more and more ridiculous. What kind of concept is it to press down a river? If it really has that kind of capability, I'm turning around right now and leaving. I'm not doing this business for anything. Lin Shuo, under the gaze of everyone, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. My meaning is this 10-meter wide river is barely enough to accommodate it. It must have come from the water. The juxtaposition of the peaceful village and the apocalyptic destruction highlights a terrifying cognitive dissonance. When environmental logic fails, survival becomes a psychological game, and Lin's trauma suggests the hunter is now entering a hauntology of his own past. That night, Lin Shuo and the other 5 members of the group did not cross the river, but instead returned to the mountains. Although Lin Shuo had explained how the thing came and went, there were still many unsolved mysteries within the ruins. For instance, why those 182 people vanished into thin air, and if they were attacked by that thing, how could there be no trace of blood left behind? Another example is why the West Village, just across the river, could remain so calm. Time can indeed heal wounds and erase fear, but the East Village was attacked less than a month ago, which is clearly not enough time for people to recover. Why haven't the people in the West Village moved away? With these questions in mind, the group decided not to cross the river into the West Village yet, but to wait until tomorrow to make proper preparations before heading in. When they returned to the mountain, it was already dusk. The mercenaries found a water source on the mountain, a small stream that was likely one of the sources of the river in the village. By this very stream, everyone lit a campfire and gathered around it. This whole thing is fishy, Wei Jingshan said slowly, breaking a branch and feeding it into the fire. Indeed, Zaihong added, from what we have seen so far, the situation here is far more complicated than just a simple animal attack. Teacher, Captain Wei, I actually don't think we need to overcomplicate things, Yang Tuo said calmly, adjusting his glasses. Our goal for this trip is very clear, to find that strange creature and capture it if possible. Other matters have nothing to do with our International Biological Research Association. Yang Tuo's words brought a moment of silence to the group, after which Wei Xingshen nodded. Dr. Yang makes a good point. We are not the Russian police. We are not here to solve a crime. Captain Wei Wang Yong said at this point, when you were scouting at the foot of the mountain earlier, we guys on the mountain also felt something was a bit off. What is it? Wei Xingshan asked. I can't quite put my finger on it. Wang Yong hesitated before continuing. Captain Wei, do you remember what happened in North Africa 2 years ago? At Wang Yong's words, Lin Shuo noticed Wei Jingshan's face stiffen, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. What happened in North Africa 2 years ago? Liu Qing asked softly, having also noticed Wei Jingshan's unusual reaction. There is nothing to hide, Wei Jingshan said. 2 years ago, Wang Yong and a few other brothers here were still active duty special forces soldiers. I can't disclose which unit we were in. In short, we were on a mission in the area under the banner of an international peacekeeping force. We suffered a crushing defeat that time. Out of 16 people who went into that forest, only 5 came out alive. We were ambushed, Wang Yong sighed. We only found out later that we had been targeted and followed from a long way off. At this point, Wang Yong paused and turned his gaze to Wei Xingshan. Captain Wei, maybe I am just being paranoid, but when I was on guard duty on the mountain tonight, I had a feeling like we were back in North Africa, as if someone was watching us from the shadows. Did you search the area? Wei Xingshan asked. Of course we did, Wang Yong shook his head. We didn't find anything. That is why I said I might be oversensitive. Or it could be that the other party is an expert, Wei Xingshan said, his thick eyebrows knitted together as he looked at Lin Shuo. Mr. Lin, you are sensitive to these things. Have you noticed anything? Lin Shuo sniffed rapidly, sensing the various scents in the air, then slowly shook his head. No. However, my methods are very effective for tracking beasts, but if it's someone from the hunter circle, that is a different story. Why is that? Anne asked. Other than a few closely guarded secret techniques, my peers know most of the skills of the Lin family, especially the hunters from the 6 great families who have fought alongside us for years. They know us well. Since they know what the Lin family is capable of, they naturally know how to guard against us, Lin Shuo said indifferently. The 6 great families, Liu King asked curiously, what is that? Lin Shuo rolled his eyes at her. Since I have taken your money, I want to do a good job, and I would prefer if fewer of you died. That is why I am giving you a heads up. My goal is to tell you not to be careless. But I am not stupid. If I tell you who the 6 great families are, you might not come to me for the next job. Mr. Lin, you are too modest, Anne said with a faint smile. Even among the 6 great families of hunters, you are considered a top-tier master. Each of the 6 great families has its own strengths. They cannot be compared. Lin Shuo shook his head and looked at Wei Xingshan. Captain Wei, out in the wild, sometimes our animal instincts are more useful than knowledge and experience. Although I haven't detected anything unusual yet, we still need to be careful. Mr. Lin is right, Wei Xingshan said, looking at his mercenaries. Double the night watch shift tonight. That night, Lin Shuo only drank some stream water, eating nothing and getting no sleep. He sat in the corner of the campsite for the entire night. By the next morning, Liu King realized that Lin Shuo was the kind of person who approached eating and sleeping in a very bold, all-at-once manner. Take eating for instance. If he downs a 30-kilogram roe deer, he might not eat for days. As for sleeping, he had slept the entire way here. Liu King had never seen such a lazy man, but once they reached the mountains, he didn't close his eyes at all. When Liu King mentioned this to Anne in the morning, Anne's expression remained unchanged. Hunters are all like that. That seems different from our impression of hunters, Liu King remarked. Anne said, have you ever heard of animals that large before? Liu King shook her head. Since such animals exist in nature, humans must have those who deal with them, Anne said. Dealing with strange creatures requires inherited hunters. It is just that these people are not widely known to the public. Once it was confirmed that the strange creature responsible for the attacks was coming and going via the river, Lin Shuo's sense of smell became difficult to use for tracking. This area is still part of the Heilongjiang River basin. While the water network isn't exactly dense, it is certainly interconnected. This river leads to the large river they passed earlier, which eventually flows into the Heilongjiang River. Even though the strange creature is massive, the scale of the Heilongjiang basin is geographical, not just biological. Searching blindly like this is truly like finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, to find this strange creature, they need intelligence from the locals. But Lin Shuo's group of 19, mostly consisting of burly men with military backgrounds and sophisticated weapons, would look like an invading army if they all went down the mountain. The villagers would be too busy defending themselves to provide any information. Of course, they could resort to intimidation or interrogation, but such tactics clearly did not align with the International Biological Research Association's style. That morning, after everyone in the temporary camp had woken up, they began to discuss who would head down to the village. Anne and Liu King were the first to be selected. Women have an innate advantage when it comes to gathering information, and these two were certainly no ordinary women. Yang Tuo, praised by He Zaihong for being calm in the face of big events, was also chosen to go. For the last spot, everyone looked at Lin Shuo. He was their strongest fighter, and with his lean build, he was less conspicuous. Lin Shuo patted his recurve bow and shook his head, indicating that it was too eye-catching. Mr. Lin, you stay here with Zhui Yi, Wei Xingshan said in a deep voice. I swear on my honor as a soldier that I will guard it for you. Wei Xingshan had been the first to be excluded from the group heading down. He was too large and had too fierce an appearance. Lin Shuo glanced at Wei Xingshan, not looking entirely convinced, and said, remember, you owe me your life. Wei Xingshan paused, then nodded heavily. After saying that, Lin Shuo turned to the Mina bird and said, Little Ba, you stay with him and watch over Zhui Yi. If anything happens, head down the mountain immediately to notify me. Got it, Little Ba chirped back. Once discussed, the group of 4 changed into hiking gear, brightly colored outfits, and started down the mountain. Visibility at the foot of the mountain was naturally poorer than above. After skirting the small river at the edge of the mountain, the 4 of them walked along a small trail for half an hour before catching sight of the entrance to the west village in the distance. Look! What is that? Liu King, having sharp eyes, spotted the scene at the village entrance from afar and cried out in shock. A giant snake was coiled at the entrance of the village. The village entrance reveal shifts the genre from investigative thriller to survival horror. By leaving his signature bow behind, Lin Shuo has traded his tactical advantage for social camouflage, testing his ability to navigate human complexity without his usual weaponized ego. In this nameless mountain village in the Stanovoy Range, the East Village was attacked 2 months ago by a massive, mysterious creature. Over 180 people went missing, and their homes were razed to the ground. Clues found at the scene indicate that this mysterious creature was a giant serpentine beast. And now, right before the eyes of Lin Shuo and his 3 companions, a giant snake was coiled at the entrance of the West Village. Even just coiled up like that, it stood as high as a 2-story building. Liu Qing, a veteran of a Chinese Special Forces sniper unit, felt her pupils contract sharply, even as one of her hands reached instinctively into the backpack behind her. Inside the bag was a Colt M2000 pistol, loaded with 15 rounds. It was the only weapon the 4 of them had brought down the mountain. They had only packed it just in case, and it wasn't tucked away in an easily accessible spot. But Liu Qing managed to find the gun immediately, and with such a massive target, she was certain that not a single shot would miss. Yet, she couldn't pull her hand which had already gripped the gun back out, because her wrist had been seized by Lin Shuo with lightning speed. Liu Qing instinctively struggled, but she couldn't break free. "What are you doing?" Liu Qing looked at Lin Shuo. "What are you doing?" Lin Shuo raised his eyelids to look at her and asked in return. "It is a snake," Liu Qing said, startled. "Look closer," Lin Shuo said calmly. Seeing Lin Shuo's calm-as-water expression, Liu Qing regained her composure and carefully scrutinized the giant snake more than 200 meters ahead. "Why is it not moving at all?" Liu Qing also began to feel that something was off. Vice Captain Liu Yangtu adjusted his glasses and sighed. "Have you ever seen a snake with skin textured like tree bark, all lumpy and bumpy?" "That is tree bark," Lin Shuo said. "It is fake." The tense muscles all over Liu Qing's body finally relaxed as she saw it too. It was indeed a fake snake, much like the paper dragons used in Chinese dragon dances, except this one was made of tree bark instead of paper. But it was crafted so realistically that, from a distance, it looked just like the real thing. Why would the villagers put a fake snake at the village entrance for no reason? Liu Qing couldn't help but complain. "It scared the hell out of me. They just had a snake attack, and yet they display a snake at the entrance," Yang Tuo said, puzzled. "What kind of logic is that?" Lin Shuo released Liu Qing's wrist and said, "Why don't we just go and ask?" The village had looked quiet from afar, but as the 4 of them entered, they found it quite lively. It wasn't a noisy kind of lively, but rather a constant, busy bustle. Every household seemed to be coming and going, as if preparing for something. A pig's squeal broke the silence of this business. In the 3rd courtyard they passed, someone was slaughtering a pig. 5 young, strong men were pinning a struggling big white pig down on a chopping block. An old man in his early 60s came out of the main house with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the scene inside and outside the courtyard, paying no mind to the slaughtering. He brought a bamboo chair to the courtyard gate, took the dry tobacco pipe from his waist, lit it with a match, sat down, and began to puff away while squinting his eyes to size up the 4 strangers standing outside. "Hello, sir," Anne said, greeting him quickly. "Where are you folks from?" The old man took a few puffs and asked. They were less than 20 kilometers from the Heilongjiang River, and the local dialect was thick, heavy accented Northeast Chinese. Anne spoke in a smooth Beijing accent. "We are hikers from China. We got lost here. Could you point us in the right direction?" "Oh, from across the river. You folks have some stamina." The old man praised them, then asked, "There's a small town called Jalinda on the banks of the Heilongjiang, 40 miles to the southeast. You must have come from there, right?" Anne nodded. "Did you spend the night on the mountain?" "You look pretty delicate, but you're tougher than you look. There's another village further north, bigger than this one. But it's over 40 miles away. You won't make it in one go." As he spoke, the squealing of the pig in the courtyard grew louder and louder. The old man glanced at the yard, his expression stiffening. The big white pig had actually broken free from the men and was running wild around the courtyard. 5 men were scrambling, chasing it from behind and trying to block it from the front. It was utter chaos. The old man knocked his pipe against the gate post and scolded, "A bunch of fools can't even slaughter a single pig." As he was scolding, the big white pig seemed to have finally found the exit and turned, charging directly toward the courtyard gate. The pig was as big as a small tank, weighing over 400 pounds. When it changed direction, the men in the yard panicked. "Grandpa, look out!" "Dad, get out of the way!" The younger ones were frantic, but the old man remained relatively calm. There was no professional butcher in the village. So whenever there was a pig to be slaughtered for an event, they would usually ask him, the village's old hunter, to handle the knife. In his life, he had sent off hundreds of pigs, both big and small. He didn't expect that today karma would come for him. The pig was charging right at him, and by the time the old man realized it, it was too late to dodge. Just as the old man stood dazed, one of the 4 people beside him, a tall and lean young man, stepped sideways and stood right in front of him. The big white pig in the yard, when it was about 2 meters from the gate, slammed on the brakes and stopped dead in its tracks. The pig looked up at the young man, then began to tremble all over. Before long, it was shaking like a leaf. The young man took another small step forward, and the pig lost control of its bowels. Its legs gave out, and it collapsed to the ground. Everyone in the courtyard was... "What are you standing there for? Tie it up," the old man shouted, and the men in the yard snapped out of it, rushing forward in a scramble to tie the pig up. Seeing that the pig was tied, Lin Shuo slowly turned and backed away from the courtyard. The old man squinted at Lin Shuo, wanting to say something but stopping short. After a moment he said, "Young man, the 4 of you should stay for a meal." "Oh, that is too kind of you," Anne replied. The old man didn't look at Anne but kept his eyes fixed on Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo curled the corner of his mouth into an extremely reluctant smile. "I have a much bigger appetite than most." The old man nodded. "We have plenty to go around." That day the 4 of them had 2 solid, hearty meals of pork at the old man's home. The pigs here weren't like the lean ones in the city. They were big and fat, and every part was packed with flavor and grease. In Lin Shuo's eyes, the old man's family wasn't particularly skilled at slaughtering, but they sure knew how to cook, especially the pork offal, which was prepared deliciously. Lin Shuo enjoyed the 2 meals well enough, but he didn't eat his fill. After all, in a village like this, it wasn't easy for someone to slaughter a pig. The old man's hospitality was like their home-brewed liquor. It didn't burn the lips, but it sure warmed the heart. After 2 meals, the old man and the 4 of them were on very friendly terms. Especially Anne. Not only was she beautiful, but she had a silver tongue. Even though she wasn't saying a word of truth, she had the old man's family in high spirits. By her account, she and the others were 2 married couples, all graduates of prestigious Chinese universities, here for a hiking tour. To cover for what happened with Lin Shuo that morning, she even made up a story about his ancestors being pig slaughterers for 3 generations, earning a roll of the eyes from Lin Shuo. After dinner, everyone was full. Yang Tuo and Liu Qing said they were going out for a walk to digest, but they were actually going to other households to gather information. Lin Shuo and Anne stayed behind to chat with the old man. Sir, Anne felt the time was right, so she asked as if in passing, "What is the story behind that snake we saw when we entered the village this morning? It scared me to death." "Don't be afraid, girl," the old man laughed. "That is the Black Water Dragon King protecting us." "Oh," Anne asked, continuing the lead, "what is the Black Water Dragon King? Is a god?" The old man nodded. "It's normal for you folks from out of town not to know. This Black Water Dragon King is the guardian deity for all the land within a 400 or 500-mile radius." "Is this Black Water Dragon King a giant snake, as big as the fake one at the village entrance?" Anne asked again. "Heh, that snake statue at the village entrance can't be compared to the Black Water Dragon King. We are lucky if it looks even 30% like him." The old man's voice dropped. "The Black Water Dragon King is much bigger and much more majestic. Listening to you, it sounds like you've seen him before." "That is right," the old man nodded and said, "When I was a child, I did indeed see his venerable self with my own eyes." "Really? You actually saw him in person?" Anne and Lin Shuo exchanged a glance and immediately asked. "I sure did." The old man lit his tobacco pipe. "I was about 7 or 8 back then, didn't know any better, and got lost wandering on the mountain. And then, his venerable self appeared right in front of me. Oh, I was so scared that not only did I wet my pants, I even passed out." Speaking of this, the old man smiled. "Heh, don't laugh at me for being cowardly back then. He is truly terrifying to behold. He was so big. That snake statue at our village entrance is like a tiny little loach compared to him. His head was as big as a house, and his body was like a train. Forget me being just a child. Even you 4 young men and women would have fainted away if you had seen him." "If he was that big, then of course it would be scary," Anne added, then asked, "And what happened then?" "The next morning I was woken up by my father at the village entrance, without a single scratch on me," the old man said. "Back then the village elders said it was the Black Water Dragon King who sent me back along the river at the entrance to our village." After saying this, the old man looked out the window, his expression wistful. "I've been a hunter all my life, carrying too much sin on my hands. Ever since I grew up and started going into the mountains, I've never had the blessing to see his venerable self again. Listening to you, is this Blackwater Dragon King a helpful creature? Anne asked intently. Of course he watches over us. Sir, let me ask you one thing. What is it? What is the story with the ruins on the other side of the river? The villagers view this creature as a divine guardian, yet the ruins across the river tell a violent, contradictory story. This classic narrative dissonance where folklore masks a grim reality hints that the Blackwater Dragon King may be less of a deity and more of a terrifying predator waiting in the shadows. As Anne asked that question, Lin Shuo kept his eyes on the old man's expression. The old man's face was covered in wrinkles, and his squinting eyes, though small, were sparkling. The moment Anne's question was thrown out, the gleam in the old man's eyes seemed to freeze. He paused, then let out a sigh and said, "Sigh, those outsiders were ignorant. They brought this retribution upon themselves." Outsiders? Aren't they from the same village as you all? Anne asked. That is a long story, the old man said, taking a couple of puffs from his pipe. Over 70 years ago, when the Japanese occupied the Northeast, my grandfather led villagers here to escape the chaos. Seeing the mountains and the water, they decided to settle down. But life was tough when they first arrived. They were just farmers, and the skills for hunting had long been lost to their ancestors. When the food ran out, it looked like they wouldn't make it through the first winter. Then, every morning, everyone started finding dead animals by the river. Roe deer, wild boar, and stags, all with fresh meat. That winter, the 30 or so people in the village survived solely on those things. My grandfather was curious, so one night he stayed awake and waited by the river until dawn, finally seeing the true form of the Blackwater Dragon King himself. It turned out he was the one bringing meat to our village, trip after trip in the dead of night. Later, my grandfather found out that it wasn't just our village. Thousands of people who had fled from the south and settled within a radius of hundreds of miles had all received his mercy. From that time on, everyone within hundreds of miles here has kept the Dragon King's kindness in their hearts. We have a saying here: as long as you have seen the Dragon King once, he will remember you and protect you for the rest of your life. Speaking of which, I was quite fortunate. I saw him once when I was a child, and I haven't had any trouble living in these mountains my whole life. However, the Dragon King has one taboo: you cannot touch anything in the water. If anyone does, he will be displeased. Saying this, the old man stopped, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip to moisten his throat. Anne glanced at Lin Shuo and gave a slight nod. The mystery of the chain bridge over the river seemed to be solved. The fact that no one touched the Kaluga sturgeon was likely because of the Blackwater Dragon King. However, they then both remembered Jalinda, only 5 kilometers away, where the residents didn't seem to share this taboo, as they had seen plenty of fishing boats there. It seems that once you leave the banks of the Amur River and enter the Stanovoy Range, the rules change. Are you saying the neighboring village ended up like that because they touched things in the water? Anne asked again quickly. Indeed. The old man spat the tea leaves back into his cup and nodded. Those people only moved here in the last 2 or 3 years. Most of them were down on their luck back home and came here to work for a Russian logging company, cutting down trees in the nearby mountains. They saw our place was nice and settled on the other side of the river. Those people were annoying. We warned them not to touch anything in the water. They just wouldn't listen, hauling fish out of the river net after net. You tell me, would the Dragon King stand for that? It's been almost 100 years, and I've never heard of the Dragon King being this furious. In the past, if anyone touched things in the water, the Dragon King would just come by at night and eat a few of their livestock. That was it, and he wouldn't hurt anyone. But this time, as you saw, the whole village was crushed, and the people are all gone. Sigh, listen well, you young people. It's fine to eat and drink what's on the mountain to survive, but definitely don't mess with what's in the water. The Dragon King is in a bit of a bad mood lately. Anne nodded repeatedly. Don't worry about that. We city folk can barely stay afloat if we fall into the water, so who would ever touch anything in it? That's good then. The old man seemed a bit weary and let out a yawn. All right, we have a big event to attend to in the village tomorrow morning. You all need to travel, so get some rest early. Old sir, what is happening in the village tomorrow? The Dragon King's emissary is coming to preside over the village's Dragon King festival, the old man said. The Dragon King's emissary? Who is that? Someone who can convey our words to the Dragon King. People like that really exist? Of course they do. The snake statue at the entrance of our village is for the emissary to pray for blessings. Here, this is more important than the new year, the old man said. Once I'm busy tomorrow, I might not be able to look after you. It's fine, sir. You go ahead and take care of your business, don't worry about us. All right then, get some sleep. That night, the four of them stayed in the guest room of the old man's house. Though it was called a guest room, it was actually the old man's younger son's room. Since the old man wanted to host guests, the son went to sleep in his second brother's room. Yang Tuo and Liu Qing returned after gathering information from other families. The four of them squeezed into one room, the two women sleeping on the bed while Lin Shuo and Yang Tuo slept on the floor. They compared the information they had gathered that night and found it was consistent with the old man's story. So, according to this, the Blackwater Dragon King is our target for this trip? Liu Qing said softly. It should be, Yang Tuo replied. But I didn't expect this creature to have such a strong base of support among the locals. It seems unlikely we'll get their backing for this hunt. Do we still have to hunt it? Liu Qing asked. It sounds more like a guardian of humanity. The locals for hundreds of miles are human, but aren't those 182 missing loggers human too? Yang Tu said in a low voice. Since when should our human fate be decided by an animal? Anne spoke up. Dar Yang has a point. If the Blackwater Dragon King really caused the disappearance of those 182 loggers, then it should pay the corresponding price. But those 182 people are only missing, Liu Qing said. There is no evidence that they are dead. Shouldn't we clarify this? That is true, Anne asked, but where should we start looking? I think the top priority is to find this so-called Blackwater Dragon King, Yang Tu said. It's not easy to find people in these desolate mountains, but finding such a huge creature should be simpler. But not to mention us, even for the locals, catching a glimpse of it is extremely difficult, Liu Qing said. Dr. Yang, didn't we ask around? Even they don't know where it usually stays. I heard from the old man here that the Dragon King's emissary, who can communicate with the creature, is coming tomorrow. That might be a clue, Anne said. Mr. Lin, do you think there really is someone in this world who can communicate with an exotic creature like the Blackwater Dragon King? Since you know something about the hunter circles, why ask a question you already know the answer to? Lin Shuo said indifferently. Anne smiled. Indeed, we've heard that the Zhang family, one of the 6 major hunting clans, has secret techniques to communicate with beasts. And the Zhang family's activity area is near the 3 northeastern provinces. Do you mean to say the Zhang family might be connected to this emissary? I never said that, Lin Shuo said firmly. Among the 6 families, the Zhangs have the most unyielding temperament. In past hunts, their family has suffered the most casualties. They would never get involved with the Blackwater Dragon King. Once involved, it's either them or the creature that dies. There is no third possibility. Lin Shuo's words were striking, and the room fell silent for a moment. After a while, Anne asked, then this matter definitely has nothing to do with the Zhang family. Mr. Lin, to be honest, besides you, we had also intended to invite the current head of the Zhang family, Mr. Zhang Lianhai. On one hand, it's because the Zhang family is nearby. On the other, we heard that the Lin and Zhang families work together the best. If experts from both families acted together, it would be foolproof. However, Mr. Zhang seems to have disappeared. We really can't find him anywhere. The moment Anne mentioned Zhang Lianhai, Lin Shuo fell silent. In the night of the Stanovoy range, without the light pollution of the city, the room was pitch black. In the darkness, a small flame illuminated Lin Shuo's face. He struck a match and lit a cigarette. It was a cigarette the old man's second son had handed to him during the day. He had kept it tucked behind his ear all this time. The small flame quickly extinguished, and in the darkness, the tip of the cigarette glowed intermittently. Brother Zhang and his wife died on the Kunlun Mountains 6 years ago, Lin Shuo said, his tone calm after a few puffs. Wan's voice rose an octave. I know you were trying to fish for information, Lin Shuo said, but there is no harm in saying it now. After all, they have been gone for over 6 years. Anne was silent for a while before saying, you mentioned before that our target this time is the same exotic creature from the Kunlun Mountains back then? Yes. Is this Blackwater Dragon King truly that powerful, even if your father and Mr. Zhang Lianhai joined forces? The Kunlun Mountains 6 years ago weren't just about one exotic creature. It wasn't that simple, Lin Shuo interrupted, pulling the conversation back from the tangent. It is true that the Zhang family has the skill to talk to beasts, but that skill isn't their ultimate secret weapon. In our hunter circle, this ability isn't rare. Half of the 6 families can do it. Even outside the 6 families, or even outside the hunter circle entirely, there are people with similar abilities. At the same time, we shouldn't rule out that this emissary might not actually communicate with the creature, Yang Tuo interjected. He could be using some tricks, exploiting the relationship between the locals and the Dragon King to commit fraud for profit. Anne responded. It looks like we have to stay here one more day. Tomorrow we will see this so-called emissary for ourselves. The mystery deepens as faith clashes with cold-blooded pragmatism. This isn't just about hunting a legendary beast. It's a classic struggle between anthropomorphic moral projection and the brutal reality of the food chain. When survival is at stake, do we define a creature by its protective instincts, or by the collateral damage it inflicts? Tomorrow's meeting with the emissary will either reveal a cosmic secret or expose a calculated human scam designed to exploit the villagers' desperate superstition.
That night Lin Shuo, who hadn't closed his eyes for days, fell asleep fully dressed. The Lin family has a secret technique that allows descendants to go without sleep after entering the mountains, though it takes a heavy toll on the body. But when the surroundings were confirmed safe and sleeping conditions were met, Lin Shuo would never be the one to hold back. In the middle of his sleep, a burst of firecrackers outside woke him up. He opened his eyes and looked out the window. It was not yet dawn. The two women on the bed sat up instantly. "What time is it?" 4:30. "Setting off firecrackers this early, that is so inconsiderate. I thought I was back in the barracks," Liu King grumbled, rustling as she began to get dressed. "You all keep sleeping, I will go out and take a look." "Don't sleep anymore." Lin Shuo listened to the commotion outside and said softly, "The Dragon King's messenger has arrived." When the four of them got up and went out, they found the old man's house pitch black and silent. The family was already gone. Less than 100 meters away, towards the village entrance, the sound of gongs and drums followed the firecrackers. The four followed the sound, and after turning a corner, they saw the village entrance teeming with people, crowded 3 layers deep. The villagers stood quietly around the giant snake statue, most holding torches that illuminated the surroundings like daylight. From the center of the crowd came a humming sound that was neither quite singing nor chanting. Not far from the edge of the crowd stood a red spruce, over 10 meters tall and looking quite sturdy. Beside the red spruce was tied a grey donkey. A bucket of beans was placed in front of the donkey, and it was chewing away as if no one were around. When the four of them approached, it just glanced up before plunging its head back into the bucket. Lin Shuo bypassed the donkey, climbed the tree in a few swift moves, found a branch to stand on, and leaned against the trunk. Liu King and An also climbed up with agility, especially An, who went straight to Lin Shuo's side. Yang Tuo, on the other hand, tried to climb up but failed, so he wandered around the tree, looking slightly embarrassed before simply sitting down at the base of the trunk. Lin Shuo pushed aside the branches blocking his view and finally saw the scene in the crowd clearly. Next to the massive snake statue sat an elderly man, likely in his 50s. The old man wore a black Chinese-style robe, a grey skull cap, had a grizzled goatee, and held a sangxian in his hands. Based on his attire, he looked like a traditional Chinese storytelling performer. He was humming and indeed chanting something. However, Lin Shuo had never heard this style of singing before in the country. The voice was low and hoarse, cycling through just a few notes. It sounded monotonous at first, but after a while, it carried a unique flavor. In his position, Lin Shuo naturally knew many eccentric figures in the underworld. These types of street performers were at the very bottom of the social ladder, so Lin Shuo was no stranger to them. He hadn't heard this specific style before, but he knew that any storytelling in such a monotonous format was typically used for recounting legend. The tune wasn't important, and the instrument in his hand was cheap. What he was selling was the story he told. Lin Shuo listened carefully and gradually understood. The old man's words were essentially a series of stories. The protagonist of the story was that very Blackwater Dragon King. It covered how it was born, how it attained enlightenment, how it became a dragon god in heaven, why it descended to the mortal realm, why it appeared here, and how it helped the people. The old man had great stamina. The performance lasted for over an hour. As Lin Shuo listened, he found himself genuinely drawn in. By the time the old man finished, it was fully daylight, and the torches held by the villagers had long since burned out. "Mr. Lin," An asked softly when the old man finished, "do you think what this old man is singing about is true?" "Quite a good fabrication," Lin Shuo nodded. "This old guy has some talent." "Huh? He finally finished?" Liu King shook her head. "I actually fell asleep listening to it." After finishing, the old man in the crowd took a sip of tea offered by a villager, stood up slowly, and announced in a loud voice, "Everyone listen up. The Dragon King hasn't been happy lately, as the group of outsiders on the other side of the river offended him. Out of mercy, he didn't do anything to them, just drove them to the other side of the river. He knows the difference. You are not like them, so he does not blame you. However, the Dragon King is good to us, so we shouldn't be ungrateful. Besides setting up his statue, prepare some offerings tomorrow and pay your respects by the river, and then this matter will be put to rest. Everyone can rest easy and go on with their lives. The Dragon King is protecting us." When he finished, the villagers were all beaming with joy. The Dragon King is what? I've disliked those outsiders for a long time, but they are human lives after all. It would have been a sin to really kill them. It's wonderful that the Dragon King handled it this way. The Dragon King is so kind-hearted. No need to say more. My family will provide a sheep for tomorrow's offerings. Our family will provide 5 chickens. Our family will provide a whole pig. Accompanied by growing cheers, firecrackers were set off again at the edge of the crowd. The villagers dispersed to create more space. The gong and drum troupe began to play, and people started dancing the yanko. The festive atmosphere was exactly like the New Year celebrations Lin Shuo remembered from his childhood. The traditions of the people here are actually very similar to those south of the Heilongjiang River. It's just that after being away from their homeland for over half a century, they have added one more tradition, this Dragon King festival. After the villagers had their fill of fun, the Dragon King's messenger in the black robe and grey cap presided over a ceremony. After chanting a long prayer in front of the snake statue, he led the villagers in kowtowing to the massive image. Hundreds of villagers knelt at the village entrance, kowtowing willingly, their movements synchronized and incredibly devout. The solemn sense of ritual was truly breathtaking. Afterward, the villagers set off another string of firecrackers, and this ritual, which had slowly become customary over the last 100 years, seemed to end. The solemn expression on the messenger's face also relaxed. People began to gradually disperse from the open space. The old man took a bag of corn flour from a villager, then waved his hand, seemingly declining something else. He carried the small bag of flour out of the crowd and walked toward the red spruce where Lin Shuo was. When he got close, he saw Yang Tu sitting under the tree and paused for a moment. He said nothing but hung the flour bag onto the donkey. He then took off his robe, put it in a pack on the donkey, and took out a black short jacket to put on. He was already wearing tight-legged trousers and cloth shoes. With the jacket changed, he looked sharp and ready for travel. After changing, the messenger glanced up at Lin Shuo in the tree with a calm expression, untied the donkey, and headed out of the village. Lin Shuo noticed there were 4 bags of flour on the donkey, implying this village was neither his first stop nor likely his last. Lin Shuo gestured, and the 4 of them climbed down or stood up, trailing the messenger from a distance. The old man's donkey was only for carrying goods, and he didn't ride it himself. However, he moved much faster than the average person. Following him over a mountain, the others were fine, but Yang Tuo, the scholar, was already panting for air. Liu Qing took out a walkie-talkie from her backpack and contacted Wei Xingshan on the mountain. Seeing she had it handled, Lin Shuo slipped away alone into the dense woods. The giant recurve bow Zhuai had been away from Lin Shuo for an entire day, kept by Xiaoba and Wei Xingshan. Now that Liu Qing was coordinating with Wei Xingshan to intercept the man, he decided to return to their temporary camp to get Zhuai. Once back in the mountains, having Zhuai and Xiaoba by his side would make him feel much more at ease. After picking up Xiaoba and Zhuai at the temporary camp and returning to the mountain trail, Lin Shuo heard an uproar ahead. By the sound of it, the lightning-fast Dragon King's messenger had already been intercepted by Wei Xingshan and the mercenaries. Geao Saifu Zeminzok Hyoen, Koze Semiotek Shinriso Hoshu, Tsuru Kyoku Hekashu Taitsokukan, Sairyo Gaijin Saku Gaibui, Doisha Seiko Ichishu Fuku Teki Oryokuku, Izorora Minzaishu Taiken Saichu, Tokyo Teki Anzenkan, Beiraku Kosei Shuram Tai Shinrigak Chu Teki Rein Hensa, Tojin Kyogu Fukachiryok Ryota, O Saiyo Iseiya, Ikosei Kateki Sasepin. By the time Lin Shuo arrived at the scene, the old man and his donkey had already been detained by Wei Xingshan and his men. Facing the burly men armed with guns and live ammunition around him, the old man remained quite calm. "Gentlemen, have I offended you in any way?" Wei Xingshan shook his head and pointed at Lin Shuo, who had just walked up to them. "Go ask him." The Dragon King's messenger looked at Lin Shuo, then at the giant recurve bow on his back, his expression shifting from calm to wary. Lin Shuo's heart stirred slightly and he asked, "Do you know who I am?" "You are a hunter." The wariness in the Dragon King's messenger's eyes flickered and vanished. "It seems you are an insider. That makes things easier to discuss." Lin Shuo nodded. "Speak." So-called insiders are people with hereditary family traditions who practice rare professions. They possess abilities beyond those of ordinary people, some even carrying secret arts, and are considered to have crossed a threshold unseen by the masses. Hunters are one type these insiders. Insiders vary in rank and nature, and the thresholds they cross differ as well. The hunter clan that Lin Shuo belongs to holds the most hidden and highest threshold, and the 6 great families within the hunter clan exist only in legend. An old storyteller like him doesn't really count as an insider, just a wanderer of the martial arts world. Clearly, this Dragon King's messenger is more than just a simple storyteller, or he wouldn't have guessed Lin Shuo's identity. As for which circle he actually belongs to, Lin Shuo didn't know, nor did he care to ask. There are many thresholds in this world that ordinary people cannot see, but those that can earn the respect of a legacy hunter from the 6 families like Lin Shuo are few and far between. The Dragon King is a benevolent spirit. The messenger's voice rose, his expression growing agitated. That village by the river at the foot of the mountain wasn't destroyed by him. You cannot touch him. The old man seemed to have long expected this day. He not only recognized Lin Shuo's identity but also guessed the purpose of their group. However, this was not surprising. Any insider should be aware of the existence of hunters. With the Blackwater Dragon King gaining more notoriety, hunters would eventually come looking. Lin Shuo said calmly, "That is not what you were saying in front of the villagers just now." And what was I supposed to say? The messenger glared at Lin Shuo, then his confidence faltered and he sighed. "My branch, although its ancestral crafts, has been pushed overseas, so we naturally don't have the vast supernatural powers your hunters possess. Once an insider is reduced to wandering the world, you have to talk to people according to their nature and demons according to theirs, just to put food on the table, right?" Lin Shuo looked at the 4 bags of flour on the donkey and said, "Fine, I believe you were just talking nonsense to make a living. Let me ask you this, how do you know it wasn't the Blackwater Dragon King? When has the Dragon King ever done such a thing?" The messenger said, "He has been here for so many years, showing us only grace. Why would he ever bring down divine punishment?" Anne spoke up, "I heard from the people here that you shouldn't touch anything in the water, or the Dragon King will bring down punishment." The messenger's expression stiffened. He looked at Lin Shuo, appearing a bit sheepish. "I lied to them. To make a living, I had to make them fear the Dragon King. If they weren't afraid in their hearts, why would they let me relay messages? If I didn't relay messages, where would I get the offerings?" As he spoke, he pointed to the bags of flour on the donkey, looking quite helpless, just trying to scrape by. "And the livestock that were eaten in the past. That was me stealing them in the middle of the night using some ancestral tricks." The messenger sighed. "A man has to have some meat now and then. Livestock are too valuable to them. If I asked for them openly, that wouldn't be right." Anne shook her head and said nothing more. "Hey, young lady." The messenger looked at Anne and said, "Looking at you, you must be from a wealthy family in the city, and you have no idea how hard our life is in the mountains. In truth, it's not like the areas south of the Yangtze River here. The government doesn't care about this place. It's a poor, treacherous land, and just staying alive is already difficult enough. The mountain people don't ask for much, just to live in peace. Peace is something I cannot give them, but I can provide them with peace of mind. The way I make a living might not be honorable, but they need me. For these thousands of miles of mountain roads, trekking back and forth at my age isn't easy either. And I don't ask for much, just a steady stream of small offerings to make a living." With that, he looked at Lin Shuo. "Master Hunter, you have great power. My humble little tricks naturally don't catch your eye. But the Dragon King is truly good. If you really kill him, it's not just a sin, it's also ruining my livelihood." "Since you don't think the Blackwater Dragon King did it," Lin Shuo asked, "then who did?" "How would I know that? To be honest, I've been terrified this whole trip. Such a big incident occurred. Who wouldn't be scared? But I thought, if I stopped coming because of the incident, who would believe in me anymore? Wouldn't my livelihood be ruined? So I came despite my fears. Look, I haven't even dared to eat, and I'm leaving as soon as I'm done." The messenger said this with a bitter face, sighed heavily, and continued, "Since you're here today, so be it. I've waited half a lifetime for this moment. They say hunters are reliable. I beg you, get to the bottom of this. If there really is another menace, eliminate it so I can travel these mountain roads in peace." But the Dragon King, he absolutely could not have done this. The group grilled the messenger for a long time but didn't get anything useful out of him. The old man only leaked a bit of useful information at the very beginning. After that, he just kept going in circles. Lin Shuo understood that this was the tactic of an insider. and insiders' talk often only takes a few sentences to make others believe them. The threshold of the Lin family is too high, so they naturally disdain these petty tricks of deception, but he had still been taught how to guard against others using these tactics. Lin Shuo didn't believe a single word of what the old man said, but even if he didn't, others still did. For instance, Liu Qing, usually a spirited woman, was now completely charmed by the old man's rhetoric. Not only did she give him all the food from her backpack, but she also started asking Anne how to transfer money here. Lin Shuo quickly let the messenger go. If this continued, the old man would be walking away with more than just that donkey. Before leaving, the messenger looked at Lin Shuo. "Don't follow the villagers when they throw offerings into the river tomorrow. That's just a lie, I told them. The Dragon King appears at such times. We're all insiders. I'm telling you this in confidence, and I hope you can leave me a way to make a living. If you go, the villagers will think an outsider is stealing their blessings, and everything will go into chaos. If it comes to that and I'm backed into a corner and you expose my tricks, I really won't be able to survive. In truth, when they throw the offerings upstream, I just harvest them downstream. That's all good meat." After saying this, the old man looked embarrassed and smiled awkwardly, just trying to scrape by. Back at the temporary camp, everyone sat down and began to share intelligence. During this mountain village trip, the four of them had indeed unraveled some of the mysteries by gathering information. However, instead of making progress, the situation had become even more baffling. "Currently, there are 3 questions we need to clarify," He Zahong said, looking recovered after a day of rest on the mountain. "Does the Black Water Dragon King exist? If so, what is it, and where is it right now? Didn't that messenger say the incident at the village wasn't caused by the Blackwater Dragon King?" Liu Qing asked. "So why are we still looking for it?" "You can't believe the words of such a con artist," He Zihong shook his head. "His words are a mix of truth and lies. We can only note them down and verify them step by step." "The professor is right," Yang Tuo added. "All current evidence points to the Blackwater Dragon King, especially the biological characteristics which align with our research findings. It's a giant serpent." "Mr. Lin, what do you think?" Anne asked, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Shuo. "The old con artist's last remark was very strange," Lin Shuo said. "I might not have noticed if he hadn't mentioned it, the part about the villagers throwing offerings into the river tomorrow. He previously established the Dragon King's authority and warned people to stay away from the water, all to make it easier for him to recover the offerings. That is his most important source of income. But why would he reveal this to me at the end? The one thing insiders fear most is trusting others too easily, especially regarding their livelihood. They would never reveal such things lightly." The old man's last statement was essentially handing his rice bowl over to me. "Whether I smash it or not depends on my mood." "That is very unusual," He Zihong nodded. "Mr. Lin, what is your expert opinion?" "He actually just wanted me to pay attention to the offerings tomorrow," Lin Shuo said. "That's why he pointed it out." "And why would he do that?" Wei Xingshan asked in a deep voice. "What is his motive?" "That's not clear yet," Lin Shuo shook his head. "However, for insiders, using this method of handing over their livelihood is more serious than swearing a blood oath. It's usually done as a last resort. It seems I need to take a trip to the river tomorrow. Guroso kannedatetewan, tasuzeitai hoteki haku akshushho, tashinchi funinchie seizuzeo shinji harisakukai nyu, keisego zeshi kodaiteki kyoku, zatteryome tonko saishize, zeshin soteki daguchi. That night, Lin Shuo and the others camped out on the mountain. Because Wang Yong had mentioned feeling like he was being watched, Wei Xingshan had been very cautious over the past 2 days, sending people to scour the nearby hills. They didn't find anything suspicious, but they did come across a wild boar, which Wang Yong shot down with his crossbow. It was a massive beast weighing over 500 pounds, like a small hill, and it took all the strength the 4 mercenaries had to carry it back to camp. Everyone was excited, yet at the same time a bit troubled. This mercenary squad consisted of elites from their military days, and none of them had ever worked in a mess hall. They could kill a boar this big without issue, and eating it was even easier, but they hadn't the faintest idea how to dress it out in the middle of these wild mountains. Lin Shuo certainly knew how, but he showed no intention of helping, and the others didn't dare bring it up in front of him. In the end, it was the old professor He Zhang who stepped up to butcher the boar with his student Yang Tuo. Both men were experts in biology. He Zihong provided the instructions while Yang Tuo did the work, and before long the hill-like boar was skinned, dehaired, and chopped into pieces. Let the fact that they were scholars fool you. Working in biology research meant they were well acquainted with scalpels. When Yang Tuo wielded his knife, he navigated around the bones with ease. Once the pork was mostly processed, He Zaihong walked up to Lin Shuo and said with a faint smile, "Mr. Lin, I noticed you were carrying seasonings earlier. Could I borrow some?" Lin Shuo glanced at the biology authority without a word, took his bottle of homemade seasonings from his pack and handed it over. He Zaihong took the seasoning but didn't leave. Instead, he sat down next to Lin Shuo and asked, "Mr. Lin, could Xiao Yang and I accompany you on your trip to the river tomorrow?" "No," Lin Shuo said, shaking his head. "Could you tell me why?" He Zaihong wasn't in a hurry, his expression kind and his tone calm. "Why do you want to go in the first place?" Lin Shuo countered. "He Zaihong chuckled. "I have a feeling that this time there's a very good chance we might actually see it." Lin Shuo shook his head and said, "The messenger of the Dragon King used methods belonging to the secret sects to leak this information to me, so this is no ordinary matter. I don't know if we can see the Blackwater Dragon King, but it's dangerous. I have no concerns if I go alone, but bringing 2 scholars along would be inconvenient." He Zaihong studied Lin Shuo's expression, and not insisting further, smiled and said, "Very well, we will follow your arrangements, Mr. Lin." Once He Zaihong walked away with the spice bottle, Anne approached, sat cross-legged next to Lin Shuo, and asked in a low voice, "Then can I go?" Lin Shuo didn't respond. "Brother Shuo, take her along." The minor bird fluttered back from the woods and landed on Lin Shuo's shoulder. "This lady is obedient. She won't cause us any trouble." Lin Shuo glanced at Xiaoba, pondered for a moment, and nodded, "Fine. Thank you, Mr. Lin." Early the next morning, the sound of drums and horns drifted from the direction of the village on the other side of the mountain. Almost the entire village was on the move, some carrying offerings, some driving livestock, others beating gongs and drums, making their way to the river in a noisy, slow procession. Lin Shuo and Anne stood on the mountaintop, watching the group. "Wow, that's a lot of stuff," Anne remarked. Lin Shuo watched the commotion below, feeling a bit surprised himself. The offerings for this trip were indeed substantial. There were over 20 processed chickens, ducks, and geese, laid out on trays with red fabric strips tied around their necks. There were 3 whole hogs, neatly cleaned, each carried on the shoulders of 2 men. At the back of the crowd, there was even a live ox being driven along. These items might not amount to much in China, but out here, the villagers had clearly spent a small fortune. "That old guy really hit the jackpot this time," Xiaoba commented. The bird had been hiding in the tree and heard everything when Lin Shuo spoke with the Dragon King's messenger yesterday. "Can he even handle all that by himself?" Anne asked softly. "There's even a live ox." "Don't worry about that," Lin Shuo said. "No matter how down on his luck he is, he's still a member of the sect and has a few tricks up his sleeve that ordinary people don't." As he spoke, Lin Shuo took Anne and Xiaoba down the mountain, trailing behind the villagers. After following them for a while, Lin Shuo turned onto a side path. There were only a few mountain paths here. The one the villagers were using was the same one Lin Shuo's group had taken after crossing the Iron Chain Bridge 2 days ago. The spot where the villagers would drop off their offerings should be the Iron Chain Bridge 5 kilometers away. Lin Shuo didn't need to follow them. He needed to head higher to find a suitable vantage point. Besides, with all the noise they were making, there was no chance of losing them. After turning onto the path up the mountain, Lin Shuo picked up his pace slightly. He accelerated gradually, checking to see if Anne could keep up. He knew this woman wasn't ordinary, but he had never bothered to look into it. Since he had a chance for some solitude, he might as well test her. Lin Shuo controlled his pace carefully, not using his full speed, but after accelerating for 5 or 6 minutes, the speed at which he was moving was already beyond what a normal person could handle. Yet Anne, this stunning beauty with her gentle temperament, was not only keeping up, she was doing so with ease. Unlike Lin Shuo's long, powerful strides, Anne's way of ascending the mountain was much more graceful and complex. Where to push off a branch for leverage, where to jump off a rock to save a few meters, and where there was no alternative but to walk the path normally, she seemed to know every detail. She followed Lin Shuo for over 10 minutes without breaking a sweat, her lithe figure never once leaving his side. Seeing her technique, Lin Shuo knew what she was. She was indeed one of the sect members. This agility technique was known as mountain dissection. Very few people in the world knew it, and they all shared the same surname. "You were hiding it so well before," Lin Shuo asked as they walked. "Why can't you help yourself now?" "I was afraid you would be upset if I didn't reveal my identity to you eventually." Anne said with a charming smile as she leaped lightly to walk alongside him. No wonder you knew where I was living in seclusion, Lin Shuo said, his tone flat as he shook his head. Since we've crossed the same threshold, why be so secretive? And you always use wordplay to deal with me. Your family's discipline is quite something. At Lin Shuo's words, Anne turned pale and quickly explained, Master Lin, please don't be angry. My branch of the family has always been overseas. My parents passed away early, so I really don't know much about the customs and rules of the sect in China. Then why do you suddenly understand the rules now? Lin Shuo asked. Anne looked down and said, I just felt that since Master Lin was already testing me, if I didn't let you know my true identity, you might never trust me again. At least you have a bit of cleverness, Lin Shuo glanced at her. Enough. We've both lost our parents, so stop calling me master. Remember, if there's any trouble later, don't move rashly. Listen to my instructions. Yes, Anne replied. Xiaoba flew to Anne's shoulder at this moment, pecked her hair gently and said, Lady, so you were part of the sect all along. I am Master Ba. You kept that well hidden. Master Ba, I won't do it again, Anne said, sticking out her tongue, though her eyes were fixed on Lin Shuo. Lady, which generation of your family are you? Xiaoba asked again. Since I call you Master Ba, I must be a junior to you all, Anne said. In terms of generation, I should call Mr. Lin uncle. No need for that, just call him brother, Xiaoba said casually. Otherwise, the generational gap will make it hard for things to develop later. If we're of the same generation, shouldn't I call you Master Ba, Brother 8? Anne asked with a playful, smiling squint. Lady, don't try to sound young. I'm only 12, Xiaoba said, tilting his head as he flew back to Lin Shuo's shoulder. The two of them and the bird had reached the top of the mountain while chatting. Lin Shuo hadn't chosen wrong. This was the highest peak for 100 miles around, offering a superb view. Looking down from here, the villagers were barely larger than ants. The great river that had blocked Lin Shuo's group for over 4 hours was just ahead. A breeze swept across the mountaintop, carrying scents from below, but Lin Shuo twitched his nose and smelled nothing unusual. It's quite far, Anne noted, having seen the scene below as well. In case the Blackwater Dragon King appears, can we catch it? Lady, how did you suddenly become so slow? Xiaoba said. The Blackwater Dragon King is huge, and its home field is in the water. Do you really think we're gods who can pluck the moon from the sky and catch turtles in the ocean? Our roots as hunters are on the ground. Once we go into the water, 80 or 90% of our skills are useless. Fighting that thing by the water's edge is suicide. We have to lure it onto land. From this far away, how can we lure it? Anne asked. That's why we have Master Zhui here. Xiaoba hopped onto the giant recurve bow on Lin Shuo's back and pecked at it. Right, Master Zhui? Xiaoba, stop talking, Lin Shuo said, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the river's surface. He reached back and took his recurve bow from his shoulders. There's movement in the water. Upon hearing the warning, Anne quickly looked over. Sure enough, on the river, a black figure was faintly visible, swimming slowly beneath the surface. From the mountain, the river looked like it was only 3 feet wide. But Anne knew that at its narrowest point, the river was at least 50 meters across. And that black shadow beneath the water looked like a giant eel swimming through a small ditch. It didn't look shocking at first glance, but considering the actual width of the river, it was terrifying. That's what you call a big one, Lin Shuo said quietly, reaching back once more to pull out an arrow as thick as an arm. Palasakutsue boyam miami mitaki hakei, suchiro yuasesha shimiete yorieki koki tekisei sansushu. Barikanne hashoteki giku hongu jozesu shinsensei shoi hoso stage bubogyose hoso. Right under the eyes of Lin Shuo and the little bird Xiaoba, the black shadow in the river swam leisurely, gradually approaching the long-abandoned iron suspension bridge. Though you could call it swimming, its movements were distinct from how a water snake moves through the river. When water snakes swim, their bodies constantly coil, and to gain enough thrust in the water, the amplitude of their coiling is far greater than when they crawl on land. However, this massive black shadow at the bottom of the river remained almost perfectly straight, with its body swaying side to side only slightly. As a Harvard biology PhD, Anne quickly noticed this anomaly. It is not swimming, it is crawling along the riverbed, Anne whispered to herself, not daring to disturb Lin Shuo. At the same time, she immediately realized the reason why. This river, over 50 meters wide, was still too narrow for this black shadow. It had no room to maneuver, and if it truly tried to swim, its body would bash against the banks. Therefore, it could only crawl along the riverbed. Thinking of this, goosebumps broke all over Anne's body, and she finally gained a clearer understanding of the big guy Lin Shuo had mentioned. Women often have an innate fear of snakes, and Anne was no exception. She felt a wave of panic and, not daring to keep staring at the river, turned her head to look at Lin Shuo instead. Compared to that black shadow on the river, this man looked much more pleasant. The glasses he had worn earlier were clearly a disguise. Ever since leaving Guangxi, she hadn't seen him wear them again. However, years of wearing them had left 2 faint white marks on the bridge of his nose. This man actually had very fair skin and handsome features, but he was not very pleasant when he spoke. Looking at the man's profile, the fear in Anne's heart finally began to subside. Lin Shuo didn't notice Anne's shifting gaze. His attention was entirely focused on the river. He was a hunter, and the most important rule for a hunter is not to mistake his prey. The black shadow had stayed at the bottom of the water and hadn't come up for air, so there was no scent of it in the air nearby. Its colors and patterns were unclear because it was too far away and beneath the water. But the size, it looks like it. Still, Lin Shuo didn't rush to make a move. He wanted to confirm one last characteristic. The tail of the black shadow was, from this angle, perfectly blocked by a hill by the riverbank. Just then, the group of villagers below, playing their noisy instruments, was less than 100 meters from the riverbank. They probably cannot see the black shadow, Anne said softly. Light transmission through water depends on the angle. We are at a height where our perspective is nearly perpendicular to the river surface, which is why we can faintly see the shadow. But the villagers are at the riverside, and with the interference of sunlight reflecting off the water, they won't be able to see it. Brother Shuo, make a move, Xiaoba reminded him. If we drag this out, those people will be finished. Not yet, Lin Shuo said, staring at the movement of the shadow. Xiaoba, go confirm something for me. Its tail, right? Xiaoba flapped its wings and took off. I will go take a look. Just as Xiaoba took flight, the river surface surged with waves, and the shadow beneath the water suddenly moved. In the eyes of Lin Shuo and Anne, the front part of the black shadow became increasingly clear. A flash of blue-gray detached from the river water at high speed. Finally, its head poked out above the water. The entire body of that giant freshwater fish from before was likely not even as big as this head that emerged from the river. The monster's head just emerged for a moment, as if checking the activity on the bank before quickly retreating back under the surface. The splash created by this emergence sent river water onto the bank, soaking the villagers who were still dozens of meters away. Oh, Dragon King. The Dragon King has manifested. The Dragon King honors us with his presence. Cries and wails carried from afar, and Anne saw the villagers all fall to their knees. Meanwhile, the massive black shadow, after pulling its head back underwater, began crawling at high speed along the bottom. Like a train passing through a tunnel, once this big guy started using its strength, the entire river was stirred up. The surface churned as if it were boiling, with massive waves crashing. As its body moved forward, its tail finally cleared that hill. Based on Anne's preliminary calculations, the creature was over 300 meters long. If you call it a snake, then every other snake in the world is just a little earthworm. This giant serpentine monster passed through the waters of the iron suspension bridge, rounded the hill on the opposite side, and slowly disappeared from Anne's view. What she had just witnessed left a massive impact on Anne, leaving her unable to regain her composure for a long time. When she finally remembered to turn and look at Lin Shuo, she found that the legendary hunter of the Hunters Guild had already put away his weapon and was standing on the mountaintop in deep thought. Mr. Lin, why didn't you make a move? Anne asked. Brother Shuo, I saw the tail clearly. It is not the one, Xiaoba said, flying back to Lin Shuo's shoulder with a tone of disappointment. Not it? Anne asked, appearing greatly surprised. How can that be? I actually suspected it wasn't for a while. Lin Shuo shook his head. That fiend from the Kunlun Mountains has been monitored by the Hunters Guild for over 1,000 years, and there is no record of it ever leaving the Kunlun region. Even if it escaped 6 years ago by faking its death, that is only 6 years of time. According to the old man in the village, 50 years ago, when he was a child, he already saw this Blackwater Dragon King. Perhaps his words aren't reliable, but the Dragon King Festival is a tradition that the whole village has practiced for ages. It could not have been formed in just 6 short years. This kind of thing cannot be faked. Therefore, this Blackwater Dragon King should be a local exotic creature, not the fiend from the Kunlun Mountains. After saying this, Lin Shuo looked at Anne. Of course, your International Biological Research Association probably doesn't care about these details. Whether it's the fiend from Kunlun or this Blackwater Dragon King, you should be interested in both. Does it matter which one you catch? Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand, Anne said, waving her hand. This time she didn't lose her poise but spoke sternly. Our association is indeed very concerned with the world's exotic creatures, but our target this time is to capture the specific creature responsible for the disappearance of 182 people. That point is very clear. We don't care whether the Blackwater Dragon King is the one from the Kunlun Mountains or not. As long as we know it is the culprit behind this incident, that is enough. Please, Mr. Lin, do not forget. We are the employers, and you've already accepted this contract. Anne's words were logical and her attitude was neither humble nor pushy, a sharp contrast to her previously submissive demeanor. This made Lin Shuo think higher of her, though he quickly shook his head again. I went to the site to confirm. That incident was not caused by the Blackwater Dragon King. Do you have any evidence? Anne asked. You are one of our own, so you should know that our Lin family possesses a sense of smell far superior to ordinary people, Lin Shuo said. I have smelled the scene. Halfway through his sentence, Lin Shuo paused slightly, twitched his nostrils a few times and whispered to himself, "That's not right." "What is it?" Lin Shuo sensed the smell in his nasal cavity, tasted it carefully, and his brows furrowed slightly. "It's injured." "You mean the Blackwater Dragon King is injured?" "Yes," Lin Shuo nodded. "I actually smelled this Blackwater Dragon King 3 days ago when we entered the mountain. It emerged near us and watched us for an entire day and night. I knew it wasn't the target of this mission, so I didn't want to create extra trouble and had you take a detour to avoid it. But this time, the scent it left when surfacing was different from before. There is a very strong smell of blood in the air. It must be seriously injured." At this point, Lin Shuo's eyes lit up, and he nodded slowly. "So that Dragon King messenger just wanted me to know that the Blackwater Dragon King is injured." "This Blackwater Dragon King is not only powerful but also highly respected in this area," Anne asked. "What could possibly have hurt it?" "What do you think?" Lin Shuo looked at Anne and asked calmly. Anne quickly realized, and instead of answering, she smiled. Then, "Does this deal still stand?" "Of course." 閉鎖的怪物さら、ぜいぜい通多重生物ら的白、閉鎖的冷静波数治療医さわ、在深層よ利益突と、保持理性非構築高有力、追追蓄的再化学着生させ的癖. By the nameless river in the outer Khingan range, the villagers of Longxinggu knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the turbulent river before them. Over 100 foreheads struck the dirt road by the river in rhythmic succession, a series of dull thuds echoing continuously. As they kowtowed, the young and old of the village chanted aloud in unison. "A blessing, a true blessing. I never expected the Dragon King to reveal his holy presence before so many of us today. The Dragon King's messenger was right. The old Dragon King truly cares for us. What are you all still standing there for? Get the offerings into the river. Hurry, stop kowtowing. Where is the ox? Lead it up here quickly." After finishing their communal kowtowing, the 100+ villagers fell into a strange state. They shouted loudly, professing their loyalty to the Blackwater Dragon King, their voices growing more boisterous with every cry. Even Lin Shuo and Anne, up on the mountain, could hear them perfectly clearly. Yet their feet seemed rooted to the spot. No one moved. The great river before them looked as if it were boiling, with massive waves surging and water vapor filling the air. Furthermore, the sky had turned gloomy and thick with dark clouds. They had never seen such a sight in their lives, feeling both excited and terrified. The old hunter, having seen the Blackwater Dragon King in his youth, finally scrambled to his feet, lit his long-stemmed pipe, and walked toward the riverbank to observe the water. Except for him, no one in the village dared to approach the water, all of them looking up at the old man. From Lin Shuo's vantage point on the mountain, the Blackwater Dragon King had come from the upper reaches, moving from north to south. The water here was narrowest, and just beyond this point lay the confluence with the Heilongjiang River. At this moment, Lin Shuo and Anne could clearly see that the Blackwater Dragon King had already passed. However, those on the riverbank could not have known this, as the silt stirred up by the creature had muddied the water completely, and the waves were still restless. What was even more eerie was that as soon as the Blackwater Dragon King left, the sky grew even darker. Violent winds swept across the river, as if a rainstorm were imminent. The old hunter by the river looked at the water, then at the sky, and signaled with his hand. Several of his sons hurried forward and threw the pig they had slaughtered the day before into the river. Once someone took the lead, things went much smoother. Emboldened, the villagers came forward one by one, casting chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs into the water. Finally, the ox, unable to withstand the strength of a dozen young men, was pushed in as well. Seeing the weather turning, the crowd didn't linger. They knelt one last time before hurrying away with drums and horns. Up on the mountain, Lin Shuo heard them playing their instruments even more loudly than when they had arrived, as if filled with the relief of completing a major task and a sense of having their wishes fulfilled. Anne, watching the whole process from the peak, took a hair tie from her bag and pulled back her long hair, which had been tousled by the wind. The beautiful woman said softly, "The Black Water Dragon King is already gone, yet they still throw in the offerings. I wonder who really ends up benefiting from that." Lin Shuo seemed deep in thought as he whispered, "Ordinary people would have fled at the sight of such a monster. The fact that they could kneel right there and dare to approach the water without knowing if the creature was truly gone cannot simply be described as bold. It seems they truly worship this deity, the Black Water Dragon King. Now that I think about it, that Dragon King's messenger played a trick on me. He didn't actually force a choice upon me, he just made me think he did. Because even if I had exposed him, he likely already had a story prepared for the villagers. Having operated here for decades, the Black Water Dragon King has become an unshakable faith, meticulously packaged by his sect. We outsiders can't easily shake." "From what you're saying, this messenger is someone of substance?" Anne asked. Lin Shuo nodded. "Seems the threshold he has crossed is higher than I had previously imagined." Anne looked at Lin Shuo and said, "So you let him go because you're playing a long game to catch a bigger fish? You don't need to flatter me. I truly underestimated him before." Lin Shuo smiled and shook his head. "I was biased, thinking that since he was from a sect but reduced to using con artist tricks for a living, he couldn't be very capable. I didn't expect him to be playing such a large game." "Then what was his purpose in telling us that the Black Water Dragon King was injured?" Anne asked. "I don't know. We have too little information right now. Making wild guesses would only lead us into someone else's trap." Lin Shuo shook his head. "But I have a feeling we will run into him again." All through that morning, the sky remained overcast. By noon, parts of the Heilongjiang Basin experienced their first rain of autumn. The rain was heavy, and soon you couldn't see a person 3 meters away near the nameless river. Ever since the Blackwater Dragon King had passed through, these waters had never returned to calm. The sound of raindrops hitting the turbulent river surface became a steady white noise, making everything around seem quiet by comparison. Through the thick mist, a dugout canoe drifted slowly around a mountain bend, appearing on the river 20 kilometers downstream from the suspension bridge. Here, less than a kilometer from the confluence of the nameless river and the Heilongjiang, was the wide stretch of water in the area. A man stood on the canoe, wearing a straw raincoat and a conical hat, holding a 3-meter-long iron rod. Tied to the tip of the rod was a long hemp rope, thick as a wrist, coiled near his feet, knee-high. The canoe bobbed and swayed with the waves, yet the man at the bow remained perfectly still, as if his joints were locked and his feet welded to the wood. Rain pattered against his hat, and he stood motionless in the downpour, as if waiting for something. Before long, a massive black shadow appeared beneath the surface, coming from the upper reaches of the nameless river. The shadow passed rapidly beneath the canoe, making the river waves even more violent. Right at the confluence, the long shadow turned around underwater and returned, approaching the canoe once more. Then the canoe swayed slightly. The bottom of the canoe was lifted out of the water by the shadow, rising 5 or 6 meters before coming to a stop. On the turbulent river, 2 enormous eyes slowly opened. The pupils of these eyes were vertical, and given that each pupil was as large as the canoe itself, they looked truly terrifying. The man on the canoe, holding the long rod, seemed used to it. Instead of panic, he spoke a soft, scolding word. "You clumsy." The giant eyes beneath the boat blinked, as if they understood human nature. The man on the boat looked at the churning water and began to mutter to himself. "What, you want to run? Where would you go? The world is full of people now. With your size, you clumsy oaf, where could you go without being spotted? What? You're invulnerable to blades and bullets, so you don't fear people? Oh, you naive creature, you have no idea how powerful people have become. It's been a long time since the days we first settled here 100 years ago." "What is this talk?" Our Liu family has been tethered to you for over 1,000 years, dozens of generations. If I were to leave you now, how could I face my ancestors in the afterlife? I still want to try. It wasn't easy finding you a home. I can't just give it up so easily. I know you can't beat it, but don't you think I'm trying to find a way? After muttering for a while, his expression toward the river changed slightly, and he said, "Stop talking, the harvest is here." As he spoke, he swung his rod, and the hemp rope tied to it, which had been coiled by his feet, shot into the air with a whistle. It was in fact a lasso. The man swung the lasso around his head a few times and cast it out. 10 meters away, an ox, bobbing in the water, had its horns caught by the loop. Catch. With a powerful yank, the ox was pulled from the water like a cannonball, and the creature beneath the canoe opened its mouth wide to catch it. With a dull thud, the ox was swallowed whole. What strength that man had, and what a massive mouth the creature possessed. The harvest from these past few days is all yours, the man continued to mutter to himself. You're injured, so build your strength. As for me, I'll just eat my cornmeal porridge. What else can I do? These are troubled times. Just being able to fill one's belly is good enough. Just making a living, that's all.
It was raining on the river, and the mountains were no exception. Fortunately, Lin Shuo and Anne managed to find a cave. The cave appeared to be a temporary shelter for local loggers, carved directly into the cliff face, about 2 meters in both height and depth. The wooden ladder leading up to the cave had long since rotted away, but that didn't stop Lin Shuo and Anne. Lin Shuo leapt up to grab the base of the cave entrance, pushed off with his strength, and with a clean vault, hauled himself up. Looking back, Anne was already standing right behind him, her climbing speed no slower than his. Xiaoba hopped around the cave for a moment and said, "Brother Shuo, this place isn't bad. It's quite spacious." Lin Shuo nodded, leaned his recurved bow and quiver against the cave wall and sat down. "Brother Shuo, before we thought arriving here meant just one thing, get to work," Xiaoba said, "but looking at it now, things aren't that simple." Lin Shuo glanced at his bird and asked, "Just spit it out, what do you want to do?" "I want to go out and scout around," Xiaoba said. "You see, since we got here, we've been like a bunch of blind men. This won't do." That makes some sense. But Lin Shuo acknowledged Xiaoba's point, then asked with a suspicious look, "Are you sure you're going to gather intel, and not to hit on the ladies?" Anne chuckled at the question, kept quiet, and watched Xiaoba with a pair of beautiful eyes. "Brother Shuo, humans have human social circles, and birds have bird ways," Xiaoba said, glancing at Anne. "Birds are different from humans. They're simple, they only care about 2 things, eating and sleeping. For me, sleeping with them is certainly easier than finding them food. One has to value efficiency." Anne struggled to hold back her laughter after hearing that, rubbing her face while saying, "Master Ba, your efforts are appreciated." "Who's to say they aren't?" Xiaoba kept his head down, but his little eyes stole a glance at Lin Shuo. "Brother Shuo, just give me the nod." "Get lost," Lin Shuo said with a look of disgust, waving his hand impatiently. "You got it." The myna bird flapped its wings and darted into the pouring rain, only to return a few seconds later. "Brother Shuo, I've cleared the way for you. That's all I can do for you, buddy. I'll handle the ladybirds, but the human woman? That's on you." After tossing that out, the myna bird dove back into the curtain of rain. A few pained squawks followed, growing more distant, while a few black feathers drifted at the cave entrance. Lin Shuo withdrew the hand he had just thrown a stone with, looking sullen. "Master Bei is truly a character." Anne looked at Lin Shuo, who was sitting across from her, a slight flush appearing on her face. "As smart as that bird is, its temperament is still like a child's. It doesn't know when to hold its tongue, don't mind it." Lin Shuo muttered, while picking up some dry grass from the ground and pulling out the fibers. The cave was piled with firewood left behind by loggers, who knows how many years ago, but it had long since dried out completely. With no shortage of tinder and wood, Lin Shuo quickly got a fire going. Although they had found the cave quickly, their clothes were already soaked through. Seeing the fire ready, Anne simply took off her jacket and propped it up on some branches to dry by the flames. Without the jacket, she wore only a black bandeau top, revealing her fair skin. There wasn't an ounce of fat on her waist, and her chest was truly spectacular. Lin Shuo turned slightly to look out of the cave entrance. Sensing the awkwardness, Anne changed the subject. Mr. Lin, could you tell me about what happened on Kunlun Mountain? I've always wondered. By all accounts, the team that went up Kunlun 6 years ago was the strongest the Hunters Guild had seen in hundreds of years, so how could they have suffered such losses? Was that strange creature on Kunlun really that powerful? Since I've been honest with you about my background, you should know I'm not an outsider. Since we're dealing with this creature together this time, surely you can reveal some things now, right? Lin Shuo froze at her words, then lowered his head, staying silent. Anne noticed that Lin Shuo's expression didn't look good. She hurriedly opened her handbag and handed him a pack of Zhongnanhai cigarettes. Lin Shuo took the cigarette, lit it, and smoked in silence. Watching Lin Shuo, Anne appeared calm on the surface, but internally she felt a pang of sympathy. Judging by the scraps of information Lin Shuo had let slip, that hunting party from 6 years ago was incredibly powerful. It included Lin Shuo and his father, honored as the head of the 6 great hunter clans, as well as Zhang Lianhai, the head of the Zhang clan. As far as she knew, the team also included hunters from the Su clan, the Lin clan of Jiangnan, the Zhang clan of the northern frontier, and the Su clan of the Qiang region. 3 of the 6 elite hunter clans had poured all their strength into Kunlun 6 years ago. A team like that could almost have averted a global catastrophe. Yet, after going up that mountain, only Lin Shuo returned. The rest were all but wiped out. One could only imagine how brutal the battle must have been. Although Lin Shuo is the de facto leader of the Hunters Guild today, and his strength is unfathomable. At the time, he was only a 20-year-old youth. No one knows exactly what he faced back then. Whenever Anne brought up Kunlun from 6 years ago, or whenever Lin Shuo caught a trace of the creature, others might not notice his reaction, but Anne saw it clearly. Anne herself had lost her parents, though they died before she was old enough to remember, leaving her only with loneliness and a sense of loss. But if one's father had been killed by a monstrous creature right before one's eyes, just imagining such a scene made Anne feel as if her own soul were being torn apart. And Lin Shuo, sitting across from her, had undoubtedly endured all of that. That night 6 years ago left a horrifying wound deep within his soul, and even 6 years later, that wound was still bleeding. Perhaps that is why he had lived in seclusion for the past 6 years. Thinking of this, Anne's heart softened. She said quietly, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. If you don't want to talk about it, I understand. It's fine. So that more people don't die at the hands of that monster, I can say a little." Lin Shuo coughed softly and continued. "Our Hunters Guild has ancient books passed down called the Records of Strange Creatures of the 9 Provinces. Each of the 6 great clans possesses 1 volume. You must have heard of it?" "Yes," Anne nodded. "There are 9 volumes in total, documenting the strange creatures discovered by hunters since ancient times. They were written and preserved by the 9 major hunter clans of the ancient era. However, since those times, 3 of the 9 clans have died out. The 3 volumes of the Records of Strange Creatures of the 9 Provinces they held were lost to the public and have since gone missing. Our International Biological Research Association believes that the creatures described in the Classic of Mountains and Seas were copied from those 3 missing volumes." "You're not entirely right," Lin Shuo said. "Those 3 volumes were never lost. Our 6 clans had already made copies. The monster on Kunlun Mountain was actually quite famous in ancient times. Its name in the Records of Strange Creatures is the Hooked Serpent." "Hooked Serpent." Anne pondered for a moment and said, "That's recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas as well." "Yes," Lin Shuo said, "in ancient times there were many of them. Hunters gradually culled them over time, and eventually only the one on Kunlun remained." "Then why didn't you wipe them out completely?" "Because at the time, that creature didn't harm humans," Lin Shuo explained, "and Kunlun is the ancestor of China's dragon veins. When the hooked serpent was discovered, it was already over 1,000 years old. Our ancestors believed it showed signs of transforming into a dragon, so they left it alone. The Su clan, one of the 6 great families, moved from their ancestral home in Xiangyang to settle near Kunlun, specifically to keep watch on the serpent until the day it crossed its tribulation to become a dragon. They watched it for over 600 years. Dozens of generations of the Su family guarded the snake in the Qiang region, which is why they are known within the guild as the Su clan of the Qiang region. 10 years ago, rumors began circulating within the 6 clans about the hooked serpent's transformation. The stories grew more persistent, and 6 years ago, word came that it was finally about to cross the tribulation and become a dragon. So the elite hunters, led by your father, went to Kunlun just to watch the serpent cross its tribulation? Of course not, Lin Shuo shook his head. What year do you think this is? That business about crossing tribulations to become dragons or hunters might believe it, but my father and I certainly don't. Then what? Because the dragon bone ring. Anne's heart tightened upon hearing those 4 words. Anne knew from the intelligence of the International Biological Research Association that the dragon bone ring was the symbol of the leader of the Hunters Guild. The origins of the guild predate written history, running parallel to the origins of human civilization itself, making it one of the oldest traditions in the world. Although the 6 current clans are relatively insular and conservative, other branches of the guild have spread globally long ago. Today, those family influence is immense, with some even controlling the nations they reside in. Whoever possesses the dragon bone ring commands vast networks and financial resources. To the secular world, it is an invaluable treasure. Yet, the Lin clan, who hold the title of the head of the guild and possess the ring, never seem to care much about it, nor did they ever try to cash in on its value. Anne had mentioned the dragon bone before. She had intended to remind Lin Shuo to use it to command the guild and gain more leverage for this expedition to the outer King'an Mountains. Unexpectedly, Lin Shuo had turned hostile instantly, as if Anne had touched upon a forbidden subject. Seeing this, Anne had to suppress her curiosity and never brought it up again. Now that Lin Shuo had brought it up himself, and at such a critical moment, Anne was secretly stunned. However, she couldn't show it on her face and quietly waited for him to continue. Lin Shuo reveals that the Hunt Gate's tragedy was fueled by the obsession with the dragon bone ring. This pivot from a monster hunting myth to a story about power dynamics and human greed serves as a brilliant psychological shift, suggesting that the true antagonists are often the hunters themselves, driven by legacies they can't control. Lin Shuo lit a cigarette, a bit of color returning to his face, though he still seemed hesitant, as if debating whether he should speak of this matter. After a long silence, he finally spoke. The dragon bone ring actually went missing 25 years ago. Huh? Anne looked astonished. Missing? To be precise, it was stolen. Lin Shuo sighed. Someone was actually able to steal the dragon bone ring from the Lin family? An ordinary person certainly couldn't. Lin Shuo shook his head. But the one who stole this ring was my mother. Anne's heart skipped a beat, her face filled with bewilderment. Lin Shuo continued, 6 years ago, news came that the dragon bone ring was in the Kunlun Mountains. So my father took me along and invited a few capable people in our circle. These individuals each possessed unique, secretive skills in the mountains and forests, and my father promised them that whoever found the ring could keep it. At this point, Lin Shuo looked at Anne's expression and explained, "Of course, I knew the dragon bone ring was incredibly significant, but to my father and me, it was just an heirloom, a keepsake left by our ancestors. It was precious, but it could never outweigh our family. My mother disappeared with the ring for 19 years, and my father never held a grudge against her. He only wanted to find her. In order to find her, even giving up the dragon bone ring would have been worth it. We originally thought that if we found the dragon bone ring, we would learn of her whereabouts. But we didn't expect it to be a trap. A lethal trap set using 3 layers of bait: the hook serpent's tribulation, the dragon bone ring, and my mother's whereabouts." Lin Shuo's words felt like thunderclaps to Anne. She curled up, hugging her knees, looking down with pursed lips, listening quietly. At that moment, Lin Shuo stopped speaking, and Anne couldn't help but look up and ask, who would set such a lethal trap? "I don't know." Lin Shuo shook his head. Actually, realizing it was a trap is a conclusion I only reached after 6 years of constantly replaying the events of that time in my mind. Because there were simply too many coincidences and anomalies. The hook serpent hadn't undergone a tribulation for over 600 years, yet it was said to be doing so then. The ring and my mother had been missing for 19 years, and with my father's connections, we had heard nothing, yet suddenly news emerged. Furthermore, that team of hunters was supposed to be infallible, yet they met with disaster. "Mr. Lin, to be honest, I still find it hard to believe." Anne sighed softly. A team of hunters like that would actually meet with such disaster. Was that hook serpent really that powerful? That monster was strong, yes, but given our team's lineup 6 years ago, it wouldn't have been difficult to kill it. Lin Shuo shook his head. However, we weren't targeting it when we went up the mountain. After all, this beast had a good reputation for many years. We searched the Kunlun Mountains for over a month before we finally entered its territory. And then, on the very first night we arrived, it underwent its tribulation. What? It really underwent a tribulation? Anne's eyes widened. At least it looked like it did, Lin Shuo said. It didn't succeed, and in the end, it was struck dead by lightning. Dead? Dead. Then how about here? I don't know either. Lin Shuo shook his head. There were too many strange things that night and not a single clue. So this hook serpent coming back to life and appearing in the Qingyan Mountains is the only lead I can grasp right now. Oh, I see. Anne nodded slightly, then asked, so how did those veteran hunters actually die? As soon as Anne asked that, she regretted it. Because she saw Lin Shuo's face turn pale instantly, and his fingers began to tremble violently. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Anne apologized immediately. Lin Shuo had already said enough today. Judging by his usual demeanor, Anne could fully imagine the pain he carried inside while speaking those words. So she suppressed her curiosity and said gently, Mr. Lin, thank you for trusting me. Let's leave it at that for today. You don't need to say any more. Lin Shuo closed his eyes, nodded, and said softly, yes, it's better not to talk about it. Anne paused, not quite understanding what he meant. At that moment, a dark shadow emerged from the rain and landed before Lin Shuo. Jiaoba had returned. Brother Shuo, there's a situation at the camp. The myna bird shook the rain from its feathers and said, you guys better come and see. Despite the torrential rain and the muddy, difficult to navigate mountain path, it did not stop Lin Shuo and Anne as they hurried through the forest. Xiaoba perched on Lin Shuo's shoulder, describing what it had observed. Brother Shuo, we shouldn't have brought those two scholars. Look at the trouble they caused. This morning, they snuck down to the river. It's normal you didn't notice, Brother Shuo. They've been following us, knowing your specialty, so they stayed downwind to hide their scent. And guess what? That fool Yang Tuo climbed a tree, fell and broke his leg. And where he broke his leg happened to be on the only path the villagers used to return. The villagers saw a guy lying on the ground with some old man named He Zaihong nearby. The old hunters recognized the guy on the ground because he'd visited their homes, but they didn't know He Zaihong. One thing led to another, and those two bookworms exposed our camp. And our camp is full of soldiers with guns. Those are standard issue weapons. The villagers carried Yang Tuo back to camp, and when they saw the guns, they thought we were Russian government agents sent to deal with the Black Water Dragon King. So that was it. People had just finished praying to the Dragon King, and they weren't having any of it. Wow, let me tell you, the folks here are really tough. About 200 of them, armed with hunting rifles, have surrounded our camp. Judging by the look of it, it's a kill or be killed situation. Brother Shuo, this is going to be a mess. Even that big guy Wei Xingshan is baffled. The myna bird kept chattering away vividly the whole way. Lin Shuo and Anne listened as they rushed forward, having a clear idea of what they were about to face. After crossing two ridges, the temporary camp was on the hillside opposite them. Thanks to days of constant setup, the temporary camp had grown to a decent size. Earlier, they had traveled light, leaving most of their logistics supplies back in Jalinda. Once they confirmed their destination was nearby, Wei Xingshan sent a small team yesterday to transport the supplies from Jalinda via the waterway. The current camp looked like a temporary command post, with 7 large tents arranged with one in the center and 6 surrounding it like stars around the moon. The camp couldn't be too far from a water source, so it was only 2 ridges away from the village. It was bound to be discovered by the locals sooner or later. But no one had cared before, feeling confident with their weaponry. Just in case, Wei Xingshan had even used ammo boxes and sandbags over the past 2 days to build a defensive perimeter around the tents, never expecting it to be put to use so soon. Now outside the temporary camp, it was packed with local villagers. The rain had let up a bit and visibility was decent. As Lin Shuo saw the situation, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. He recalled a painting in his family's book, Chronicles of Anomalies, titled Enclosing the Mountain from the Wei and Jin dynasties, which depicted hunters surrounding a mountain to trap a tiger. In those days, hunters weren't as rare as they are now. It was a common profession, and most were just ordinary people. What Lin Shuo saw before him was exactly that. The villagers were positioned just like in the painting, standing in small groups about 10 meters apart, surrounding the camp. The only difference was that instead of U-shaped beast forks, they were holding double-barreled hunting rifles. Inside the camp, the big man Wei Xingshan stood out. He was gripping a walkie-talkie and speaking urgently. Lin Shuo shifted his gaze to the opposite valley and soon spotted Wang Yong and 3 mercenaries quietly sneaking up the mountain. It looked like they were trying to clear a path from the outside. However, they stopped about 20 meters behind the villagers and didn't act rashly, opting to lie in wait instead. They still have some brains. Anne observed everything and whispered, if a fight actually broke out, the situation would be impossible to control. Let's go, let's take a look. Lin Shuo waved his hand and walked quickly down the mountain. The villagers' strategic formation, eerily mirroring the ancient hunting tactics from the Kyushu manual, proves that primitive defensive instincts often triumph over modern weaponry. When cultural superstition collides with tactical military logic, the result is never a clean win, but a messy negotiation. It highlights a universal truth. You can bring all the hardware you want, but local geography and deep-seated folklore will always dictate the rules of engagement. Although Lin Shuo and An were not dressed in full-field military gear, the massive recurve bow on Lin Shuo's back was far more conspicuous than any uniform. As soon as they started up the mountain, they drew the villagers' alarm. In the eyes of the villagers, this giant recurve bow was likely meant specifically to deal with the Blackwater Dragon King. And so several dark, grim-looking hunting rifles were aimed straight at Lin Shuo. "Stop right there," a middle-aged man shouted, blocking the path for Lin Shuo and An. "Excuse me, is Uncle Jin here?" An stopped in her tracks and asked loudly. Uncle Jin was the old hunter who had hosted the four of them earlier. This family went by the surname Jin. In a standoff like this, reason couldn't be explained in a few words. When people don't trust you, reaching out to an acquaintance is the best strategy. "Do you think I'm that easy to fool?" The old hunter's voice drifted from the woods. Anne turned her head and saw the squinty-eyed old man emerging from behind a large tree. He held no weapon, just a long-stemmed pipe. At this moment, the rain had stopped. The old hunter took a pinch of tobacco from a cloth bag tied to his waist, stuffed it into the pipe bowl, lit it with a match, took a drag, and then continued. "Girl, there wasn't a single word of truth in what you said before." "Sir, that was unavoidable. We were afraid you'd be worried if we told you the truth," Anne immediately replied. "Actually, please rest assured, we aren't with the Russian authorities, but with the International Biological Research Association. We've come here to assess the local situation." "Assess?" The old hunter scoffed. "Does an assessment require such a display of force? I don't recognize these people, but I recognize the gear in their hands. Those are Russian military weapons. So you didn't care about what was happening here before, but now you've suddenly decided to intervene." "No," Anne shook her head quickly. "You should know that one must always be on guard, especially against things that aren't even human. We need some defense. This is just for our own protection. We've already confirmed that the disappearance of the loggers here has nothing to do with the Blackwater Dragon King." "Enough," the old hunter waved his hand. "I don't believe a single word you're saying, girl." With that, the old hunter looked at Lin Shuo and said, "I can tell that you are the leader of this bunch. We folks here may not be highly educated, but we understand the importance of repaying a favor. You saved my life, and I can give my life back to you. But the Dragon King saved our entire village. If you want to touch him, you'll have to step over our dead bodies." As soon as the old man finished speaking, voices from the woods responded in unison. "That's right. Our weapons might not be as good as yours, but there are more of us. We are going to finish you all off today. If it comes down to a fight, even if half of us die for the Dragon King to keep you here, it will be worth it. The Dragon King will bless us. You're a dead man today." The villagers shouted back and forth, each one looking fierce, as if they were ready to pull their triggers at any moment. Every hunting rifle in the woods was aimed directly at Lin Shuo. The old hunter stared at Lin Shuo too, as if waiting for his response. Lin Shuo glanced at the old man and nodded. "I think you make sense." "Huh." Everyone was stunned, not understanding what Lin Shuo meant. "Then why don't you settle the debt you owe me first?" Lin Shuo said calmly. The pipe the old man was raising to his lips froze mid-air, and his entire face went rigid. Earlier, outside his home, Lin Shuo had scared off a wild, out-of-control pig and saved the old man's life. That was the very reason the old man had hosted them. Logically, the old man owed Lin Shuo his life, but no one expected Lin Shuo to actually call in the debt. "Are you afraid of dying?" Lin Shuo asked. The old man's expression hardened as if he wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. "Of course you're afraid of dying," Lin Shuo continued. "Who isn't? You've seen the Blackwater Dragon King. What does it look like? Is it scary? You wet your pants back then, so why shouldn't we be afraid? Would we have come to explore without bringing men and arms if we weren't prepared? The Blackwater Dragon King appeared this morning, and I was right there by the river. If we were really here to attack it, we would have had 20 guns lined up on the hillside. No god could dodge a hail of bullets. If those 20 volleys had fired, you would have seen the river turn into a bloodbath, not some dragon raising its head. If you want to turn against me today, fine. You die here first to settle our account. After that, whatever you want to do, I'll take it on." And let me tell you, we aren't with the Russian government. A few lives on our conscience here doesn't matter to us at all. Lin Shuo's words not only left the old hunter dumbfounded, but even Anne's mouth dropped open in an O shape. This was too aggressive. If the other side lost face and things escalated, how would this even end? Anne was already drafting her resignation letter in her mind. But she quickly stopped thinking about that. Because she realized that if a fight really broke out and there were casualties on both sides, she wouldn't even need to write a resignation. The International Biological Research Association would throw her termination notice right in her face. But now the words had been spoken and there was no taking them back. The muscles beneath Anne's graceful physique began to tense up. The forest fell completely silent. The old hunter finally brought the pipe back to his lips. The old man took a few puffs, his squinty eyes darting around as if waiting something. Lin Shuo remained silent after his ultimatum, observing the old hunter's reaction. He had spoken that way because he was certain the old man responded better to force than to softness. If it truly came to a fight, Lin Shuo was confident he could walk away unscathed against their crude hunting rifles, but he couldn't predict how Wei Xingshan would react back at camp. A pile of dead bodies was not a scene he wanted to see. Seeing the old hunter's subtle movements, Lin Shuo felt a sense of assurance. So he became even less anxious, waiting quietly for the old hunter to proceed. "This is our territory, get out." The old hunter dropped those words, tapped his pipe against a tree trunk, and walked down the mountain with his hands behind his back. Once the old hunter descended, the villagers on the mountain gradually dispersed. The storm had temporarily blown over. No sooner had Lin Shuo and Anne walked into the temporary camp than Wei Xingshan rushed to meet them, looking excited. "Miss Anne, that was a close call," Wei Xingshan said, looking relieved. "I'm not good with words. I really wouldn't have known how to handle a situation like that. It's a good thing you were there." "It wasn't my doing this time," Anne shook her head, her beautiful eyes turning to Lin Shuo. "Mr. Lin was the one who smoothed it over." "Oh, Mr. Lin, I didn't realize you were also an expert negotiator." Wei Xingshan laughed. "I've never seen you be so smooth-tongued before." "I was less than 100 meters away when I was speaking just now. Are you deaf?" Lin Shuo glanced at Wei Xingshan. "Do you find it amusing to insult me like that?" "Haha," Wei Xingshan scratched the back of his head. "I was just trying to pay you a compliment." "Anyway, how is Dr. Yang?" Anne asked. Wei Xingshan looked back at the tent and said, "Professor, he checked on him. It's a fractured tibia. It sounds scary, but it's not too bad. No surgery needed. Once we fix it with a splint, he'll be fine in 3 months. A fracture is still a fracture. We should make arrangements to send him back," Anne said. "Don't waste your energy, it's useless. Liu Qing and I already tried to persuade him and he wouldn't listen." Wei Xingshan shook his head, then looked at Lin Shuo. "Should we have our expert negotiator give it a try?" "Why don't you settle the debt you owe me now?" Lin Shuo said dryly. "I haven't even found a wife yet. I can't give you my life. Let's keep that debt on the books," Wei Xingshan joked. "Captain Wei," Anne said, "tell the others we're preparing to break camp." "I actually heard you earlier. Moving camp isn't a big deal," Wei Xingshan nodded. "You two go talk to Professor He and the others. I'll get people ready." As soon as Lin Shuo and Anne entered Yang Tuo's tent, they sensed an odd atmosphere. Logically, with Yang Tuo having just broken his leg, both he and his mentor, He Zaihong, should have been looking quite miserable. But as they pulled back the flap, they were met with 2 excited, smiling faces. The mentor and student were discussing something enthusiastically, and only stopped when they saw Lin Shuo and Anne enter. "Mr. Lin and Miss Anne, please come in and sit," He Zaihong greeted them with a smile. The tents brought in from Jialin were not small camping tents, but heavy-duty military ones. Inside, the space was nearly 10 square meters, and it almost felt like being in a room. Lin Shuo and Anne sat on the floor, and Anne asked about Yang Tuo's condition. "Just a minor injury, it's fine." Yang Tuo gestured toward his splinted left leg, his expression vibrant. It was truly worth the trip this time. "Mr. Lin, I should start by apologizing to you," He Zaihong said sincerely. "We shouldn't have taken Xiao Yang to the river without your permission. However, please understand our perspective. We didn't come to the Da Hingan Ling just for our professional dreams. We are also under immense pressure." "It's fine," Lin Shuo shook his head. "We got lucky this time. It was just a broken leg. Next time if you lose your life, you won't need to apologize to me." He Zaihong was stifled by the comment and his smile faltered awkwardly. "Professor He, please don't mind him. Mr. Lin is actually just concerned about you," Anne smiled, easing the tension before speaking seriously. "However, your unauthorized actions this time really caused us quite a bit of trouble." Professor He, while your rank in the International Biological Research Association is indeed higher than mine, I am the lead of this mission. I hope that in the future, you will at least report to me before taking such actions. Miss Anne is absolutely right, He Zhang nodded. It was reckless of me. But the gains are significant, Yang Tuo said. Being able to see such a massive, extraordinary creature with our own eyes, and even capture images breaking a leg was worth it. You academics are sometimes more terrifying than those villagers, Lin Shuo shook his head. They worship gods for safety and wouldn't throw their lives away for it. But you lot are so fanatical you'd risk your own deaths. To Lin Shuo's words, the two scholars seemed to turn a deaf ear. Yang Tuo even asked Mr. Lin, when are we going to capture the Blackwater Dragon King? Lin Shuo ignored him, stood up, and walked out of the tent. He Zihong and Yang Tuo were stunned and looked towards Anne. Anne smiled slightly. Please don't be impatient, the truth is, the situation is like this. Lin Shuo's high-stakes negotiation with the villagers is a masterclass in psychological manipulation. By weaponizing his previous life-saving favor, he forces the hunter to confront the reality that blind fanaticism is a poor shield against cold, hard lethality. This scene perfectly illustrates a common professional trap, prioritizing cognitive bias and rigid loyalty over objective survival. While the researchers remain blinded by their academic obsession, ignoring the looming danger, Lin Shuo remains the only pragmatic force in a room full of people chasing dangerous illusions. To avoid unnecessary conflict with the villagers, the temporary camp began to relocate after half an hour. Wei Xingshen took out the map and asked Lin Shuo for advice. Mr. Lin, look, where do you think would be a good place for us to set up camp? Lin Shuo pointed at Jalinda on the map. You had better go back. Don't joke. We haven't even made any progress yet, so how can you expect us to just head back? Wei Xingshan said. If you stay any longer, people will die, Lin Shuo said. Have you heard about what happened this morning? I heard. Wei Xingshan nodded, then said seriously, Mr. Lin, I've noticed throughout this journey that despite your tough talk, you're actually soft-hearted. You care quite a lot about the lives of us brothers. But please understand, we are here for a job, and this is the work we were hired to do. Lin Shuo looked up at Wei Xingshan, sighed inwardly, and pointed to a hilltop on the map. This place is all right. This hilltop was where Lin Shuo had previously observed the Blackwater Dragon King. It was the highest point within 100 miles, offering an excellent view. There was a mountain spring on the hill, and the nameless river was only 2 kilometers away, so there was no need to worry about water. Then let's settle there, Wei Xingshan grinned. To be honest with you, my boys were feeling a bit uneasy because we didn't know what we were up against. But after Dr. Yang and the others came back from the riverside this morning and told us about the Blackwater Dragon King, we actually felt more at ease. It's just a giant snake. No matter how big it is, it's still a snake. For us, size isn't scary. In fact, the bigger the target, the easier it is to aim at. Lin Shuo shook his head. Our target this time is not the Blackwater Dragon King. Huh. For the specific reasons, go ask Ms. Anne, Lin Shuo said, too lazy to explain further. He continued, our target this time is more formidable than the Blackwater Dragon King, and as far as I know, gunfire has very little effect on it. Moving the camp wasn't complicated because the rubber boats provided by the Chinese side had arrived the day before yesterday. Of the 182 people missing, more than half were Chinese citizens. China's stance was clear. They wanted to see the people if they were alive, or their remains if they were dead. Meanwhile, the Stanovoy Range was close to the border, making its location politically sensitive. Since the Russian military found it inconvenient to intervene directly, they entrusted the International Biological Research Association as a third party to handle the matter, providing equipment assistance in addition to covering the costs. However, the Stanovoy Range was so far from Russia's central administrative hubs that transport was extremely difficult. By the time the International Biological Research Association's team had entered the site, more than half of the items on the equipment list had still not arrived. After understanding the progress of the incident, the Chinese side proposed that, apart from weapons, all other equipment and supplies would be provided by them. Russia had only agreed to this plan on the morning of the day before yesterday, and by that evening 5 Chinese rubber boats had arrived, docked at the pier in Jalinda, loaded with various supplies. Lin Shuo and his team in the mountains were unaware of these changes. Wei Xingshan had received notice before dawn yesterday and immediately dispatched a small squad to Jalinda to retrieve the 5 rubber boats. When the rubber boats reached the nearby waters, Lin Shuo and his group were being missiled by the Dragon King's messengers. Afterward, Wei Xingshan and his men spent a day setting up the temporary camp, but they only got one night of sleep before the villagers surrounded them with hunting rifles. There was no choice, they had to move. Fortunately, both the old and new camps were near the water, and the waterway was connected, so having the 5 rubber boats for transport saved a lot of trouble. By sunset that day, the new camp was already taking shape. It was too windy on the mountain top, so the new camp was situated halfway up the mountain, right by a small stream, leaning against the mountain and facing the water. Although they had lighting equipment, everyone still habitually lit a bonfire once it got dark. Except for the few on guard duty, most of them sat around the bonfire. The abundant supply of materials boosted morale. Everyone was in high spirits, roasting by the fire and eating rice cooked in iron pots. Lin Shuo and He Zaihong, Wei Xingshan, and Liu Qing did not stay by the bonfire after dinner, but instead went into a tent to discuss what to do next. Yang Tu did not participate. He had broken his leg that morning. He had been too excited to feel the pain during the day, but his face had turned pale by the afternoon. He had taken medicine and fallen asleep by then. Things are getting difficult now. He Zaihong spoke up first in the tent. We came here to solve the problem of strange creatures on the north bank of the Heilong River. But now, according to Mr. Lin's deduction, there are actually 2 strange creatures here. One is the Blackwater Dragon King, and the other is a hook snake. Yet, we have absolutely no new leads on the hook snake, which is the creature responsible for the disappearance of the 182 people. I think it's impossible to continue asking the villagers for information. Wei Xingshan scratched his head. It's a miracle we didn't end up in a fight today. Indeed, without the support of the local people, this task is going to be incredibly difficult, He Zaihong added. He glanced at Lin Shuo, hesitated, and finally turned his eyes to Anne. Miss Anne, do you have any thoughts? Anne looked up and said, currently the only creature we have seen at the site is the Blackwater Dragon King. Based on Mr. Lin's description, the hook snake is even larger than the Blackwater Dragon King. If such a massive creature appeared here, how could there be no witnesses? That puzzles me. Exactly, Liu Qing's eyes lit up then, and she said, could this all be a scam? This, He Zaihong pondered, but how do you explain the hook snake scale, or the scent of the hook snake that Mr. Lin smelled at the scene? It could have been planted by someone, Liu Qing said, then looked at Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, is it possible that the scent you smelled was tampered with? Lin Shuo thought for a while and said, the scent left by the hook snake at the scene was very faint, so I could only vaguely perceive it, meaning I cannot rule out the possibility of it being planted, but I have carefully verified the hook snake scale. The scent on it was very fresh, meaning it had left the living body for less than a month. I am certain of that. Therefore, I am certain that the hook snake is still alive. But is it right here? Liu Qing asked back, then seemed to realize something. Could it be that someone is using us to get rid of the Blackwater Dragon King? No, Anne shook her head. If the hook snake were not here, the Blackwater Dragon King's injuries would be unexplainable. Correct, Lin Shuo nodded. The Dragon King's messenger had a reason for revealing that information to me. This Blackwater Dragon King reeks of blood. It clearly sustained serious internal injuries. Apart from a hook snake of similar size, I can't imagine any other possibility. The group fell into silence. Right, He Zaihong seemed to recall something and asked, Mr. Lin, according to your knowledge, is a hook snake capable of making 182 people disappear simultaneously? Lin Shuo shook his head, hesitated, and said, I can't be sure. Actually, Lin Shuo wanted to say no, but recalling a stormy night 6 years ago, he decided to add 2 words after the no. The abilities of the hook snake were already clearly documented in the records of exotic creatures of the 9 provinces. Its physical strength is unparalleled. But 6 years ago, it displayed a new type of ability, one so bizarre and unfathomable that it was hard to believe. Lin Shuo had already thought of a way to deal with the hook snake, but he didn't want to explain it to others, so he had to say it like that. Oh, there are just too many questions, He Zaihong lamented. How about we just kill the Blackwater Dragon King first? Wei Xingshan said, such a huge monster will be a menace sooner or later. No, He Zaihong shook his head. There are good and evil among the strange creatures in this world, and they must be treated differently. Our International Biological Research Association never kills the innocent. And killing it is not easy, Anne said, putting its strength aside. How are we going to find it now? As long as it doesn't come ashore, no one can find it, Lin Shuo shook his head. The same goes for the hook snake. So what should we do now? Wei Xingshan asked. Let's wait and see, Lin Shuo said calmly. Late at night, Lin Shuo sat in his tent. His tent was at the westernmost edge of the camp, closest to the nameless river. Lin Shuo was now certain that both the Blackwater Dragon King and the Hook Snake relied on the river here for their activities. Therefore, if anything unexpected happened at night, the source would surely be in the water. Staying here on guard was the best response. Xiaobao was not there tonight. The bird claimed to be out gathering intelligence, though only it knew if that was true. For some reason, Lin Shuo felt quite tired tonight, and as he sat, his head grew heavy and hazy. In a daze, he saw the face of a woman. This woman's face looked both strange and familiar, both young and old. This face was engraved in the deepest part of Lin Shuo's memory. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes after he was born was this face. He couldn't call her name, but he knew exactly who she was. She gazed at Lin Shuo with deep affection, her eyes filled with tears. "Mom," Lin Shuo murmured as he woke up, finding his face covered in tears. Lin Shuo wiped the tears with his sleeve, and before he could reflect on the face in his dream, a sudden alarm rose in his heart. Beside him, his giant recurve bow, Zhuai, was vibrating constantly, making a buzzing sound as a warning. Then a familiar fishy stench entered Lin Shuo's nose. Fake. Lin Shuo felt every hair on his body stand on end. He grabbed Zhuai with lightning speed, pulled an arrow from his quiver, and bolted out of the tent in a few steps. The bonfire had long since gone out, and the moon had set. It was the darkest hour before dawn, and he couldn't see his own hand in front of him. The camp behind Lin Shuo remained silent while the night in front of him was as heavy as iron. And just 2 kilometers away, by the bank of the nameless river, the trees began to topple. The thunderous sound of crashing trees continued, coming closer and closer to the camp. The hook snake had actually come ashore. Hooked serpents in folklore represent hidden malice, but here it serves as a masterclass in psychological tension. Lin Shuo's transition from a maternal dream to primal combat alert highlights how elite hunters suppress trauma to sharpen their survival instincts. That night, Anne found it hard to fall asleep. Despite her young age, she had already become the head of the Asian division of the International Biological Research Society. While the future looked bright, the pressure she carried was immense. The situation at the Outer Khingan Mountains, in particular, was a matter of high concern for the leaders of both nations, even if the general public was still largely unaware. The Council of Elders of the International Biological Research Society had been calling her via satellite phone, one after another, demanding updates on the incident. After these calls, Anne was naturally wide awake. She really wanted to talk to Lin Shuo. It didn't necessarily have to be about the mission. She just wanted to talk about anything at all. Outside the tent, it was pitch black and very quiet. She guessed that Lin Shuo probably wasn't asleep yet. However, sneaking into a man's tent in the middle of the night felt inappropriate, no matter how she looked at it. Yet she felt restless if she didn't find Lin Shuo for a private chat. This conflicting feeling plagued her, making it even harder to drift off. After tossing and turning for a while, Anne finally gave up on trying to sleep and decided to look for Lin Shuo. Just as she stepped out of her tent, the first rays of dawn graced the rugged peaks of the Stanovoy Range. In that hazy light, Anne caught sight of Lin Shuo standing on a massive boulder at the edge of the camp, in the very moment he drew his bow. She felt that even if she spent her entire life, she would never forget this scene. This lean, tall man was actually a head shorter than the recurve bow he held, which he called Zhuai. He stood with his right foot on the ground, his left foot raised high up against the bow's body, hands gripping the bowstring, his body stretched sideways. Combining the power of his waist, legs, and arms, he pulled the recurve bow to a full draw. Before she could even track the motion of him knocking the arrow, Anne saw his right shoulder shift slightly, and a 2-meter-long arrow was already steadily placed between the string and the bow. Then he held that pose, 1 foot on the ground, 1 foot on the bow, his entire body tilted as if frozen, completely motionless. The only thing moving was his left foot on the ground. It was a minute adjustment in positioning, controlling the horizontal aim of the arrowhead. There was an indescribable, haunting beauty in Lin Shuo's archery form. Anne felt her soul had been completely captivated. It wasn't until she noticed the slight shift in his left foot that she realized a deep, rumbling sound was echoing from the distance. As the rumbling grew closer, the ground began to tremble. Before Anne could grasp what the approaching roar meant, in the blink of an eye, the arrow he had knocked was gone. Lin Shuo had fired the shot. The air displacement caused by such a massive arrow leaving the string seemed to be beyond the range of human hearing. It was deathly silent. By now, the entire camp was stirred by the distant roar and the tremors of the earth, and everyone started rushing out of their tents. What's going on? Wei Xingshan's voice sounded beside Anne. Is it an earthquake? The rumbling from the distance paused after Lin Shuo fired the arrow, followed by an even louder roar. But unlike before, this time the sound was gradually fading away. A minute later, everything returned to calm. Mr. Lin, what happened? Wei Xingshan asked again. Lin Shuo stood on the rock for a moment, as if observing something. Then he jumped down, his expression quite regretful. Almost. Go down and see for yourselves. Lin Shuo shook his head and ducked into his tent. Captain Wei, I need to rest for a while. Remember to retrieve my arrow. Half an hour later, it was fully daylight. Wei Xingshan organized 2 armed assault teams, 10 people in total, planning to go down the mountain to take a look. In truth, these mercenaries had been in the camp all along and could have gone earlier, but Wei Xingshan hadn't dared to take the risk. Because as the light grew brighter and the scene below became clearer, Wei Xingshan broke out in a cold sweat just by looking down from the mountainside. Without men and gear, Wei Xingshan really didn't dare to walk down. Below the mountain, everything was in ruins. Unlike the man-made forests near the village that had been cleared by loggers, the area from the mountain base to the river was a dense virgin forest. In this virgin forest, it was common to see trees that 3 or 5 men couldn't encircle, and even the thinnest were as thick as a bowl. Wei Xingshan had once tried his hand at these trees with a hatchet. He almost strained his back just dealing with one of medium size. And now this virgin forest looked like an in-shaped highway had been carved through it. Regardless of their size, height, or species, every single tree in that path had been crushed, lying horizontally all over the ground. Even more terrifying was that the closed end of the shape was less than 300 meters from the camp. Given the size of the monster that came ashore, it was actually only a few steps away. After Wei Xingshan and his team went down, they first arrived at the closed end of the N. When Wang Yong tried to cross a fallen tree, he let out a yelp and fell face first into the dirt. What's going on? Wei Xingshan was startled. Captain Wei, wait a second, my legs are jelly, Wang Yong said, his face pale as he slumped on the ground. Wei Xingshan looked at his men. It wasn't just Wang Yong. The others were also ghastly pale. They were standing, but their knuckles gripping their rifles were turning white. Wei Xingshan was furious. You've all been through thick and thin with me. What haven't you seen before? Why are you scared out of your wits like this? Captain Wei, you're overestimating us, Wang Yong said with a bitter face. We've really never seen anything that could flatten a 4-lane highway through a forest just by passing through. Captain Wei, don't just talk about us, your own face doesn't look so good either, another mercenary muttered. Stop the chatter. Wei Xingshan glanced toward the camp. Hurry up and find that arrow. Captain Wei, look over there. Wang Yong pointed in a direction. There's a hole in that tree. Wei Xingshan followed his finger and realized he was right. Being tall, the hole looked flat from his angle and was hard to spot, but it was very clear from Wang Yong's low vantage point. Let's go take a look. It was a Scots pine nearly 2 meters in diameter, which was a large tree even in this virgin forest. It grew just 2 or 3 meters away from the edge of the noon path. There was a massive hole through the trunk of the pine, about 2 palms wide. Looking at the exposed wood at the edge, the hole was clearly freshly made. Mr. Lin is truly terrifying. Wang Yong stood up, walked over to the hole with Wei Xingshan, and marveled. This is at least 500 meters from where he shot. For the arrow to reach this far and still punch a clean hole through this tree. Is he even human? You only just realized today that he's not human? I don't know what you're thinking, Wang Yong, but for me, forget holding a crossbow. I wouldn't dare challenge him even with a rocket launcher. Come on, don't stir up old trouble, Wang Yong curled his lip. The size doesn't match, does it? Another mercenary said. Mr. Lin's arrows are only as thick as an arm. This hole is too big, right? Yeah, Wang Yong recalled. Wei Xingshan pointed forward. It's over there. The group followed his finger and indeed, they found the arrow. The arrow was embedded in a mountain rock across the way, the front half buried in the stone, while the back half was still attached to a scale the size of 2 palms. The mercenaries hurried forward, half pulling the arrow while the others chiseled the rock with hatchets. They worked until they were covered in sweat, finally extracting the arrow. After a careful examination of the scene, Wei Xingshan reached a conclusion. The arrow had undoubtedly hit the target, even piercing the creature's scale before glancing off for some reason. Then, carrying the scale, the arrow had punched through the pine, snapped 2 spruce trees, and only then embedded itself into the rock. The power of Lin Shuo's shot had far exceeded Wei Xingshan's understanding of cold weapons. What made Wei Xingshan even more creeped out was that there wasn't a single trace of blood. This meant the arrow had peeled off a scale, but failed to wound the creature's flesh, merely scaring it away. Thinking of this, Wei Xingshan couldn't help but glance down at the assault rifle in his hand. Lin Shuo had warned them long ago, but Wei Xingshan hadn't truly taken it to heart. Until now, for the first time in his life, he began to doubt whether the weapon in his own hand would even be effective. After firing that shot, Lin Shuo looked like nothing had happened. But back in the tent, once he sat down cross-legged, sweat poured off him like a fountain. Lin Shuo sat there, letting the sweat soak his clothes, before finally letting out a long breath and undressing. After wiping himself dry and changing into a fresh undershirt, Lin Shuo climbed into his sleeping bag. Less than 10 seconds later, snoring filled the tent. When Lin Shuo opened his eyes again, he found Anne sitting beside him. The beautiful woman was watching him with a look of worry. "How long did I sleep?" Lin Shuo shook his head and sat up. 2 hours, Anne asked. "You've been waiting here for 2 hours?" "Yes." Anne nodded, a faint blush appearing on her face as she explained. "You've been guarding us for several nights. It's only right that I guard you for a while." As she spoke, Anne seemed to realize she was making it worse, so she quickly changed the subject. "That shot must have been very taxing, right?" "Yeah." Lin Shuo replied, stepping out of the sleeping bag, putting on his shoes, and then looking up. "I'm hungry. Any food?" "I'll get it right away." Anne smiled gently and stood up. "Wait." Lin Shuo's expression tightened as he flared his nostrils. "Are Wei Xingshan and his team back?" "Not yet." Lin Shuo's face suddenly turned grim. He stood up abruptly and strode out of the tent. Anne, confused, followed him out and saw Liu Qing standing outside, holding a radio. Just as Anne was about to greet him, she noticed Liu Qing's expression was strange. It was the look of someone who had suffered a sudden, crushing blow. His face was blank, his eyes unfocused. "What's wrong?" "Captain Wei and his team. They're in trouble." 유다이카기자 유테키류료멘매 아토쿠조코 고쇼크 레비후 제레 헤오키테키기가데 우자자이 안지이치 초세츠각 교구 도세점의 기리를 우치 레이삭테키 카라류 혼노 규 히테뉴 요속쇼 도라이테키 미치키스게.
Lin Shuo's sense of smell is far sharper than the average person's, which sometimes makes it seem as though he can predict the future. However, this ability has its limitations. If something is underwater, the scent cannot disperse, and Lin Shuo has no way of knowing it's there. Additionally, if the wind isn't favorable and the scent particles don't drift his way, there's little he can do. The reason this hilltop was chosen for the new campsite is that at night, the wind blows in from the riverside. This way, even if he cannot see in the dark, Lin Shuo can learn about the situation by the river through his sense of smell. Furthermore, the 2-kilometer-wide primeval forest between this mountain and the nameless river acts as a natural barrier. Whether it is the hook snake or the Blackwater Dragon King, they would surely make a lot of noise crawling across it. When they moved the camp that day, Wei Xingshan took out the map, and Lin Shuo's seemingly casual gesture was actually deeply thought out. But he did not anticipate that the situation would change in such a sudden and unexpected way. First, that hook snake, which had been hiding so well that people had begun to doubt its existence, suddenly came ashore and launched a surprise attack on Lin Shuo's camp. Then, while Wei Xingshan and the mercenaries went down the mountain to retrieve Lin Shuo's arrows, Wang Yong failed to return. By the time Lin Shuo smelled the blood, it was already too late. Wang Yong's body was lying right there in the open space in the center of the camp. He had died a gruesome death. The upper half of his head was gone. Wei Xingshan had carried him back personally, and after laying his body out in the camp, he stood there bathed in blood, looking at Lin Shuo. The man didn't speak, but there was a hint of pleading in his eyes. Lin Shuo gave a heavy nod. Seeing that Lin Shuo had agreed, Wei Xingshan turned and walked into his tent, and when he emerged again, he was carrying the Barrett M95 anti-material sniper rifle. Then, without another word, both men walked out of the camp, radiating killing intent. The other mercenaries were about to follow, but Liu Qing blocked the way. "The enemy is a sniper," Liu Qing said with a grim face. "If you go down there blindly, you're just sitting ducks." These mercenaries were veterans who had been on the battlefield, so they naturally realized that a wound capable of blowing off half a skull was almost certainly the work of a sniper. It was just the impulse to avenge their comrade that had blinded. Now, reminded by Liu Qing, reason eventually prevailed. They knew that a sniper hiding in the shadows of this jungle terrain was equivalent to a reaper who could claim lives at will. How can this be? Anne asked. Why would there be a sniper here? I don't know, Liu King replied. He turned his head to join the mercenaries in watching the backs of the two men as they faded into the distance. Let's wait for them to return. Lin Shuo and Wei Xingshan charged down the mountain like two tigers, sprinting through the primeval forest below. Lin Shuo felt a deep knot of frustration in his heart. Wei Xingshan and his men had gone down for two reasons: to scout the area and to retrieve his arrows. Lin Shuo had assumed the hook snake had been repelled and that Wei Xingshan would be in no danger. He never expected that a sniper was lurking nearby. Who is he? Why would he target the mercenaries? Why hadn't he been able to smell his scent earlier? He didn't know. He knew nothing about all of this. This situation, spinning out of his control, left Lin Shuo feeling deeply depressed. Mr. Lin, keep moving, we can't stop, Wei Xingshan cautioned. We're very close to the spot now. Lin Shuo acknowledged with a hum, then twitched his nose. Amidst the many scents he identified a trace of smokeless gunpowder, extremely faint but enough for him. Lin Shuo looked immediately toward the northwest, on the mountain across from us. It sounds like the shots came from there too, Wei Xingshan said, panting from the continuous run. It was a suppressed shot, very quiet. Let's go take a look. As the two headed northwest, Wei Xingshan suddenly asked, Mr. Lin, can you actually block a bullet? I'm not a DT, Lin Shuo replied. With modern firearms, once a bullet leaves the chamber, no one on this earth can stop it. Oh. Before the bullet leaves the chamber, there is plenty I can do, Lin Shuo added, then asked, why do you ask? Don't misunderstand, Mr. Lin. Snipers have a common tactic: take a shot, move, and keep their sights on the original position, Wei Xingshan explained. Besides, there might be more than one sniper on this mountain, or I would have led my men over there to finish him off. There is only one sniper, and he is no longer in the vicinity, Lin Shuo stated. Are you sure? I'm sure, Lin Shuo nodded. He's Asian and his body odor is naturally very faint, but this distance, he can't hide it from me. He must have had frogman gear and has already entered the water. As he spoke, the two crossed the primeval forest and ran up the mountain. This hilltop, just over 2 kilometers from their camp, was not very high and was right by the river. Arriving halfway up the slope, Lin Shuo stopped under a tree. This is it, Lin Shuo said, pointing to the bushes beside the tree which were visibly trampled. Damn it, Wei Xingshan cursed with red-rimmed eyes as he scanned the surroundings. The bastard got away. I should have charged up here the moment I heard it. Being cautious was the right call, Lin Shuo said. This person was capable of ending Wang Yong with a single shot. If you had charged up, I don't think he would have minded firing another. Wei Xingshan punched a nearby tree and let out a heavy groan of anguish. Dropping the barret to the side, the giant man turned his back to Lin Shuo, squatted down, and his shoulders began to shake. He did not cry out, but this suppressed grief was even more moving. Wang Yong had died right in front of him. Lin Shuo didn't disturb him, but instead continued to analyze the scent profile here. Everyone has a unique body scent. Some come from the body itself, and some from lifestyle habits. This sniper had very little body odor. Aside from the naturally faint scent of Asians, most of his skin was encased in treated frogman gear. While lurking here, the surface of the gear had sustained slight abrasions, leaving behind microscopic traces of chemical fiber. He wore a special mask over his mouth and nose. The skin he had exposed to the air must have been treated with some kind of odorless antiperspirant, as it was virtually scentless. If he hadn't taken the shot and tainted himself with the smell of gunpowder, Lin Shuo would have found it incredibly difficult to track him by scent. But now he had already entered the water, swum away, and disappeared into the forest. Even Lin Shuo had no way to catch him. The sniper's meticulous scent management made Lin Shuo feel as though he were being targeted. After all, logically, even the most professional sniper wouldn't be so obsessive about scent management. Then Lin Shuo recalled that Wang Yong had once mentioned feeling like he was being watched. When he had returned to the temporary camp, he hadn't sensed anything. Wei Xingshan had led a patrol for a whole day and found nothing abnormal. It seems Wang Yong's gut feeling had been right, but now he was dead. Lin Shuo had anticipated casualties for this trip to the Khingan Mountains, but he hadn't expected the first death to be at the hands of a sniper. Things here were becoming much more complicated. But for now, the sniper was gone and there was a risk for him and Wei Xingshan to be out here. If they stayed too long, the people back at camp would get worried. Lin Shuo stepped forward and patted Wei Xingshan on the shoulder, signaling that they had done what they could and should head back. Wei Xingshan took a breath and stood up. Then both men froze in. Where Wei Xingshan had been crouching was right next to the tree. As he stood up, Lin Shuo's gaze shifted upward and he suddenly noticed words carved into the tree. Wei Xingshan saw it too. He wiped away his tears and his eyes went wide with shock. The carving was on the side of the tree. Since they had approached from the front, their attention had been drawn immediately to the bushes, so they hadn't seen it. Also, they had subconsciously assumed that since it was a sniper, they would have cleared the site before leaving and left no obvious traces, never expecting a message to be left on the tree. On this Scots pine, 7 Chinese characters were crookedly carved. Wei Xingshan, long time no see. Lin Shuo read the 7 characters and said, "It seems he knows you." After the shock, Wei Xingshan's expression became complex. He fell silent for a while before saying, "Let's go back. This isn't just a mission gone wrong, it is a tactical humiliation. By leaving a personal message, the sniper transforms a professional hit into psychological warfare. Proves Lin Shuo's hypersense isn't enough when he is being hunted by someone who understands the human element of the game, not just the physical one." Although Lin Shuo and Wei Xingshan returned empty-handed, the fact that they came back safely brought a collective sigh of relief from everyone. However, the atmosphere in the camp remained heavy as Wang Yong's body was still laid out in the open space at the very center. Team Wei. Did you find the villain? Team Wei, Wang Yong cannot die in vain like this. Wei Xingshan looked at his men and shouted with a grim face, "Liu King. Here. Set up the guard post." "Yes. Everyone else assemble in 15 minutes. We are going to bid farewell to Wang Yong first." "Yes." Since we are not in China, everyone decided to cremate Wang Yong's body here on the spot and bring his ashes back home for burial. Wang Yong was a man who valued loyalty, and he got along very well with everyone in the team. At the memorial service, several mercenaries were sobbing uncontrollably. Coming from military backgrounds and now working as mercenaries, almost every one of them had brushed against death and witnessed the passing of their comrades. But today it was all too sudden. In the morning, everyone was still pondering over the hooked snake and shocked by those horrifying N-shaped tracks down the mountain. But by noon, a single cold bullet had claimed a living person. Among the mercenaries, only Wei Xingshan didn't shed a tear. He hosted the funeral with red eyes, then carried Wang Yong's body and a small jug of diesel to the other side of the mountain. The mercenaries followed to see their comrade off on his final journey. Over an hour later, Wei Xingshan and the others returned. Liu King was carrying an urn, still wiping away tears. Seeing Anne and Lin Shuo waiting at the camp entrance, Wei Xingshan said, "Miss Anne, please gather the others. Once I settle Wang Yong's ashes, we will hold a meeting." "All right." Soon everyone gathered inside Yang Tuo's tent. Lin Shuo, Anne, Wei Xingshan, He Zihong, Liu King and the immobile Yang Tuo. Once everyone was seated, Anne spoke first. "Team Wei, is there anything you want to say to everyone?" "You all should withdraw first," Wei Xingshan said with a grim face. "Mr. Lin, I will stay behind to complete the mission. The rest of you return to China." When Wei Xingshan dropped these words, the whole tent went silent for a moment. Everyone seemed mentally prepared, showing no look of surprise, only confusion and hesitation. "That is true," He Zihong sighed, looking somewhat helpless. "If it were only about those strange creatures, we would overcome any difficulty. But now that there is a gunman ambushing us, the nature of the situation has changed." The sensitive Liu King looked at Lin Shuo. "Mr. Lin, you went out with Team Wei just now. Did you discover anything?" Lin Shuo glanced at Wei Xingshan upon hearing this and said, "This sniper is no simple man. Took rigorous precautions regarding his scent. If he hadn't fired his gun or pointed his muzzle at me, it would have been very hard for me to detect him." "Mr. Lin, do you mean?" Anne's expression turned solemn. "Exactly. He knows who I am, so he is guarding against me," Lin Shuo nodded. "He doesn't just know Mr. Lin. He knows me too," Wei Xingshan added. "He left me a message on a tree." "He knows Team Wei?" Liu King asked, surprised. "Yes," Wei Xingshan said. "It is clear that he has intel on our entire team. He is a phantom-like sniper who can kill whoever he wants. Under these circumstances, why are you still waiting instead of withdrawing?" "Captain Wei, you said the gunman left you a message, right?" Yang Tuo asked. "Can you tell us what it said?" Wei Xingshan, long time no see. Wei Xingshan didn't hide it and told the truth. "So do you know who he is?" Yang Tuo pressed further. Wei Xingshan shook his head. "I haven't made many friends in my life, but I have plenty of blood on my hands. I don't know who he is. Maybe some old enemy. Among your enemies, surely there aren't many trained as snipers, Yang Tuo asked. Unfortunately, quite a few, actually. Wei Xingshan replied. The shot was from about 500 meters away at a stationary target. He is good, but there are plenty of such people in armies around the world. In your unit, you all use code names. Ordinary people wouldn't know your real name. Since this person knows your name and can write Chinese, he must be Chinese. Yang Tuo adjusted his glasses, looking at Wei Xingshan. Captain Wei, are you sure you don't know who he is? What do you mean? Wei Xingshan's eyes widened as he asked in a deep voice. You must know who he is, Yang Tuo said. The muscles in Wei Xingshan's face twitched and he fell silent. Yang Tuo, a rising star in Chinese biology, had previously broken his leg and was now half lying on the ground, pale and very weak. Wei Xingshan was sitting. Even sitting down, this nearly 2-meter tall giant looked like a small hill. The two were worlds apart in terms of physique and health. Yet, as Yang Tuo looked up at Wei Xingshan, his demeanor felt as if he were looking down at him. Captain Wei, it is best not to hide such critical information from us. If the gunman is targeting you, wouldn't it be more reasonable for you to leave than for all of us to withdraw? After Yang Tuo said this, the tent went quiet again. Liu King broke the silence. I believe Team Wei wouldn't hide anything from us. Besides, he is our team's operational captain, and we all take his orders. If he leaves, what are we supposed to do? I think having Mr. Lin in this team is enough, Yang Tuo said, then looked at Lin Shuo. Mr. Lin, don't you agree? Lin Shuo nodded with a calm expression. That's right. Wei Xingshan looked at Lin Shuo, his eyelids twitching violently. With me here, this team is sufficient. Wei Xingshan and his men are indeed dispensable. Lin Shuo didn't look at Wei Xingshan at all, but rather at the half-lying Yang Tuo. They might be dispensable, but you and your teacher are just pure dead weight. Your teacher can at least cook for us, but your leg is broken, what can you even do? Yang Tuo was stunned. Mr. Lin Yu, He Zhong's face froze. Lin Shuo ignored He Zhong and continued staring at Yang Tuo. That sniper, whoever he is, knows my strengths and takes care to prevent me from sensing him. This means he is definitely not targeting Wei Xingshan alone. If he were really after Wei Xingshan, why wait until now? Why specifically kill someone right under my nose instead of killing Wei Xingshan himself? So, whether they know each other is irrelevant. Even if Wei Xingshan knows him, he likely doesn't know what his true objective is. Maybe that person left that message just to sow discord among us. Lin Shuo's words left Yang Tuo speech. Anne looked at Yang Tuo on the ground, somewhat understanding the young scholar. She had also noticed Wei Xingshan's unusual behavior, but she trusted his character more. She had personally reviewed Wei Xingshan's background before he joined the International Biological Research Association. She could vouch for him. Liu King asked, Mr. Lin, then what is the purpose of this gunman? Why not find him and ask? Lin Shuo replied. But you just said he can evade your sense of smell? How are we supposed to find him? Anne asked, bewildered. By myself it is indeed difficult, but I am not alone. Lin Shuo stood up and walked out of the tent. Curious, everyone followed him out. Lin Shuo stood in the center of the camp, looked around, and his face sank. Stop hiding and come out. Whoosh. Xiaoba the miner flapped its wings and flew out from the woods. Instead of landing on Lin Shuo's shoulder as usual, it landed on a rock 5 meters away. The bird seemed guilty. It hung its head, lowered its gaze, and chirped softly, Boss Shuo. So you know how to be afraid now? Lin Shuo asked. Boss Shuo, I was wrong, Boba said hurriedly. I flew too far away yesterday and wasn't in the nearby woods. By the time I heard the commotion and rushed back, it was already too late. I'll give you a chance to make up for it, Lin Shuo said. You heard what needs to be done. You got it. Xiaoba cheered up, spread its black wings, and shot into the sky. Everyone's eyes followed the bird upward, only to see it come to a complete hover in midair. While flapping its wings, Xiaoba opened its beak and let out a sharp, ear-piercing shriek. Screech. The cry was deafening. Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat and they frowned, covering their ears. The judgment was correct. Soon the second shriek followed. Screech. Screech. After 3 shrieks, Xiaoba flapped its wings and descended, landing on Lin Shuo's shoulder. Seeing that Lin Shuo ignored it, Xiaoba fawned. Boss Shuo, I spent the whole night scouting the woods for 100 miles around. Don't you worry, I've got this. I hope so. If you mess this up, you know what happens, Lin Shuo said coldly. That won't happen. We're brothers for life, Boss Shuo. You know me, have I ever let you down? If you were there last night, that villain wouldn't have escaped. No one could have predicted that. The guy was hiding the whole time, who knew he would sneak up in the middle of the night. The man and the birds stood in the center of the camp, chatting back and forth. Anne and the others watched them, feeling that things didn't seem quite right. Xiaoba had returned and shrieked 3 times in the sky, and the sound was indeed loud. And then, a mercenary on routine patrol happened to pass by the camp entrance. He stopped and stared into the distance. What is that? Another mercenary looked up in the same direction, bewildered. Clouds? Doesn't look like it. Is that birds? Yeah. So many birds. They are coming from every direction. How could there be so many birds? Lin Shuo's reliance on animal intelligence highlights a masterful narrative contrast. While the humans are trapped in psychological paranoia and internal power struggles, Lin transcends their limited sensory perception by weaponizing nature itself. This shift from investigative deduction to biological intuition proves that in survival scenarios, human hierarchies are often less effective than understanding the ecosystem's true masters. Flocks of birds, organized by species, flew out from the primeval forests of the Stanovoy range. They looked like clouds of various colors, converging from all directions toward the hilltop where the camp was located. In about half an hour, everyone standing in the camp looked around. There were birds everywhere, big ones, small ones, beautiful ones, ugly ones, quiet ones, and noisy ones, all packed together and chirping incessantly. Every sense, both sight and sound, was dominated by birds. The sheer number of birds was enough to give everyone goosebumps, a completely involuntary physiological response. Only Lin Shuo seemed long accustomed to this. He looked left and right, then turned his head to the miner and said, "You are not exactly picky when it comes to social circles." "It is not that I am picky, but my capabilities don't allow it." Xiaoba puffed up its feathers smugly. "Brother Shuo, should I give them some instructions?" "Go ahead." Xiaoba flapped its wings and flew to a large rock on the west side of the camp, which was originally occupied by a black-eared kite. This type of bird belongs to the hawk family and is one of the top raptors in the Stanovoy range. This particular one was exceptionally large, nearly a meter long, clearly an apex predator in this area. The moment it saw Xiaoba flying over, the kite quickly hopped back to clear some space. After Xiaoba landed firmly on the rock, the black-eared kite affectionately leaned in, its head just reaching Xiaoba, only to get a wing slapped across its face. "Get lost, I have real work to do." The female kite, knocked off the rock by the slap, scrambled to its feet, looking at Xiaoba with complete bewilderment. Xiaoba ignored it, flapped its wings with a flourish, and started squawking. As soon as Xiaoba started calling, the noisy flock of birds surrounding them suddenly went quiet. Then Xiaoba began to speak and gesture on the rock, using various styles of bird language to explain the situation. The people in the camp did not understand a single word. However, it was clear that the birds on the mountain understood. They started to respond one by one before flying away in waves. Some birds even flew over to the rock to bring offerings to Xiaoba before leaving. Lizards, mice, caterpillars, maggots, all sorts of things, all looking quite disgusting. Once all the birds had left the hilltop, Xiaoba flew onto Lin Shuo's shoulder and said, "Brother Shuo, I have given the orders. Don't worry, within a radius of 100 miles, if there is the slightest movement, they will report it. That sniper hasn't gone far, we will definitely have news in 20 minutes at most." Lin Shuo. The people standing in the camp were still struggling to process what had happened. No one had expected this minor bird to have such a trick up its sleeve. This ability to command hundreds of birds was equivalent to deploying countless drones in the sky. Everyone had assumed it was bragging when it claimed to be a descendant of the phoenix. Now it seems, could it actually be true? Did phoenixes really exist in ancient times? "I never expected Master Ba to have such skills," He Xiong remarked. "It seems my previous opinion of Master Ba was a bit hasty. Master Ba, could I have some of your blood? I'd like to take it back for research." $50 million. Xiaoba tilted its head. "Didn't you say 10 million earlier?" He Xiong looked stunned. "Prices have gone up now," Xiaoba said. "Master Ba, you really are divine." Anne walked up to Lin Shuo and praised, "Are you a phoenix?" "Woman, stop buttering me up." Xiaoba didn't seem in high spirits. "If I had known the hook serpent was coming, I wouldn't have gone off to busy myself with this. Brother Shuo was right all along. He told me not to leave his side. I should have listened." "Enough," Lin Shuo said. Nobody can predict the future. Finding the sniper is already a good thing. We can deal with the hook serpent slowly, but this gun hanging over our heads must be removed first. Downstream of the nameless river, 5 kilometers from the chain bridge, a head poked out of the water. The oxygen tank on his back was empty. He couldn't stay underwater any longer. He discarded his underwater propulsion vehicle, found a dense forest to land, and took off his fins. Then, as quickly as he could, he took out a bottle of antiperspirant from his waterproof backpack and sprayed all the skin exposed outside his frogman's suit. Only after doing all this did he relax his entire body, slumping in the thicket while glancing toward the chain bridge with eyes full of fear. When he first received this mission, he didn't think it would be that difficult. His name is Kim Byung-won, and as an ace sniper for the former South Korean Navy Special Warfare Brigade, he had completed this kind of infiltration and assassination mission 18 times without a single failure. The target this time was a mercenary with a background in Chinese Special Forces. If they met head-on on the battlefield, the outcome might be uncertain, but as a sniper hiding in the shadows to assassinate him, it should have been a piece of cake. Last night, after carving those words into the tree per the employer's request and slipping into the bushes, he felt his infiltration was as perfect as a work of art. He had been trailing this group for 2 days and 2 nights, and they hadn't the slightest idea he was there. Of course, per the employer's request, he was extra careful with the man carrying the giant bow, meticulously watching the wind direction and managing his body odor to the extreme. Then, early this morning, through his infrared night vision goggles, he saw that giant monster, that field of toppled trees, and that man on the opposite hillside, drawing his bow like a demon. He was terrified. In his heart, he prayed to every deity he could think of. The original plan was to strike tomorrow, but he just couldn't hold on any longer. Thanks to the grueling training of the past 10 years, he completed the subsequent tactical movements: stalking, aiming, firing, cleaning the scene, and withdrawing subconsciously. Only now, 5 kilometers away from the scene, did he dare to catch his breath. Still, he couldn't let his guard down completely. After passing through the current forest, walking 3 more kilometers south, climbing a mountain, and hiding in a well-concealed cave, the entire extraction plan would be complete. 10 days from now, a seaplane would pick him up on the river below the mountain, and the final payment would arrive then. The payment would be docked because the assassination time didn't match, but he didn't care anymore. Once he got this final payment, no matter what, he would never do this kind of job again. He knew he wasn't the only killer to enter the Stanovoy range. A few days ago, everyone landed at the Jalinda wharf and then set off on their separate missions. He was lucky enough to be the first one to strike. He didn't hold much hope that the others would survive. Because that man was truly terrifying. That arrow, it was bone-chilling. Rustle. A sound suddenly came from the front of the dense forest. The highly tense Kim Byung-won immediately drew the pistol from his waist. Then he realized it was just a magpie. The magpie sat on a branch in front of him, cocking its head as it watched him. Kim Byung-won slowly relaxed his finger from the pistol trigger and smiled. "Anya," he greeted the bird softly. The magpie is the national bird of South Korea. He felt a bit homesick. That arrow early this morning had drained all of Lin Shuo's stamina. Xiaoba wasn't with him at the time, and his aim wasn't quite perfect, so he had to use every ounce of his strength to loose that shot. Whether he could kill the hook serpent was a matter of luck, but at the very least, it needed to have the effect of driving the enemy away. Otherwise, if the hook serpent had actually charged into the camp, he might be fine, but the others would be in danger. After firing that arrow, Lin Shuo took a short nap to recover some energy, but before he could even get a bite to eat, Wang Yong's incident happened. Having finished all the busy work, Lin Shuo watched Xiaoba happily eating the offerings brought by the birds on the rock. They were all things like mice, caterpillars, and maggots. The others found it repulsive, but Lin Shuo felt like his stomach was stuck to his spine and he was seeing stars. He was so hungry he could barely stand. Anne was a sharp girl. Seeing Lin Shuo's expression, she said, "Mr. Lin, wait in the tent. I'll be there right away." 2 minutes later, Anne entered Lin Shuo's tent with a musk deer leg. This musk deer had been shot down by the mercenaries 2 days ago. After the leg was cut off upon Hizong's suggestion, it was smoked and hung up on the mountain, cured by the dry autumn winds for 2 days, so the meat had aged just right. Anne had roasted the leg this morning, intending to bring it to Lin Shuo while catching up on the mission. But when she entered the tent, she found Lin Shuo was already asleep. Now, as Anne brought the leg over, the meat was naturally cold, but Lin Shuo didn't care. He took the leg and began to devour it. Anne watched Lin Shuo's bold eating style from the side, a bit lost in thought. Lin Shuo took a few bites of meat, suddenly remembered something, and asked in a low voice, "Wang Yong hunted this deer, right?" "Yes." Anne's expression darkened, and she nodded. Lin Shuo fell silent for a moment and continued to eat with his head down. This time he ate much slower, chewing every mouthful of meat thoroughly before swallowing it slowly. Halfway through, Xiaoba flew in and said, "Brother Shuo, there is news." Lin Shuo nodded, swallowed the meat in his mouth, wiped his mouth carelessly with the back of his hand, and stood up. "I'll go with you," Anne said. "No need," Lin Shuo shook his head. "I am enough on my own, it will be quick." As he lifted the tent curtain, Lin Shuo felt a darkness in front of him. Wei Xingshun was standing right outside. The man was wearing only a light green tank top, the muscles on his arms as hard as iron, his thick eyebrows tightly knitted, the anger in his eyes seemingly ready to erupt. "Mr. Lin, please have Master Ba lead the way for me. I'll take a few brothers with me," Wei Xingshun said resolutely. Lin Shuo looked up at the giant, then nodded. Wei Xingshun stood at attention, saluted Lin Shuo, turned around and roared, "An, present. Li Tian, present. Hiego, present. The three of you, grab your weapons and follow me." Yes. The assassin relies on scent management and military tradecraft, yet fails to realize that in this primal environment, he is playing a game against an apex predator who commands the very ecosystem. Seeing that Magpie made Kim Byung-hwan feel much more relaxed. He walked through the woods with light, cautious steps. Soon he began to feel dizzy. It was a bright, sunny day, and the temperature in the mountains had reached 30 degrees Celsius by noon. Kim Byung-hwan was climbing through the mountains. The intense physical exertion, combined with his airtight wetsuit, had him on the verge of heat stroke. He didn't dare to drink water, because once he did, he would sweat heavily, and his antiperspirant would soon lose its effectiveness. Having witnessed the power of that arrow, he didn't dare to let his guard down, even at this distance. Fortunately, he was now very close to the hidden cave. The magpie had been following him all along, calling out from the treetops. That melodic birdsong seemed to give Kim Byung-hwan endless motivation. "I can make it back, I definitely can." Kim Byung-hwan muttered to himself, finally pushing aside the rock he was using as cover. Beneath the rock, an opening half a person high was revealed. It was pitch black inside, with gusts of cool air blowing out. Cave contained enough food and water to last him 10 days, and it was quite spacious. Kim Byung-hwan felt he was saved. He looked back and realized the magpie that had been following him had flown away. He felt a slight pang of regret, but soon became optimistic again. Perhaps it would fly back soon. Kim Byung-hwan was right. In less than half an hour, the magpie actually returned. Strangely, accompanying the magpie was a myna bird. Kim Byung-hwan had to admit that this myna was beautiful, even prettier than the Korean national bird, the magpie. Its entire body was shiny and black, and the tuft of golden feathers on its head looked just like a crown. Just as Kim Byung-hwan closed his eyes to get some rest, he suddenly remembered something, and his eyes widened in fury, his hair standing on end. Even though he had only seen it from a distance before, he had actually seen this myna. In the jungle, a well-hidden sniper is essentially a grim reaper. But an exposed sniper is nothing more than a sitting duck. Over an hour later, Wei Xingshun and his men returned carrying a corpse. The 4 men were drenched in sweat, but fortunately they were uninjured. Returning with them was Xiaoba. The miner flew back to Lin Shuo's shoulder and said, "This guy was quite decisive. Once he realized he was trapped in the cave, he just committed suicide. Too good for him, he died too easily." Wei Xingshun tossed the body he had been carrying onto the ground and panted, "I was going to throw it into the river to feed the fish, but I thought Mr. Lin might recognize him, so I brought the body back." Everyone emerged from their tents one after another. This group consisted of mercenaries, biologists, or hunters like Lin Shuo. They were long accustomed to seeing dead bodies. Zhang went as far as to examine the body himself, kneeling down to check the wound at the temple before saying, "Asian male, between 29 and 33 years old, died less than an hour ago. I will collect his DNA shortly, though I don't have the appropriate equipment with me. I'll have to wait until we get back to the institute to analyze his identity through the gene bank." Having said that, Zhang glanced at Lin Shuo. "If Mr. Lin or Captain Wei recognize him, it would save us a lot of trouble." "I don't recognize him," Lin Shuo shook his head. "I don't recognize this man either," Wei Xingshun added. but before he died I heard him shouting a few things in the cave. It sounded like Korean. Korean. If that's the case, Anne said, he must have been hired and the intelligence was provided by someone else. Lin Shuo recalled the crooked handwriting on the tree trunk, which was worse than that of an elementary school student, and agreed with Anne's assessment. However, since he was hired by someone else, there must be more than just him, Anne said with a worried look. He Zai-Hong's expression changed. Miss Anne, do you think there are still snipers in the vicinity? It's highly likely, Anne sighed. This whole situation is unresolved, and their goal clearly hasn't been achieved yet. And since they know of Mr. Lin's existence, they would never send only one person to accomplish their mission. Then what should we do? He Zai-Hong asked anxiously. Who on earth is trying to deal with us? Old man, you don't need to worry about that. Xiaoba said. Lord Ba has already put the word out, just wait for news. Just as Xiaoba finished speaking, the group heard the screech of an eagle. Looking up, they saw an eagle circling continuously above the campsite. Lin Shuo squinted slightly and recognized the bird. It was the black kite that Xiaoba had slapped onto the rock earlier. The eagle didn't fly down, it kept circling in the sky, calling out repeatedly. Xiaoba listened for a while, let out an answering screech, and took to the air. The two birds began circling above the camp, appearing for all the world as if they were chatting while taking a stroll, their screeches filling the air. 10 minutes later, Xiaoba returned and said gloomily, that bird is a bit slow, it can't even speak clearly. What did it say? Anne asked. It said it flew a large circle around here and found several people lying down nearby, motionless. Further away there was another team trekking through the mountains. Can it be more specific? Where exactly are they and how many are there? Woman, don't make it difficult for the bird. It's just a bird after all, Xiaoba said. It doesn't have concepts of east, south, or north, and it can't count. But that's fine, it will lead me to check it out. I'll tell you when I get back. Oh. Just as Xiaoba was about to take off, Lin Shuo grabbed its claw. Brother Shuo, what's wrong? The bird asked, flapping its wings. Be careful, Lin Shuo warned. Understood. That afternoon, 6 burly men in camouflage and fully armed were walking through the dense forest. Their leader, about 1.8 meters tall, was extraordinarily broad and thick-bodied, as solid as a tree stump. On his face was a scar extending from his left eyebrow to his lip, looking like a flesh-colored centipede, sinister and terrifying. On his back was a massive kin crossbow. The crossbow's 2 limbs were as thick as a human arm and measured a meter on each side. Slung over his back, they looked like a pair of spread wings. The group had arrived in Mongolia 5 days ago, Rendersvaust, and taken 3 speedboats along the Amur River to Jalinda. After reaching the border town of Jalinda, they split up. Some infiltrated the Stanovoy Mountains to await orders, while the others, these 6 men, had another important mission. That mission was to establish a temporary signal base station on a mountain peak to facilitate communication. This signal station was the world's most advanced military communication device, the latest product from the American defense industry. It was very discreet in appearance and had a signal range of 100 kilometers. By the time they reached the planned peak and set up the station, it was already this morning. Having spent 3 days trekking through the mountains carrying their equipment, the 6 men were exhausted, and just after establishing communication, they received some bad news. The sniper closest to the target team had fired too early, was found by the enemy within an hour, and was forced to commit suicide. Damn that Korean prick, the scarred man cursed all the way. The most important piece of information he gave before dying was in Korean. Who the hell can understand that? Boss, calm down, one of the men behind him said. I spent 2 months in Korea. I can't speak Korean, but I can barely understand a few words. Well, what did he say? He spoke too fast, I basically didn't understand it. Are you playing games with me? The scarred man pulled out the handgun holstered at his thigh. No, no, no. The man behind him panicked. I understood one word. What word? Bird. Bird? Yes, bird. Go play with birds. The scarred man disengaged the safety on his pistol and chambered a round. Boss, it really was bird. The man sounded like he was about to cry. The pronunciation was a bit like J, if you say it fast. Sounds like there was a sound like that. The scarred man nodded, his facial muscles twitching as if he remembered something. I heard from headquarters that the man does indeed have a minor bird with him. As the scarred man was muttering to himself, an eagle's cry came from afar, and he looked up following the sound. In the deep blue sky, a dark shape was circling. Judging by the silhouette, it was an eagle. The scarred man pondered for a moment, shielded his eyes with his hand, looked carefully at the eagle in the sky, and then a sinister grin flashed across his face. Clever hiding behind an eagle. After saying that, he reached out and took the kin crossbow off his back. While we marvel at the animal intelligence, the real tension lies in the tactical asymmetry. Traditional hunting instincts versus high-end military tech. As the antagonist reveals that massive crossbow, we see a clash between primal survival and modern mercenary lethality. This isn't just a tracking game anymore, it's a high-stakes standoff where the hunter has officially become the hunted. The scar-faced man unslung the kin crossbow from his back, but he was in no hurry to load it. He kept his head tilted, eyes fixed on the eagle high above. The eagle in the sky looked like nothing more than a tiny black dot. Seeing the scar-faced man prepare to shoot, the other 5 Tuss felt an itch to join in and reached for the guns slung across their bodies. However, they knew better than to overestimate their own marksmanship. At this distance, the only one capable of taking a shot without embarrassing himself was the scar-faced man. "Boss, why aren't you shooting yet?" one of them asked. "Kid, let me teach you a trick," the scar-faced man said calmly. "Don't be fooled by how slow that eagle looks, it's an illusion. It's actually moving very fast. Whether you're using a gun or a crossbow at this distance, you'll never hit it unless you fully understand its flight pattern. It's just flying around up there. How could anyone know its flight pattern?" the man asked. The scar-faced man didn't reply, continuing to observe for a while longer. Then he placed the crossbow on the ground, stepped onto the bowstring with his feet, gripped the limbs, and pulled upward. With a click, the crossbow was drawn. He pulled a 2-finger-thick arrow from his back and loaded it into the groove. The man looked up, raised the massive kin crossbow, and pulled the trigger with barely any aim. With a loud twang, the thick arrow shot into the sky. The 5 toughs watched from the ground, only seeing the arrow fly off with lightning speed, catching them completely off guard. By the time they could track it, it had already slowed down, its ascent becoming sluggish. Furthermore, the arrow was nowhere near the eagle. Given the bird's current trajectory, it wouldn't have stood a chance of hitting it. The 5 men looked up, certain the shot was a miss, and began to contemplate how they would comfort the scar-faced man. This guy had a bad temper, and when pushed, he really would kill. Under the influence of gravity, the arrow's momentum faded as it wobbled in the air. Just as it reached its peak and began to tremble, it seemed about to fall back down. Yet at that exact moment, the eagle flapped its wings and made a sharp turn. A screech echoed as the eagle was pierced straight through by the arrow. The 5 men watched, a strange feeling creeping into their hearts. The eagle had been flying just fine, but at the last second it made a turn as if it had sought out the arrow itself and slammed right into it. "Boss, you are truly divine." "Boss, how did you know that eagle would turn at the last moment?" The scar-faced man didn't answer. He tossed the crossbow aside and held out his hand. "Gun." The eagle was falling, but there was another bird above it. This bird was flying extremely high, appearing as nothing more than a tiny black dot. It had been flying above the eagle, but seeing its companion killed, it immediately climbed higher, distancing itself even further from the ground. The subordinate quickly handed a gun to the scar-faced man. It was an AWM with a silencer, British-made, with a rugged and minimalist design. In terms of both power and precision, it was among the best sniper rifles. The man raised it to the sky. While this AWM usually required a bipod to fire, he steadied it with nothing but his 2 arms, standing as solid as a mountain. Unlike the crossbow shot, he aimed carefully this time before pulling the trigger. A flash erupted from the AWM's muzzle, and even with the silencer, the sound was enough to jolt anyone's heart. In the sky, a cloud of black feathers exploded. Jingle, jingle. The sound of bells echoed through the mountains of the Outer Khingan Range. The bell was tied to the neck of a grey donkey. It rang clear and crisp as the animal walked along the mountain path. If the local mountain folk heard this bell, their hearts would surely brim with joy. To encounter the Dragon King's messenger in the mountains was a great blessing. The mountain people here were farmers born and bred. During the chaotic years, most fleeing farmers chose to head inward toward the heart of the country, but a small group chose to go north, crossing into Russian territory before stopping here. They couldn't go any further north. The permafrost made it impossible to survive, so they settled here. None managed to make it this far back then, but over 70 years of growth they had finally taken root. Now, scattered throughout the vast mountains of the outer Khingan Range, there were 26 small villages. These villages varied in size, the smallest having at least 100 people. Over the 70 years the mountain folk had been here, the Dragon King festival had gradually become a tradition. The festival had no fixed date. It wasn't that the villagers lacked rules, but rather that the ceremony had to be presided over by the Dragon King's messenger himself. Around August or September each year, the messenger would begin wandering the range, traveling from village to host the festival, like lighting lamps one by one. It took over a month to visit all 26 villages. No matter how he traveled, the ceremonies had to happen one after another, and the order was a problem. Every village wanted to hold the festival first, believing it brought more blessings. To accommodate their needs, the messenger changed the route every year to ensure fairness. There were no cell phones here, making communication difficult. Thus, every August and September, the sound of the bell would echo through the steep mountains. If mountain folk heard it while hunting or gathering wood, they would approach to greet the messenger, and he would tell them the route for that year. Once the news spread, by the time the messenger arrived, the village would be ready. Jingle, jingle. The sound of the bell resonated through the mountains. An old man in black followed his grey donkey, walking at a steady, unhurried pace. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "Oh, you grey donkey, you've got it made. Drinking spring water, eating the best beans. Look at your coat, so shiny and bright, now look at me, gaunt and bony. This mountain path is making me dizzy." "What's that? You're saying I should ride you to save some energy?" "Oh no, I can't do that. What if someone sees me?" Hunters sell their skills. Our lineage, though once glorious, now has to play the part of the downtrodden. Even if you are just a donkey, I have to treat you like my master. I have to keep talking to you so that others think you understand me. People are unpredictable. If I can't keep up the act, who would believe me? Wouldn't you agree? Actually, you're a dim-witted donkey, nowhere near as wise as our Dragon King. But I can't blame you. How much experience can you have? Anyway, enough talk. I'm exhausted. Let's take a break. The old man tethered the donkey to a tree, sat down on the ground, and panted heavily. Life is getting hard. I can barely afford to eat. He took a leather water skin from his waist, took a drink, swished it around, and then swallowed it with great reluctance. Just then, a sharp eagle screech heard from afar. The old man looked in the direction of the sound, his expression tightening. An eagle had been shot down. Immediately after, he saw something else falling from even higher in the sky. The small black speck fell rapidly, and the old man soon realized it was a black minor bird. The bird spiraled through the air and landed right in the tree where he had tethered his donkey. It was a decades-old poplar tree, thick with leaves, and the bird tumbled through the branches before crashing down in front of the old man. The old man quickly checked his donkey. Good, it hadn't been startled. When he turned back to look at the bird, his face grew solemn. He recognized this bird. Back in Longsing Valley, he had been cornered by a group of people, led by a descendant of the Lin family. That young man had inherited the Lin family's true skills. He was not to be trifled with. But he was still young, and the old man had bluffed his way out, even handing over some intel to descendant. The old man had been babbling incessantly, but in truth he had been watching his surroundings, contemplating how to escape if things went south. He had spotted a miner perched on a nearby tree. He remembered that bird well because he had never seen such a beautiful one in the Khingan Mountains before. It was almost certainly the Lin descendant's bird. And the bird before him had to be it. The patch of gold on its head was unmistakable. The old man reached out and picked up the miner. It had a heartbeat. It was still alive. Checking its body, he saw its belly was scorched black, the feathers singed off. "Gunshot," the old man muttered. Luckily, it wasn't a direct hit, just a graze. Just then, the leaves to his northeast rustled. The old man didn't even need to look to know someone was hacking through the mountains with a machete instead of following the path. By the sound of it, there was more than one person. "Oh, so you've got people hunting you down, do you?" the old man said to the bird. He looked at the miner in his hand and whispered to himself. After a moment of hesitation, he seemed to make up his mind and tucked the bird inside his clothes. He went to his donkey, unhooked the bell from its neck, wrapped it in cloth, stowed it in his bag, untethered the donkey, and hopped onto its back. "Giddy up." The grey donkey froze, unmoving. It had never been ridden by the old man in its life and was completely stunned. "You really are my ancestor, aren't you?" Muttering, the old man smacked the donkey on the rump. Stung, the donkey finally broke into a trot. Run faster, run faster. Bouncing on the donkey's back, the old man said, Ancestor donkey, our future meals depend on you. Kyorousha kanji solda, hibikyuse, haijungu ninsei haku. Tapa roujisha housou sei ichiu shinko, ryo shinkusa zairan seritsu dashi. Itsu su seizou shinkan raijui shugentek shudan. Homshu zeko koumeitek shakate gakyou wa.
The International Biological Research Association's camp is now at a virtual standstill. With no telling how many snipers might be lurking outside, no one dares to make a move. Even just staying inside the camp, everyone is terrified. Wei Jingshan has led the mercenaries to build defensive fortifications, demanding that everyone stay behind cover to avoid being picked off. After finishing the defenses, Wei Jingshan took 4 mercenaries to patrol the perimeter, personally checking every possible sniper hideout. This kind of reconnaissance isn't as simple as just searching for items. You never know if there's a gun trained on you, making the tactical maneuvers extremely complex and physically exhausting. In these vast, sprawling mountains, there are simply too many places for a sniper to hide. By the time dusk fell, the mercenaries accompanying Wei Jingshan had already been rotated out several times. Every group that returned was drenched in sweat, as if they had been pulled out of the water. Each time Wei Jingshan came back, he'd just take a sip of water, catch his breath, and head right back out with a new team, trip after trip. The atmosphere throughout the camp is incredibly oppressive. Everyone is just waiting for Xiao Ba to return. The bird has been out all afternoon, and there hasn't been a single update. Seeing Lin Shuo's increasingly grim expression, Anne gently consoled him. Mr. Lin, don't worry. Perhaps the distance was too great and Ba Yi hasn't flown back yet. At the speed of Xiao Ba and that black kite, he should have been back by now. Lin Shuo frowned, his eyes fixed on the northwest of the camp, the direction from which Xiao Ba had flown off. Well, perhaps. Anne hesitated before adding, maybe Bei Yi was delayed by something. I did think that black kite seemed quite fond of him. Ms. Anne, are you saying? Liu Qing stared at the drone screen, his hands tapping away at the keyboard. That Bai Yi eloped with that female kite? I said no such thing. Anne blushed and glared at Liu Qing. Lin Shuo shook his head and said, I know him. Although he's lecherous by nature, he wouldn't run off with a black kite. His heart holds every female bird in the world. He's not the type to settle down for just one. Ms. Anne, you'd better be careful, Liu Qing said, eyes on the screen. A pet's temperament often follows its masters. This is no time for jokes, Captain Liu. Anne bit her lip, looking displeased. Liu Qing shook his head. I just feel the atmosphere here is too tense. Keep it up and our nerves will snap. Mr. Lin, Miss Anne, you two are the backbone of this team. You can't lose your composure now. After saying this, Liu Qing went back to controlling the drone. I'm going for a walk, Lin Shuo said, walking out of the tent. Wait for me, Anne followed Lin Shuo. Hey! You two come back. The area hasn't been cleared yet. It's dangerous, Liu Qing shouted. As night gradually enveloped the greater Qinggan Mountains, 2 figures raced through the hills, one after the other. Why are you following me? Lin Shuo asked while sprinting. Are you not afraid of death? If Mr. Lin isn't afraid, then naturally I'm not either, Anne said, staying close behind him. Truth be told, I'm also very worried about Bai Yi. Then keep up. Lin Shuo, feeling agitated, stopped holding back and broke into a full-speed dash. Trees whipped past on both sides, and Lin Shuo felt only the wind rushing by his ears. They had traversed mountains together before, but at that time Lin Shuo was just testing Anne's background and holding back much of his strength. This time, with Lin Shuo being slightly more serious, Anne gradually began to fall behind. Her mountain climbing technique was highly effective for complex, rugged terrain, but in terms of pure speed, she still lagged significantly behind Lin Shuo. Soon Lin Shuo disappeared from her sight. Anne had expected this. Although they were both part of the circle, Lin Shuo was, after all, the number one among the younger generation of the Hunter's Gate. Her own level was far behind his. She didn't panic, instead tracking Lin Shuo's footprints and following from a distance. After crossing 5 peaks at the bottom of a river valley, Anne finally saw Lin Shuo's back again. The man was standing on a gravel bar by the stream, looking up toward where the sun had set. Don't come over, Lin Shuo said without turning. There's a sniper nearby. Upon hearing this, Anne immediately rolled into the grass and flattened herself behind a tree. Peering through a gap in the grass, Anne dared not even take a full breath, watching Lin Shuo by the river. She was also confused. If there was a sniper nearby, why would Lin Shuo dare to stop, let alone just stand there blankly? In the mountains, trees were abundant, and it was extremely difficult for a sniper to hit a moving target weaving through the forest. Even while passing the river valley, where there was no cover, with Lin Shuo's blindingly fast movement, He would have zipped through before a sniper could even react. So why did he stop? Could he be trying to see if he could catch a bullet? Anne shook her head, trying to banish such an absurd thought. Lin Shuo had caught a crossbow bolt bare-handed, but bullets and bolts were completely different things. As fast as a bolt was, it didn't spin, traveling in a straight line. Theoretically, with enough anticipation and speed, catching it was possible. But a bullet is different. Even a pistol bullet is spun at high speed by the rifling in the barrel and possesses an extremely high surface temperature. And if that's true for a pistol, a bullet from a sniper rifle was 100 times more terrifying. Was Lin Shuo just standing there waiting to die? At that moment, the sun was about to dip below the horizon. The valley was filled with afterglow, and Lin Shuo was bathed in red, the stream in front of him shining with a crimson hue. The man stood in the midst of it all, gazing toward the reddest part of the horizon. Watching his back, Anne felt a sense of trance. She hadn't known Lin Shuo for long, but in those 10 days there were 4 moments she would never forget. One was the opening of that wooden door, the man's cold expression making her feel like a startled fawn. One was waking up to see him sitting in the corner of the camp like a mountain. One was the first light of dawn today, seeing him draw his bow and fire. And this last one, here and now bathed in the sunset, looking like he might fall at any second. Anne's heart tightened, her vision blurred, and her mind went blank. She let out a cry, using every ounce of her strength to spring up from the grass like a panther and lunge toward him at full speed. She couldn't let Lin Shuo just die like this. She didn't know if she would be in time, but she had to do something. She had to push Lin Shuo out of the way. Anne's full-force lunge barely Lin Shuo's. Her entire body collided with his back, her head spun, and her chest felt tight and breathless. It felt like hitting a wall. This man was harder than iron. If she hadn't been training since childhood, that impact alone could have killed her. Lin Shuo turned his head, looking at Anne in confusion. "What are you doing?" Anne was dizzy and couldn't even compose herself. Lin Shuo paused, then, as if guessing her intent, turned back to look west and asked softly, "You didn't think I was trying to catch a bullet, did you?" Anne's consciousness returned and her face flushed instantly. "I know you admire me, but overestimating me this much shows a real flaw in your judgment. I'm a human, not a monster." That sniper must have realized I spotted him and ran off. If he hadn't left, why would I be standing here waiting to die? I'm standing here because I needed a relatively stable environment to track his scent. Oh, Anne's face turned beet red and she looked down. "So, can you let go of me now?" Anne snapped back to reality, let out a soft exclamation, pulled her hands off his back like lightning, and stepped back twice. "Let's go, we're tracking him," Lin Shuo said, heading west along the river. "Since we ran into him, we might as well pull out this thorn." Oh. 40 kilometers away, a gray donkey was trotting happily down a mountain path. The old man on the donkey was rambling on. "Oh, my dear donkey ancestor, you're shaking my guts out." "It's alright, I'm just talking to myself, keep going, don't worry about me. Those guys have real stamina, following us for nearly 10 li. We finally shook them off." "What? Me afraid of them? Nonsense. If we really had to fight, I could take them out easily, you know?" "You don't believe me? Fine, honestly, neither do I. The way they hunted that eagle, those are classic hunter techniques. If it were in the water, those hunters couldn't even tie my shoes, but in the mountains, I really can't afford to mess with them. Especially since they have guns. I'd have to be brain damaged to risk my life fighting them. To deal with people like that, you need to use your wits, get it? Forget it, you're just a donkey, you don't know what wits are. Hurry up, donkey ancestor. 10 more li and we'll reach Junyang Valley, and I'll have them get you the finest beans, all you can eat." As he spoke, the old man felt the mine in his lap move. Don't move, don't move." The old man patted gently through his clothes. "You're badly hurt, don't stir. When we get to Junyang Valley, I'll patch you up. Don't be afraid, it's all right. You've met me, old Liu, so your life is safe." "Ow, you silly bird, why are you pecking me?" "Ah. If you peck me again, I won't be so nice." "Fine, passed out again. I told you were badly hurt, why didn't you believe me?" "Hayasaku ryori, senjin teki kyasoe, seirou shaichi ki seizon tetsugaku ko seiryo, kiniki shigeshi shite ete, hirer, konteki koku koko no tsuji kuki, kisu fukuteke ka sekai hodu." Trying to find a bird in this vast sea of forest is pretty much like looking for a needle in a haystack. Especially since Xiaoba was specifically instructed by Lin Shuo before leaving to be extra careful and fly high. Its scent had long since dissipated in the high altitude and wouldn't reach the ground. Lin Shuo knew well that the chances of finding Xiaoba by heading out like this were slim. But wandering around nearby was still better than sitting idly at the camp. Now that Lin Shuo had detected a gunman, an idea crossed his mind. If something really happened to Xiao Ba, it was very likely the work of this group. Catching this gunman and asking him would solve it. With his mind made up, Lin Shuo felt composed. As he steadied his mind, his pace slowed down a bit. Anne followed behind Lin Shuo, and this brilliant woman quickly grasped what he was thinking. The two of them arrived at the spot where the gunman had previously been lurking. This was the mountaintop with a great view. Judging by the footprints, the sniper had been hiding under this tree at the summit. Lin Shuo carefully discerned the scent here, and became even more certain that he was from the same group as the previous gunman. His body odor management was worse than that Korean guy from before. He couldn't keep his mouth shut. He must have been eating something like an energy bar just now. These field energy bars are packed with artificial flavoring, which an average person wouldn't notice at this distance. But Lin Shuo is no average person. Now, the gunman was moving away rapidly, and the scent molecules of that artificial flavoring were constantly being released into the air with his breathing. To Lin Shuo's olfactory system, this was like a lighthouse in the ocean. Moreover, Lin Shuo and Anne had already found his tracks, making the pursuit even easier. He is a sniper with skills better than most, and he has a gun. Following him rashly still carries some risks, Anne whispered as a reminder. How about... He can't hit me, Lin Shuo said indifferently, but you are indeed in some danger, so don't walk too fast and keep some distance from me. As soon as Lin Shuo finished speaking, Anne only saw a blur, and the man was gone. Only then did she realize that the high-speed dash Lin Shuo had done in the mountains earlier, where he left her trailing so far behind she couldn't even see his taillights, really was just him going for a walk as he had said. Night fell, yet the forest in the outer Qing'an range was far from peaceful. A party of 6 was moving through the dense forest, 3 kilometers away from the secret supply point marked on their map. The scarred man was in a terrible mood, and the other 5 burly men remained silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to make a sound. He had intended to kill that mina with the shot earlier today. Unexpectedly, the bird was far more agile than an eagle. The bullet didn't hit but only grazed it. The 8OM's magnum round is powerful enough that even a glancing blow would be enough for that bird to handle. But since it didn't kill it, the scarred man felt a bit uneasy. He had a vague feeling that this bird was definitely a nuisance and would cause endless trouble if left alive. Leading his men to where the bird fell, they didn't find the mina, only donkey footprints. The scarred man realized someone had rescued the bird and immediately led his team to track it down. But how could humans on this mountain path compete with a donkey? Not only did they fail to catch up, but after crossing a small stream, the donkey tracks disappeared too. 6 grown men let a half-dead bird get away. This made the scarred man very irritable, and he kept cursing along the way. "Boss, calm down," a burly man behind him said. "It's just a bird, so what if we didn't find it?" "What the hell do you know?" The scarred man cursed, too lazy to explain to this fool. How could these subordinates of his know how formidable hunters are? Especially the descendants of the 6 great families, every one of them is highly skilled. That guy surnamed Lin is the most ferocious among the younger generation of the 6 families. Even the heads of the other 5 families might not be as capable as he is. Since it's a bird around him, it's definitely not ordinary. Perhaps Jin Bingwen's death is related to this bird. The scarred man brooded over this, his mood worsening. As if it wasn't enough, at that moment an urgent voice came through his earpiece. "Boss, I think I've been spotted." The scarred man stiffened and asked in a low voice, "Spotted by whom?" "That guy surnamed Lin." "He discovered you?" "I'd been lying on the mountain for 2 days, and was so hungry I had no energy left, so I unwrapped an energy bar. Not long after I opened it, I saw him in my binoculars, and he was actually looking toward my direction too. The energy bars were issued are scentless. How could he possibly have discovered you? I didn't like the taste of those, so I secretly hid 2 orange-flavored ones." "God, you idiot," the scarred man cursed. "Your mask can't block that kind of artificial flavoring. He must have smelled it." "Yeah, I reckon he's already following me now. I'll find a place to take a shot at him." The scarred man was silent for a while, then said, "All right. I know the orders from above. I'll try to aim for his legs and leave him alive. Good luck to you. Think about your wife and children." The scarred man nodded and cut the communication. "Boss, who was that?" a burly man behind him asked. "He got spotted." "Yeah. Then he should be fine. Li San is a good shot and is strong in close combat. That guy named Lin might not be able to do much to him." The scarred man sighed and didn't say anything. For the sake of the team's morale, he couldn't speak his mind. In truth, in his heart, Li San was already a dead man. Anne moved lightly through the dense forest, tailing far behind Lin Shuo. She felt some resentment. She had intended to suggest a pincer movement, but before she could finish, Lin Shuo left her with a single sentence and ran off. What a jerk! A guy with zero. But on second thought, Lin Shuo doing this was also for her safety, which made her feel a bit better. Besides, along this journey, she had gradually come to understand Lin Shuo. This man acts and speaks with extreme confidence, never caring about others' feelings, and his EQ is out of the question, but he actually has a good heart. Thinking of this, Anne felt her face heat up and quickly pushed these thoughts aside. By now it was completely dark, especially in the dense forest where the canopy blocked the moonlight, leaving everything pitch black. The traces on the ground were no longer visible. But that didn't stump Anne, because she was actually the same kind of person as Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo possessed the Lin family's secret technique of scent tracking, while she practiced the listening to the mountain inherited by her own family. She leaned down, pressed her ear closely against the ground, and listened for a while. Various extremely subtle vibrations, imperceptible to ordinary people, traveled from the earth. At this moment in Anne's ears, the earth was like a giant harp string being constantly plucked. Every movement on this string formed a holographic image in Anne's mind. Within 2 kilometers, the closer it was, the clearer it became. Beyond 2 kilometers, it began to blur. She was certain that the sniper was less than 2 kilometers ahead. Just beyond that was the surface of the nameless river. The sniper was already tired, his footsteps becoming heavier. And about 1 kilometer behind him, a series of massive tremors came from the earth. That was a series of forceful footsteps, so rapid there was almost no intermission. That was Lin Shuo rapidly closing in. Lin Shuo's style of rapid running used his leg strength with extreme precision, keeping his footsteps in the forest very quiet. But such lightning-fast speed relied on his powerful explosive force, and that brutal strength was ultimately being transmitted into the earth with every step. So in Anne's ears, Lin Shuo's footsteps sounded like peals of thunder in the dark clouds. That incredibly formidable presence made Anne yearn for such power. The threshold Lin Shuo had crossed was truly unattainable. At that moment, Anne's expression changed slightly, and she raised her head. The sniper had stopped at the riverbank. He wasn't running anymore. Anne grew tense and quickly caught up. She was afraid something would happen to Lin Shuo. No matter how godlike, even the most legendary figures can't outrun a bullet once it leaves the muzzle. The sniper's downfall wasn't tactical incompetence, but a simple human failure, the inability to resist a snack. It highlights a brutal reality in high-stakes fields. One minor, impulsive deviation from protocol can completely betray your position. In competitive environments, professional discipline is often the only thin line separating the predator from the prey. That night, as the moon climbed above the treetops, Junyang Valley was already shrouded in darkness. The mountain folk had little entertainment at night, so they blew out their lamps and went to sleep early. A young couple lived at the entrance of the village, and the creaking sounds coming from their room traveled far, as if they were showing off, making old Liu feel quite restless. Old Liu, whose full name was Liu Shunfu, was 56 years old and the second-generation Dragon King messenger of the Lesser Khingan Mountains. The first-generation Dragon King messenger was his father Liu Dekeng, who had passed away 15 years ago. Family traditions and sons following in their father's footsteps were considered perfectly normal among the mountain people. At that moment, old Liu was walking along the village road of Junyang Valley, leading a gray donkey and carrying a fainted myna bird in his arms. Across these 1,000-mile mountain trails, Junyang Valley served as one of his stopovers, while he presided over the Dragon King sacrifices in various villages. He had a small wooden shack here. It was usually unoccupied, and he only stayed for a night or two when passing through for the sacrifice. After tethering the donkey outside, old Liu pushed the door open and entered. He didn't light a lamp, partly to avoid letting light leak out and attracting outsiders, and partly because lamp oil was precious here, he hated to waste it. He gently took the myna bird from his bosom and placed it on the heated brick bed, then went back outside to retrieve a handful of herbs from the pouch hanging on the donkey. These were herbs he had spotted and picked along the mountain trail while traveling. Back in the room, just as he was about to fetch the stone mortar to crush the herbs, he glanced at the bed and froze for a moment. The myna was gone. Old Liu turned his head and saw the myna bird had struggled to jump to the windowsill and was flapping its wings twice. Unfortunately, it couldn't fly and tipped over, falling onto the sill. "You bird, Why are you more stubborn than a donkey? Old Liu walked over quickly, cupped the mina in his hands, and put it back into the bedding on the bed. This time the mina didn't faint, it blinked its eyes at Old Liu. Old Liu found the mortar, sat down on the edge of the bed, and looked at the bird in his bedding. Your eyes are like they can talk. Old Liu smiled as he began to grind the herbs. I know you. The mina remained silent. The Lin family's specialty is called Imperial Phoenix, once as famous as our Liu family's dragon herding. You are the phoenix of the Lin family, aren't you? The mina bird was stunned. Herding dragons and commanding phoenixes sounds glorious, doesn't it? But a dragon in shallow water gets teased by shrimp, and a fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. Old Liu stopped his hands, shook his head, took the herbal paste from the mortar, and reached toward the bird. Since we are both stranded travelers, stop playing dumb. I know you understand human speech. Lie down, let me apply the medicine. The mina stared at Old Liu for a while, then rolled over on the bedding, exposing its belly. While applying the medicine, Old Liu said, the bullet grazed your belly, and your internal organs were bruised, but you'll be fine. Lay still and rest after I apply this. With your constitution, you'll be flying in a week. After saying this, Old Liu gave a self-deprecating laugh. Why does that sound so strange? Who are you? Little 8 finally spoke. Your master is a descendant of the 6 great families of the Hunters Guild. Old Liu identified himself. My lineage is called the Herders. The herder lineage is divided into water and land schools. I, Liu Shunfu, am a descendant of the water herder Liu family. Never heard of it, Little 8 said. Heh, of course you wouldn't have heard of it now. 100 years ago, our herder lineage was no less prestigious than the Hunters Guild. Old Liu shook his head and sighed. Times have changed. Aren't you a Dragon King messenger? That is just a part-time job. Old Liu looked a bit embarrassed. A man has to make a living after all. Anne was burning with anxiety, but she moved across the 2 kilometers of mountain road, as if it were flat ground, and arrived at the riverbank in no time. Rushing to the edge of the woods and seeing the great river reflecting the moon and sparkling, Anne finally calmed down. She realized there was a gunman lurking in the vicinity. Anne was about to find a safe spot to use her mountain listening skill again to pinpoint the sniper's location when she suddenly changed her mind. Because she discovered Lin Shuo standing by the river. Just as he had been in that valley, Lin Shuo stood silently by the water's edge. This man truly had no fear of death. Anne grumbled to herself, but she had learned her lesson and didn't rashly rush up to push him. Aside from the fact that she couldn't actually move him, Anne knew that Lin Shuo must have a reason for standing there like that. Lin Shuo clearly noticed her too. He turned around and waved for her to come over. Anne walked out of the woods and saw a dark, messy pile of something at Lin Shuo's feet. As she got closer and observed, her stomach churned. She immediately covered her nose and mouth and looked away. The pile on the ground was actually a corpse. The corpse's death was gruesome, as if the person had been standing there when something crashed down and flattened them in an instant. It was just a thin layer on the ground, unrecognizable, and the stench was overpowering. Anne looked at Lin Shuo, and the faint feeling of attraction she had held for him vanished into thin air. She finally recalled the man's formidable reputation and unconsciously took a small step back. In her mind, Lin Shuo definitely had the ability to reduce a living person to such a state. Lin Shuo, who had been deep in thought, noticed Anne's odd reaction and asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Did you kill him? Anne asked softly as she looked at him. The skills I learned aren't meant for killing people. I don't take lives easily. Lin Shuo looked at the sparkling water. Something else killed him before I arrived. Something else? Anne quickly scanned the surroundings. Yes. Lin Shuo twitched his nose, sniffing the air. It was the Blackwater Dragon King. What? Anne said, surprised. The Blackwater Dragon King has been here. Lin Shuo nodded. That Dragon King works quickly. By the time I arrived, he was already like this. Why would the Blackwater Dragon King kill him? Anne asked. I don't know. Lin Shuo shook his head. Old man, I want to go back, Little 8 said while lying on the bed. No hurry, your master will be staying in the Lesser Khingan Mountains for a while yet. Old Liu shook his head. Once your injury is healed, I will personally send you back. Personally send me back? Little 8 stared intently at Old Liu and asked, Old man, do you have something you want from Brother Shuo? Old Liu hesitated for a moment, then laughed. Truly the phoenix of the Lin family, you are smart. I do have a matter I need to trouble your master with. It was indeed a bit difficult to bring up, but now that I've had the good fortune to save you, it should be easier to ask. Since you saved me, Brother Shuo will likely agree to most things you ask. Little 8 said, however, if you make any unreasonable demands, Old man, I advise you not to seek death. My brother Shuo has a bad temper and cannot stand being coerced. You can rest assured about that. Old Liu replied, I have lived long enough to know where the limits are. That is good, but I still have to go back right now. Little 8 struggled to stand up. Don't worry, old man, 8 Yi here isn't an ungrateful person. You saved my life, and I acknowledge that debt. I will have brother Shuo repay this favor later. What is the rush? Old Liu asked, perplexed. You are so badly injured, how will you get back? Even if I can't fly, I will crawl back if I have to. Little 8's steps faltered as it hopped off the blanket, but old Liu caught it instantly. Let me go, old man. Little 8 flapped its wings and struggled hard. As little 8 struggled, old Liu's hands moved with a rhythmic motion, and little 8 found it was like stepping on cotton. It couldn't find any leverage at all. All right, little Phoenix, stop fussing or the medicine will be for nothing. Old Liu maintained his technique and said, let me guess you discovered something wrong with some people in the Lesser Kingdom Mountains and want to report it back to your master. Little 8 stopped struggling and asked curiously, how did you know? I discovered it 3 days ago. Old Liu smiled slightly. If that is the matter, don't worry about it. I am already handling it. You are handling it? What can you do? Little 8 asked. Old Liu said coldly, even though the water herder Liu family has declined with each generation, we know how to defend our own territory. Your master is too powerful. I wouldn't dare provoke him. But if anyone else wants to start trouble here and even dares to chase me for 10 miles through the mountains, then Old Liu, won't be so easy to deal with. Old Liu reveals that even in a declining era, tradition holds leverage. This dynamic of local experts versus outsiders perfectly reflects the classic power struggle trope. Those who truly own the terrain rarely fear the strongest newcomers. That night, Zaihong connected the satellite phone. Among the International Biological Research Society's team heading to the Lesser Kingdom Mountains, only 2 people carried satellite phones. One was Anne, the operation lead, and the other was the lead researcher, Zaihong. Zaihong usually only used his phone to consult with the research team's experts when there was a major breakthrough in the expedition. But tonight, what he said on the phone had very little to do with the research. Because he was also one of the 7 elders of the International Research Society and a member of the top decision-making body. Yes, there are still gunmen in the area, Zaihong said, his voice deep as he held the specially designed phone. I think it is time to make a request to the military over there and ask them to send troops to sweep this area. Also, do you have any information on who sent these gunmen? I certainly know that asking them to send troops will damage our society's reputation and complicate the political situation in the Far East. But things are out of control now. We are at risk of being wiped out at any moment, so why bother about saving face? Fine, hold a vote at your meeting first. Zaihong hung up the phone, his expression shifting between anxiety and gloom. When this operation first began, this authority in international biology had been full of high spirits. Because of his major contributions to the field of genetics, he was a 2-time Lasker Award winner and had been nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine twice. The Lasker Award carries significant weight. In some respects, it is even more respected within the industry than the Nobel Prize. This background was enough to qualify him for the Council of Elders of the International Biological Research Society as a chief biologist. The 2 failed Nobel bids did not discourage him. Instead, they made him even more obsessed with his academic pursuits. The scale of the hook serpent found in the Lesser Kingdom Mountains had him incredibly excited. This creature was simply too miraculous. If he could see it in person, understand its specific characteristics, and compare them to its genetic data, he would know how its strange abilities were expressed through its genes. This was destined to be a major leap in biology. This was the ultimate realization of his value as a biologist. Zaihong had foreseen that this project, both in its initial research phase and subsequent applications, would be an incredibly massive undertaking. He could not complete it alone, even if he spent the rest of his life on it. Based on this, he was very happy when his student Yang Tuo volunteered to accompany him to the Far East. As his successor in scientific research, Yang Tuo was highly satisfactory. He was smart enough, hardworking enough, and most importantly, Yang Tuo was a very traditional person. As a Chinese scientist who had lived abroad for a long time, Zaihong still secretly held onto the idea of carrying the torch for his motherland. His stance before Lin Shuo at the Four Seasons Hotel in Chunning had not been an act. He had truly prepared himself for self-sacrifice for this trip to the Lesser Kingdom Mountains. But seeing the body of Wang Yong with only half a head left was like being doused with a bucket of ice water. He began to question whether he had the right to let these young soldiers die for him. He wasn't afraid of death himself, but that didn't mean others had to die for his scientific ideals. This self-interrogation left him unable to eat or sleep. He was a scholar and intellectual. Although he had often wielded a blade in his life, it was a scalpel meant to benefit humanity, not a butcher's knife. With unknown gunmen lurking outside, more people were bound to die. He Zihong sat quietly in his tent, looking as if he had aged 10 years overnight. "Teacher, are you wavering?" The voice that suddenly came from inside the tent made He Zihong shudder and snap back to reality. It was Yang Tuo leaning on a crutch, standing in his tent. "When did you come?" "Just now, teacher, you were lost in thought." "With your injury, how can you walk around so freely?" He Zihong stood up and personally helped his student sit in the folding chair he had been using. "Teacher." Yang Tuo didn't refuse. After settling in, he leaned his crutch against the chair and looked intently at He Zihong. "You haven't answered my question yet. Are you wavering?" Sigh. He Zihong let out a breath. "I have already asked the Senate to vote on sending troops." Yang Tuo frowned and said, "Once the Senate agrees to send troops, wouldn't that mean admitting we are powerless in this situation?" "Yang Tuo, isn't that the truth?" He Zihong countered. "We have been ambushed by snipers. We don't know how many more are lurking in the Khingan Mountains, and I don't know who is dealing with us. This situation is already beyond the capabilities of the International Biological Research Society." Teacher. Yang Tuo looked at He Zihong and said softly, "Has this little setback made you want to give up?" He Zihong was stunned. He locked eyes with Yang Tuo for a few seconds and saw a deep sense of disappointment in his student's eyes. This disappointment stung He Zihong deeply, and he suddenly flew into a rage. He could endure Lin Shuo's disrespect because he knew Lin Shuo was an extraordinary man and they were from different worlds. But Yang Tuo was different. This was the student he had spent 10 years of blood and sweat to cultivate. "Is this a little setback?" He Zihong roared. "Wang Yong has already sacrificed his life. If this continues, people will die every day." "Teacher, mercy does not command an army, and righteousness does not manage wealth," Yang Tuo replied. "Shouldn't we, as scientists, have a similar sense of resolution?" "You." He Zihong's face turned pale as he pointed Yang Tuo, unable to speak. "Teacher, please be cautious about asking for troops," Yang Tuo said, picking up his crutch and standing up. "Don't forget how much of the society's annual funding comes from my country. My country only allows a third party to handle this. If there is a military movement in the Far East, the situation will truly spiral out of control." He Zihong was stunned. He stared at his student, feeling as if he were looking at a stranger. Yang Tuo looked at He Zihong and said quietly, "Of the 182 people who went missing, 73 share the same blood as I do. My country has already been very restrained by not sending troops directly. Teacher, rest assured I am still your student. It is just that for this mission, I have been tasked by my superiors to ensure that the families of those 73 citizens get an answer. As for whether you will still accept me as a member of the Hook Serpent Research Project after knowing this, I won't force it. To me, science has no borders, but scientists do." After saying this, Yang Tuo leaned on his crutch and limped out of the tent. He Zihong stood blankly for a moment, then sat down Zen, pulling the satellite phone from his chest pocket. Late that night, Lin Shuo and An returned empty-handed. Wei Jingshan was finishing his last round of inspection when the two parties met at the camp entrance. Since the afternoon, Wei Jingshan hadn't stopped, leading his team to scout for the snipers on nearby hills. The other mercenaries had been rotated, but Wei Jingshan had not. After 12 hours of this, even an Iron Man couldn't take it. When he met Lin Shuo, Wei Jingshan looked like he had been pulled out of the water, too exhausted to stand straight. "Captain Wei, I understand your feelings, but you cannot exhaust yourself like this," An said with concern. "It is better than watching my comrades die in front of me," Wei Jingshan replied, panting heavily. "How are you? Did you find 8 Master?" Lin Shuo didn't say a word and An shook her head. "By the way, Miss An, I have something to report," Wei Jingshan said. "We found a dead body while scouting by the river just now." "A body?" An looked at Lin Shuo, then asked, "What kind of body?" "Don't ask, I have never seen such a brutal way to die," Wei Jingshan said. "It is like the person was hit by a pile driver. Their bones were smashed to bits and spread all over the ground." "Where?" Lin Shuo asked. 2 kilometers to the west, Wei Jingshan pointed in that direction. "This guy was a sniper, and we found a Steyr SSG rifle smashed flat beside his body." The body An and Lin Shuo had found was 15 kilometers to the northwest, clearly not the one Wei Jingshan was talking about. An looked at Lin Shuo. Why does it feel like the Blackwater Dragon King is helping us deal with these snipers? Lin Shuo nodded, feeling equally confused. What? You mean the Blackwater Dragon King killed that sniper? Wei Xingshan asked. Yeah, we saw similar bodies elsewhere too, Anne said. That Dragon King is something else. He really is taking care of things, Wei Xingshan realized. To avoid Mr. Lin's keen sense of smell, these snipers have been traveling through the water, Anne analyzed. It must be quite convenient for the Blackwater Dragon King to deal with them. In that case, I will go pay my respects to the Dragon King tonight, Wei Xingshan said with a relaxed smile. He is a damn righteous one. But why? Anne looked at Lin Shuo. Mr. Lin, what do you think? Lin Shuo thought for a moment, and a flash of realization crossed his mind. He sighed, looking somewhat frustrated. I should have noticed it sooner. Noticed what? Anne asked. The Dragon King's messenger is a shepherd, Lin Shuo said. Wei Xingshan didn't understand a shepherd. What does that do? The power dynamic in this project has shifted from scientific pursuit to geopolitical survival. Yang Tuo's loyalty highlights the conflict between universal academic ideals and the hard reality of national security, proving that in high-stakes fields, the line between a mentor and a political agent is dangerously thin. It is nearly 1 in the morning, yet in the makeshift camp of the International Biological Research Association, no one has gone to sleep. Except for the mercenaries on routine night patrol outside, everyone else is gathered inside Lin Shuo's tent. Because the threat of a sniper has not been fully eliminated, the tent, surrounded on all sides by defensive fortifications, remains unlit. This meeting was initiated by Lin Shuo himself. This is the first time such a thing has happened since the team was formed. Everyone knows what Lin Shuo is usually like. Other than Anne, he barely speaks to anyone else at all. The group waits in the darkness for Lin Shuo to speak. No one dares to rush him, because they know that since Xiaoba left and hasn't returned, Lin Shuo has been in a very bad mood. Previously, we all thought that Dragon King Envoy was just a con artist. Lin Shuo finally spoke. Later, I realized he was one of the insiders, but I didn't think it through at the time. Now I have figured it out. Mr. Lin, what is an insider? He Ziyong asked. In layman's terms, insiders are basically extraordinary people with special skills, Lin Shuo explained. Some of them possess traditions dating back to ancient times, while others are successors of the various schools of thought from the spring and autumn period. In ancient times, they were all leaders in their respective fields. However, as times have changed and many professions have vanished, nobody talks about them anymore. Although they are not well known to the world today, they still carry these traditions and are considered to have crossed certain thresholds, granting them abilities beyond those of ordinary people. So, within our circles, we collectively refer to them as insiders. Then, Mr. Lin, you must be an insider yourself, He Zihong asked again. That goes without saying, Anne answered on Lin Shuo's behalf. The threshold Mr. Lin has crossed is likely the highest one in the world today. This woman held Lin Shuo in high regard, yet she didn't say a word about her own identity as an insider. Enough small talk, Lin Shuo said. I didn't know which type of insider this Dragon King Envoy was before, but now it is quite obvious. He is a herder. How could you tell? Wei Xingshan asked. Because the Blackwater Dragon King killed someone, Lin Shuo said. Strictly speaking, the herders are a branch that split from our hunter sect in ancient times. They fall into many specific categories, but generally speaking, they are divided into 2 paths, aquatic and terrestrial. The aquatic herders raise and graze strange creatures from the water, while the terrestrial ones control those on land. Their approach to these strange creatures differs from ours. They raise them, while we hunt them. But our ultimate goal is the same, to prevent these strange creatures from harming humanity. What are these strange creatures? He Zihong asked. They are mutant beasts, Lin Shuo explained. These mutants are either incredibly powerful, highly intelligent, or both. The surviving strange creatures all know how to avoid humans, which is why most people today have never heard of them. The hook snake, our current target, is one of these strange creatures. My goodness, this is truly unheard of, He Zihong shook his head. Lin Shuo ignored the biologist's sigh and continued with the main point. Over 100 years ago, most herders did quite well for themselves. But ever since the advent of firearms, it has become difficult for strange creatures to survive in this world, and the number of herders who make a living through them has dwindled. When I first saw the Dragon King Envoy, I thought he was just a charlatan who might know of the Blackwater Dragon King but couldn't control it. But now the Blackwater Dragon King has started killing, and that explains a few things. The Black Water Dragon King has been in the Jing'an Mountains for so many years and has never killed a human before. Even mutant beasts don't suppress their instincts for that long. Therefore, the Black Water Dragon King's nature is actually friendly to humans. This sudden act of killing must have been directed by someone else. And the only ones in the world today who could direct such a large strange creature are the herders. Combining this what the Dragon King envoy said to me, it is basically certain that the Dragon King envoy is that herder, and he is likely an aquatic herder. You mean the Blackwater Dragon King is actually controlled by the Dragon King envoy? Anne asked. Yes, Lin Shuo nodded. To be able to control a creature as massive as the Blackwater Dragon King, his skills are profound. I misjudged him before. Then what could be his intention in killing those snipers? I don't know his specific intent, Lin Shuo said. But at the very least he is showing us goodwill. That makes sense, Anne said. After all, he has already lured Mr. Lin here. If he doesn't show some goodwill, wouldn't he lose his chance to protect the Blackwater Dragon King? It is not that simple, Lin Shuo shook his head. Don't forget there is still a hook snake here. After the meeting concluded and the others dispersed, Anne wasn't sleepy and originally intended to stay in the tent to chat with Lin Shuo. However, she noticed Wei Xingshan handing a cigarette to Lin Shuo. Lin Shuo didn't refuse, and Wei Xingshan lit one for himself as well. The two cigarette tips glowed faintly in the dark, and the tent became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Clearly, Wei Xingshan had no intention of leaving. Anne felt it was inappropriate for her to stay any longer, so she stood up. Miss Anne, Wei Xingshan exhaled a puff of smoke. Please stay. I have something to discuss with both you and Mr. Lin. Oh, Anne felt a slight stir in her heart. She probably guessed what he was going to say. Earlier today, Yang Tuo's questioning of the connection between the gunman and Wei Xingshan had been suppressed by Lin Shuo and Anne, one through force and the other through tact. Lin Shuo had stood on Wei Xingshan's side back then because his logical analysis suggested the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. Anne, on the other hand, refrained from pressing further because she knew Wei Xingshan's background and trusted him. Thank you for today, Wei Xingshan said. The cigarette tip in his mouth flickered, and Anne couldn't read his expression, but his tone sounded sincere. Captain Wei, please speak, Anne said softly. Mr. Lin and I are listening. I certainly don't know that group of gunmen, Wei Xingshan said. However, I might know who was leading their operation this time. Oh. Knowing who it is might not be much use. But after thinking it over, I decided to tell you anyway, just in case I am not thinking it through carefully enough. Please go ahead, Captain Wei. This man's name is Yu Rufeng. 6 years ago, he was in the same unit as me. He used to be my best comrade in arms, capable and reliable. Yu Rufeng, are you sure it's him? Anne asked. We were in a secret unit. Except for each other and our superiors, no one knew our names. If there is anyone working as a mercenary now who also happens to know me, it has to be him, Wei Xingshan analyzed. Since you were comrades, why would he target you? Anne asked. Because we had a falling out, Wei Xingshan said. How could you have a falling out? Anne asked in confusion. Comrades in the military, especially in the unit you were in, where operations were so dangerous, should have a bond worth their lives. Tell me about it. I have lost count of how many times we saved each other's lives. If you add it up, I might actually owe him more, Wei Xingshan sighed. 3 years ago, during an operation, something went wrong and a comrade was killed. Because of that, Yu Rufeng came to hate me. Captain Wei, thank you for this information, Anne said. Even if this man Yu Rufeng has a personal grudge against you, he must have been hired by someone to target us. With his identity, we can use the International Biological Research Association's channels to find out who he has been in contact with recently. That way, we might be able to identify his employer. That is exactly what I thought, which is why I told you. Then why didn't you say anything earlier? Lin Shuo asked. Is there anything to hide about a matter like this? I suspected it was him from the start, but I wasn't certain. I was afraid of wrongly accusing him or misleading you, so I just played dumb, Wei Xingshan explained. But while reviewing everything today, I kept thinking that regardless of whether it's him, it would be good for Miss Anne to investigate it. It is at least one potential lead. Anne thought for a moment and asked softly, Captain Wei, was that comrade who sacrificed themselves a woman? Yes, Wei Xingshan replied. The tent suddenly fell silent. After a long while, Lin Shuo spoke. I don't know how it is for you soldiers. At least in our line of work, the hunters. We cannot afford to get emotionally involved once we take a job. Once a man and a woman get involved, their heads become clouded. Is that the whole mess between you, Yu Rufeng, and that woman? Pretty much. You look like such a big, burly guy. I never expected you to be so sensitive with your emotions. Lin Shuo twitched the corner of his mouth. Leave the half-pack of cigarettes and go back to sleep. Right, Wei Xingshan replied, leaving the whole pack in the tent before getting up and walking out. And you, Lin Shuo turned his head towards Anne, who was still lingering. Is it appropriate for you to stay in a man's tent in the middle of the night? Anne was so embarrassed and annoyed by the comment that she stomped her foot and left. After clearing everyone out, Lin Shuo put a cigarette in his mouth and stepped out of the tent. He gazed blankly toward the northwest, lighting one cigarette after another. Xiaoba flew away in that direction. 異業産地市場地資料ラブ内部列コンテキ化一角。東保家湖兵的多王院上官町非武器化。新任セオンズインズイオ。在伊豆人気世界。詩人上官王王法筆的才覚。臨作的霊幕。デジタに処理性意志。自然威歴心理防御図勢。
3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For the past few days in the Lesser Khingan Mountains, aside from the Junayang Valley where the Dragon King festival is in full swing, everywhere else has been remarkably quiet, as if life had returned to how it used to be. But deep down, things were not quite the same. A story was being passed around among all the villages. The Dragon King has killed. At first, it was the mountain folk near Longxing Valley who found a body by the river that had been crushed flat. Later, one after another, 6 bodies were found. To be crushed as thin as a pancake, only a gargantuan beast like the Dragon King could ever do such a thing. The messenger of the Dragon King, currently in Junayang Valley, put out the word that these people had infiltrated the Lesser Khingan Mountains with guns, targeting the Dragon King himself. They were hopelessly out of their league and had been wiped out by the Dragon King. After spreading this news, the messenger hurried out of Junayang Valley and headed for his next stop. As for where that next stop was, he didn't reveal a thing. The villagers of Junayang Valley only knew that when he left, he had a minor bird perched on his shoulder. The bird seemed to be injured, with its body wrapped in thick bandages. These past few days, there has been little movement at the camp of the International Biological Research Association. Lin Shuo, having lost Xiaoba, was like a soul untethered. He would run out day after day. At first Anne followed him, but later he wouldn't even let her tag along. With Lin Shuo gone, the people in the camp could only hold their ground. That enormous N-shaped trail and those bodies by the river, smashed into pulp, served as a constant warning to everyone at the camp. Here, even with guns in their hands, they were still incredibly small. This morning, Yang Tuo leaned on his crutches and walked into Anne's tent. This took Anne by surprise. In her impression, this young scholar was somewhat similar to Lin Shuo in personality. They both possessed that natural arrogance and didn't really care to interact with others. Throughout her life, in every environment Anne had been in, she had always managed to become the center of attention without even trying. Beyond her high emotional intelligence and pleasant demeanor, her peerless beauty inevitably drew everyone's gaze. Yet this trip to the Lesser Khingan Mountains felt like the lowest point for her feminine charm since reaching adulthood. It made her feel curious and relaxed, but at the same time there was a faint sense of loss, especially regarding that guy Lin Shuo. Still, no matter what, Lin Shuo trusted her. And this young scholar Yang Tuo, who had just walked into a tent, seemed from start to finish to be wrapped in an impenetrable layer of ice. That he would come to her tent on his own initiative today, Anne certainly wouldn't attribute it to a surge in her own charm making him want to get closer. The beautiful woman closed the diary she had been writing in and stood up. Yang, is something the matter? How long are we expected to stay here? Yang Tuo asked. Anne smiled. In her heart, everyone here had a right to be impatient except for Yang Tuo. Because his leg was broken. Even though Hizahong's bone-setting skills were excellent and Wei Xingshan's splint was solid, bones take 100 days to mend, and his impatience wouldn't change that. Dr. Yang, please don't be impatient, Anne advised. You know the situation, things aren't progressing very smoothly. The gunmen outside are nearly wiped out, aren't they? And we should be certain by now that both the Hook Serpent and the Blackwater Dragon King are active in these waters. We could easily mobilize diving equipment to conduct a thorough search of the nearby water. I believe we will find the Hook Serpent's lair very soon. Anne nodded. I've actually considered that long ago. But first, we only have 5 rubber boats and no diving gear. Second, the underwater environment is far too dangerous. Even Mr. Lin wouldn't easily dive into the water while facing the Hook Serpent or the Blackwater Dragon King. I can get hold of diving equipment, Yang Tuo said, and as for the danger, you don't need to worry about that. Dr. Yang, what do you mean by that? Anne frowned slightly. Just as they were speaking, footsteps were heard outside the tent, and Lin Shuo pulled back the curtain and entered. He was holding a bunch of herbs in his hands. "Mr. Lin, why are you back so early today?" Anne asked, surprised. "Why, is that a problem?" Lin Shuo replied. "Of course not." Anna glanced at Yang Tuo. "Dr. Yang was just asking about our progress, if we are falling behind." Yang Tuo looked at Lin Shuo and gave a light cut. Regarding Lin Shuo, Yang Tuo had initially been skeptical, not believing him to have much ability, but after seeing him in action, his attitude had shifted to worriness. Either way, from start to finish, Yang Tuo had maintained a respectful distance from Lin Shuo. Now, seeing Lin Shuo return, Yang Tuo coughed to get his attention, gave a slight nod as a greeting, and was about to leave with his crutches. "I actually came to find you." Lin Shuo looked at Yang Tuo and pointed to a folding chair. "Sit down." Yang Tuo hesitated for a moment but did not refuse. He moved to the side of the chair, set his crutches aside, sat down, placed his hands on his knees, and looked up at Lin Shuo calmly. Lin Shuo walked over to Yang Tuo, half-crouched, and inspected his splintered leg. "I happened to see these herbs today, so I picked them up." "I have a broken bone. Can herbs even help?" Yang Tuo asked. Lin Shuo didn't explain. Instead, he removed the splint from Yang Tuo's leg, crushed the herbs in his palms to extract the juices, and quickly applied them to the break. Yang Tuo's entire body shuddered, and the sudden pain turned his face pale as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. However, the young scholar didn't let out a sound. He just gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Shuo's hands, as if trying to grasp how such heart-piercing pain was being generated. Anne stepped forward and gripped several pressure points on Yang Tuo's knee with her fingers, massaging them gently, and Yang Tuo immediately felt the pain subside significantly. Meddling, Lin Shuo muttered without stopping his work, glancing up at Anne. Anne didn't mind and flashed a smile at Lin Shuo. "He's an adult now, this little bit of pain won't teach him a lesson." Lin Shuo ignored her. Once the herbal juice was fully applied, he pressed his hands against both sides of the fracture on Yang Tuo's tibia and closed his eyes. Then, Yang Tuo felt a burning sensation originating from Lin Shuo's palms, transferring into his injury. The burning sensation grew more and more intense. Soon it felt as if his leg were being clamped between two red-hot irons. His injured leg began to tremble uncontrollably, instinctively wanting to pull away, but Lin Shuo's palms held the leg firmly in place. Seeing this, Anne stretched out her other hand, formed a fist, and tapped quickly on the outer side of Yang Tuo's thigh with the second knuckle of her middle finger. Yang Tuo felt a wave of sour numbness wash over him, and the burning in his lower leg vanished instantly. "That doesn't look like your family's technique." Lin Shuo looked up at Anne. "Where did you learn it?" "It was taught to me by my mentor," Anne answered softly. "He was a close friend of my parents. They passed away early, so he passed these methods on to me on their behalf, and taught me some of his own techniques along the way." "Is his surname Miao?" "Yes. Do you know him, Mr. Lin?" "I don't know him, I only recognize the technique." Lin Shuo shook his head and let go of his hands. Yang Tu didn't quite understand the exchange between the two, but he quickly stopped thinking about it, because his injured leg suddenly felt normal. The dull, constant ache that had been tormenting him for days had completely disappeared. Yang Tuo was astonished and subconsciously tried to stand up, but Lin Shuo pinned him down. "Don't move, you have a bone fracture. One touch from me could heal you, I'd be a deity." As he spoke, Lin Shuo retied the splint on Yang Tuo's leg and pointed to the crutches on the ground. "You'll need these for another week. After that, you should be fine." Really, Yang Tuo wondered if he had heard wrong. Bones take 100 days to mend. That wasn't just a Chinese proverb. It was common medical knowledge worldwide. And now, after what Lin Shuo did, 7 days, it was simply unheard of. "If you don't believe me," Lin Shuo glanced up at Yang Tuo and gestured toward his leg. "Should I break it again?" "No, no need," Anne quickly interjected. "It was hard enough to get it set right. It would be a waste to break it again. Let's just leave it at that." "Thank you." Yang Tu stopped questioning anything, bent down to pick up his crutches, and stood up. "I know who you are, and I know you're in a hurry." Lin Shuo looked at the scholar. "Xiaoba told me about those satellite calls you've been making secretly at night. But things have to be done one step at a time. You can't just be reckless. If you want to give the victims' families an answer, you have to stay alive yourself first." Yang Tuo paused, then nodded and walked out of the tent with his crutches. "The pressure on him must be immense, right?" Anne said quietly once Yang Tuo was far away. "Listening to that, it seems you also know who he is?" Lin Shuo asked. "I knew from the beginning," Anne said. "The Chinese side gave me a heads up." This man, his mind is actually clearer than his Aihong's," Lin Shuo commented calmly. "His Aihong is just a bit too idealistic." Well, scholars are often like that, Anne said. But Mr. Lin, you seem to be in a good mood today, even bothering to treat Dr. Yang's injury. I suppose Lin Shuo. Since Anne had known Lin Shuo, she had rarely seen him smile. At most, it was a twitch of the corner of his mouth, a cynical expression without any real mirth. The only time she had seen a genuine smile was back in Guangxi, when Lin Shuo was chatting with the villagers about daily life. She realized it quickly and her face lit up with pleasant surprise. Was Master Ba found? Not yet, Lin Shuo shook his head with a smile, but I have news he's still alive. Lin Shuo's brief display of humanity in just charity, but a strategic move to stabilize his team. By treating Yang Tuo, he effectively neutralizes a potential variable who has been secretly communicating with external forces behind his back. Xiaoba stood on the grey donkey's head, feeling extremely depressed. It had always believed itself to be far more than just a bird, confident that its intelligence surpassed even that of humans. Of course, its big brother Lin Shuo was an exception. When it came to sharp wit and clever schemes, it had never lost a single time in its 12 years of life. Even with Lin Shuo, provided he didn't resort to physical force, it could always hold its own in an argument. But this time it had been outsmarted. That old jerk Liu Shunfu had brought a roll of bandages, claiming he wanted to dress its wounds. Wanting to get better quickly so it could reunite with Lin Shuo, it hadn't refused. As it turned out, the old man had trussed it up like a rice dumpling, wrapping its entire body in bandages except for its head and claws. This wasn't medical treatment at all, it was a complete hogtie. Now, Xiaoba couldn't move a muscle and could only stand on top of this stupid donkey's head. Xiaoba found the donkey utterly distasteful, terrified that its stupidity might be contagious. As for Liu Shunfu, the donkey's owner had already cursed his ancestors for 18 generations in its mind. Old man, listen to me. Xiaoba hopped up and down stiffly, turned around and pointed its beak at Liu Shunfu, who was riding the donkey. My brother Shuo is someone with real ability, you old fossil. You are not even fit to carry his shoes. Unbind me right now. Or else I will tell brother Shuo and have him wipe you and that pathetic snake of yours off the face of the earth. Liu Shunfu raised his eyelids and muttered, using your master's power to bully others. Better than you using that dog to bully others. Xiaoba scolded. Without that pathetic snake, you would be nothing. Liu Shunfu's mouth twitched, then he put on a smiling face. Oh, come on, Phoenix of the Lin family, aren't I doing this for your own good? If you keep flapping around, how will your internal injuries heal? Now that you are bound and can't move, you will be better in 3 days. I don't believe a word of it. You rotten old man are truly wicked. Xiaoba replied. You said the exact same thing 3 days ago. Don't be impatient, it is not time yet. Liu Shunfu shook his head and then said, Phoenix of the Lin family, I have already sent word out. Don't worry, your master should have received the news by now. Then why don't you treat me better immediately? Am I not treating you well already? Liu Shunfu patted Xiaoba on the head, looking somewhat nostalgic. More than 100 years ago, the exotic creatures raised by our sex, with the dragon and phoenix as the top treasures, were acknowledged as the 2 wonders of the world. At that time, it was said that my Liu family's dragon herding was even superior to your Lin family's phoenix controlling. Who would have thought that fortunes would change? Now my Liu family can only herd dragons in this wilderness, lucky to even have a meal, while your Lin family has become the masters of the hunting world. Hey, that is quite the tall tale. Xiaoba was relentless. The romance of the 3 kingdoms clearly says, dragons can become large or small, can rise or hide. Large, they stir clouds and mist. Small, they hide in shadows. When rising, they soar between the universe. When hiding, they lurk beneath the waves. My brother Shu said that is what a true dragon is. That oversized snake you have is worthy of being called a dragon. Xiaoba's retort made Liu Shunfu's face stiffen, and he angrily scolded, what a sharp-tongued, feathered menace. What, you want to hit me? Come on, try touching me and see what happens. Using your master's power to bully others. Bah, using others' power to act like a dog. Inside a dense forest in the greater Qing'an region. For the past 3 days, the scarred man had been hearing nothing but bad news. Wei Xingshan had guessed correctly. The scarred man's name was Yu Rufeng. After setting up a communication base station, the scarred man could not only talk to his team members scattered within 100 kilometers, but also track their positions via a portable display screen. Those were 7 green dots, evenly spread around the International Biological Research Association, like 7 invisible demons, suppressing them and stalling their progress. And just in these past 3 days, the 7 green dots on the screen had been vanishing one by one. The messages coming through the earpiece were more terrifying than the last. "Boss, I am being stalked by something big. Boss, I can't stay in the water anymore, something is following me. There is something in the water. Ah!" 4 of these green dots had sent these messages, and there had been no word from them since. The 5 tough men accompanying Yu Rufing were still oblivious, and the scarred man had no intention of telling them. These people were just temporarily hired hands, not worthy of the title of comrades. In Yu Rufing's heart, he only ever had 2 comrades in his life. One was named Jiang Xinyun, who was already dead. The other was Wei Xingshan, who was still alive, yet dead to him. That morning, Yu Rufing left the camp alone and took out his satellite phone. "Boss, something is not right. The 7 snipers I had ambushing near their camp have all been wiped out. Judging by their final messages, whatever killed them must have come from the water. The hooked snake would not harm them. I suspect it was the Blackwater Dragon King. If this continues, I won't be able to hold them off. The boss has a plan, that is great. Alright, I understand what I need to do." Lin Shuo had learned the news about Xiaoba from a local mountain dweller. He asked Wei Xingshan for a map of the area and took it into his tent to study. Wei Xingshan and An followed him in. In An's eyes, ever since the night 3 days ago when Wei Xingshan finished that cigarette in Lin Shuo's tent, the relationship between the 2 men seemed to have taken a step forward. Although Lin Shuo had saved Wei Xingshan's life before, Lin Shuo had looked down on Wei Xingshan, and Wei Xingshan had not taken a liking Lin Shuo either. Now, when Lin Shuo saw this mercenary leader, even if his words remained sharp, his expression was no longer as cold as before. As for Wei Xingshan, besides being respectful toward Lin Shuo, he would occasionally crack a joke. Conversely, the distance between her and Lin Shuo, which had been narrowing, suddenly seemed to grow further apart again. This feeling made Anne feel a subtle sense of loss, but her reason told her that perhaps this was how things should be. Today, Lin Shuo received news about Xiaoba and was in a good mood. Wei Xingshan offered a cigarette to Lin Shuo and laughed. "I told you, Lord Ba is a phoenix. There is no way anything could have happened to it. The mountain dwellers say it has bandages on it, so it must still be injured," Lin Shuo said, lowering his head so Wei Xingshan could light his cigarette, then exhaled a cloud of smoke. "I heard that Lord Ba is currently with a messenger of the Dragon King," Wei Xingshan asked. "That is right." Lin Shuo nodded. "I don't think this herdsman is foolish enough to try and blackmail me using Xiao Ba. He probably just happened to save it." "Then we should go find him immediately," Wei Xingshan suggested. "Let's get Lord Ba back quickly. I have seen how lost you have been these past few days without it by your side." Lin Shuo smiled bitterly and said, "You might not know this, but Xiao Bei is a crucial part of my combat strategy. Without it, I might not be able to kill the hooked snake in one strike. A beast like the hooked snake is very dangerous if you cannot finish it off instantly. Being able to scare it off that morning was already quite lucky." I understand. Wei Xingshan sighed, recalling the N-shaped tracks below the camp, and did not think Lin Shuo was being modest. "So we must reunite with it before we can proceed with the next step," Lin Shuo said. "Where is it now?" Wei Xingshan looked at the map. "The mountain dwellers said the Dragon King's messenger left Juniang Valley 3 days ago, but no one knows where it went," Lin Shuo said. "So I need to head to Juniang Valley first and track the messenger by its scent. Juniang Valley is right here," and pointed to a spot on the map. "It is not close, it is more than 60 kilometers in a straight line. That is the deepest part of the outer Khingan range." Wei Xingshan frowned. "Mr. Lin, the situation there is very complicated. Let me bring my gear and accompany you, just in case." "Are you sure you won't be a burden?" Lin Shuo glanced at him. "When it comes to dealing with those big beasts, I am certainly no match for you," Wei Xingshan said confidently. "But in deep mountains and old forests like these, anything can happen. Take me with you, and you won't regret it." Lin Shuo considered it and felt that with Wei Xingshan's physical strength, it wouldn't slow the pace down too much. Besides, this was a herdsman's territory. Although he had shown some goodwill, his intentions remained unclear, and he still held Xiao Ba. Lin Shuo had underestimated the other party before and did not want to repeat the mistake. Wei Xingshan was a top-tier special forces soldier, which would be a useful asset. Lin Shuo nodded. All right. However, we cannot keep the camp here. Once I go far away, I won't be able to look after this place, and the hooked snake might return. Then we will just move it. Wei Xingshun said, we just need to stay away from the water. Liu Qing can coordinate this. I am coming too, Anne said. Wei Xingshun looked at her and said, Miss Anne, I know you are quite skilled, but the situation there is complex, and as a woman, old Wei. Lin Shuo glanced at Anne. Don't worry about her. This woman is much stronger than you think. If something unexpected happens, you might even die before she does. No. Wei Xingshun shook his head. Mr. Lin, you don't understand the situation. This is the mountains. People here do heavy physical labor, so they are naturally biased toward men and often abandon baby girls, which is why there is a shortage of women. Longsing Valley is okay because it is on the periphery and can marry into the Jie leader area. But Juniang Valley is different. It is deep in the mountains. Miss Anne is too beautiful. It wouldn't be very convenient for her to go there. I will just take that as a compliment. Anne smiled. I believe that you two gentlemen should be able to protect me. Lin Shuo and Wei Xingshun exchanged a look. Lin Shuo curled his lip, and Wei Xingshun shook his head. Anne took a hair tie out of her pocket, tied up her long hair, and said slowly, Back then, with so many people, Lord Ba only saved a piece of meat for me. I miss Lord Ba. Let's get Lord Ba and bring it home. The dynamic between Lin Shuo and Wei reflects a classic tactical shift, moving from individual heroism to strategic collaboration. In high-stakes environments, even top-tier experts must recognize that ego is a liability, while diverse skill sets are the ultimate insurance policy against the unpredictable dangers of the wild. Deep in the Greater Khingan Mountains, at the upper reaches of the Nameless River. Here, the Nameless River splits into countless small streams, branching out into the mountains like capillaries, drawing in the water from the mountain creeks. For the herdsman Liu Shunfu, these rivers are his field of harvest. When autumn arrives, as he passes through the villages to preside over the Dragon King festival, those offerings eventually find their way down these streams and into his pocket. It is just that this year's harvest is much worse than previous years. Part of the reason is that the Blackwater Dragon King is injured, and Liu Shunfu has had to feed most of the offerings into its mouth so it can recover as quickly as possible. The other part is that there has been little rain this year, leaving the crops to wither and making livestock particularly precious. In peripheral villages like Dragon Trench, life is still manageable, but in the deep mountains the situation is dire. Late that night, Liu Shunfu paddled his dugout canoe and waited at the river mouth. Nine Ladies Trench is the most remote village around here. They just finished their Dragon King festival, and by tradition, the offerings would be cast into the river this evening. The offerings should be drifting down with the current to this spot right about now. Liu Shunfu does not have high hopes for tonight's haul, as he stayed in Nine Ladies Trench for a day earlier. He knows the state of Nine Ladies Trench like the back of his hand. It will be a miracle if no one starves to death this winter. At this moment, a minor bird wrapped up like a zongzi is perched on Liu Shunfu's shoulder. Xiaoba stares at the water silent. Lin family phoenix, don't be afraid. That is my Dragon King under the water, Liu Shunfu whispered. Come to think of it, over 100 years ago, it knew one of your ancestors. According to my grandfather, this black dragon and the black phoenix were actually quite close. To it, you are the descendant of an old friend. With that bond, it won't hurt you. You are funny, old man, Xiaoba said. You think I am afraid of this pathetic snake? Call it up here and see if I don't peck its brains out. The water surged, and a massive snake head emerged, slowly turning in front of the canoe to look at the man and the bird. The pupils in the snake's eyes were vertical, looking incredibly ferocious. With a splash, a jet of water shot from the snake's mouth, drenching Xiaoba on Liu Shunfu's shoulder, while Liu Shunfu remained completely dry. Xiaoba was stunned. He, Liu Shunfu chuckled. Although my Dragon King cannot speak, it understands human language. It knows very well whether you are cursing it or praising it. After spitting that jet of water, the snake head crept closer until it pressed against the bow of the canoe and stopped. The entire head of the Blackwater Dragon King was as large as a shipping container, almost face to face with Xiaoba. Xiaoba, however, was not afraid at all, shouting, "Old man, if you are capable, unwrap these bandages and I will fight this pathetic snake for 300 rounds. The Blackwater Dragon King tilted its head, looked at Xiaoba for a moment, and then flicked out its tongue. Its tongue was thicker than a bucket, but it moved very slowly out of its mouth. The giant snake gently licked the wound on Xiaoba's belly, then coiled its tongue to lift Xiaoba onto its head. It recognizes you, and it likes you, the Dragon King's messenger laughed. Lin family Phoenix, you shouldn't hit someone who is smiling at you. Xiaoba stood on the Blackwater Dragon King's head, silent for a while. It slowly crouched down, pecked gently at the Dragon King's head with its beak and said, "Fine, I am a reasonable bird too. Hello, Dragon King." The Blackwater Dragon King blinked its massive eyes and spat another jet of water into the distance. Xiaoba tilted its head, puzzled by the Dragon King's behavior. Splash, splash, splash. 3 more jets of water landed in the river. "Are you playing with me?" Xiaoba began to understand. The massive snake head moved up and down as if it were nodding. "Hey, I am not a child." Xiaoba turned away with a look of disdain. "You are quite childish, Dragon King." Splash. "Enough, that is enough." Splash, splash, splash. "Old man, do something about it." Splash. "Old man, look at the river, your business is here." Xiaoba's words caused Liu Shunfu, who had been wearing a benevolent smile, to look sharp and turn toward the river. This river mouth was the convergence of the river near Nine Ladies Trench and the nameless river. In the moonlight, Liu Shunfu could faintly see several objects drifting on the surface. He paddled the canoe closer and finally saw clearly that they were sacrificial offerings. 8 sides of pork, 3 cows, 12 chickens, 20 ducks and 9 geese. How can there be so many? Liu Shunfu was stunned. If they sent all this out, how will they survive the winter? He soon realized and offered a bitter smile. It seems Nine Ladies Trench has staked their survival on the Dragon King, emptying the entire village's coffers. Damn it, this deal is a loss. Having said that, Liu Shunfu shook his head and said to the Blackwater Dragon King, who was still playing with Xiaoba on the river, "You simpleton, you have your work cut out for you this winter. Feeding 400 people in that village won't be easy." Splash. Liu Shunfu was drenched from head to toe by the river water. On the very first night deep in the outer Khingan Mountains, Lin Shuo began to regret bringing Wei Xingshan along. This mercenary leader's wilderness trekking ability was far above the average person, yet even so Lin Shuo felt he had slowed their progress to an infuriating degree. In one day, Lin Shuo had tracked 20 kilometers on the map. At this rate, it would take at least 2 more days to reach Nine Ladies Trench, and that's not even considering that Wei Xingshan's speed would only decrease as his stamina waned. Wei Xingshan was currently sprawled by the campfire, breathing like a broken bellows. "When I was in the army, I never feared any march as long as it was on 2 legs, Wei Xingshan wheezed. "Are you 2 even human?" Lin Shuo snapped a branch, threw it into the fire, and glanced at Wei Xingshan. "You're just pathetic and you're blaming others." Actually, Captain Wei is already doing quite well and said, sitting opposite Lin Shuo with her knees hugged, "Don't let the map fool you. We only covered 20 kilometers on paper, but this is winding mountain terrain. I estimated our actual distance today to be nearly 50 kilometers. "So I say you 2 aren't human," Wei Xingshan complained. "I can understand Mr. Lin being fast, that's no surprise. But Miss Anne, how did you do it? The way you moved today was so natural and effortless. Have you been here before?" "No, and..." "Then how did you do it?" "Following Mr. Lin through the mountains today felt like my lungs were going to explode," Wei Xingshan said, looking baffled. "You were barely in sight, bouncing through the wilderness, yet you kept up with us." "Mountain paths are designed for people's convenience. Due to the terrain, we are often forced to take the long way around," Lin Shuo said calmly. Her technique is called listening to the mountain. By pressing her ear to the foot of the mountain for a moment, the entire surface structure of the mountain is stored in her mind. Combined with her agility, ignoring obstacles, she actually finds traversing every mountain much easier than we do. Listening to the mountain, Wei Xingshan's eyes widened as he looked at Anne. "Miss Anne, could it be that you are part of the hidden world, just like Mr. Lin?" "Yes," Anne nodded slightly, "but I'm far from Mr. Lin's level." "I never would have guessed." Wei Xingshan shook his head. "Mr. Lin has the aura of a hermit, so I can understand him being from that world. But Miss Anne, you grew up studying abroad and look like a modern urban woman. How could you be one of them?" "Even those from our world must keep up with the times," Anne laughed. "If you don't accept new things and only cling to the old ways, you will soon be eliminated by history." "Miss Anne, you talking about Mr. Lin like that makes it hard for me, old Wei, to keep listening," Wei Xingshan chuckled. He may be a bit old-fashioned, but he has real capability. Captain Wei, Anne glared at him. You know full well that's not what I meant. Old Wei, Lin Shuo shook his head. If you have the energy to stir up trouble, you'd be better off saving it to get some rest. Tomorrow I won't be waiting for you halfway. Anna shojekturin kusu, izeshiku shianen odai seizon to tekishuse. Tosei asu hoon kogo ho yudai se, fuze buzuruku tekigozek satojinju nammen men odai kotetsu steki tor. Juniangu is located in the deepest part of the Outer Khingan Range. Cross the soul-severing ridge, follow the valley path for 10 miles, and you will arrive at a valley surrounded by mountains. This valley is enclosed on all sides by peaks, with 9 small streams following the terrain to converge into a river in the middle. With 9 streams forming a river, it nurtures this valley just like a mother's milk, which is how Juniangu got its name. However, although the geography is decent, it is ultimately deep in the remote mountains, almost completely cut off from the world. Over the last 20 years, fewer and fewer women have been willing to marry into Juniangu. Besides, people here are truly poor. Even human traffickers don't like to come here. There are currently over 400 people in the village, including over 100 able-bodied men, yet only a handful are able to take a wife. Many households have reverted to an old, crude custom from decades ago, brothers sharing a single wife. Last year, a bride-snatching incident occurred here. The bride was snatched by the men of Juniangu and was literally tortured to death. The bride's family was the village chief's family from Lai village, located 30 kilometers away. The chief and his son brought over 50 men to Juniangu, and both sides had a bloody clash with homemade shotguns, each suffering several casualties. This feud is now set in stone. Lin Shuo and Anne crossed the soul-severing ridge that morning and arrived at the river valley below. They were still 10 miles away from Juniangu, but because the valley was rich in game, Lin Shuo and Anne kept encountering hunters along the way. And Anne noticed that the way these hunters looked at her was different from people outside. If it weren't for the weapon on Lin Shuo's back, Shui, which intimidated these hunters, they might have already taken action. It seems Wei Xingshan's comment back at the camp was right. This place is short on women. Wei Xingshan had been left far behind by Lin Shuo and Anne since early the day before. No matter how fit mercenary leader is, at nearly 2 meters tall, he simply couldn't keep up with the pace of Lin Shuo and Anne, both of whom carried ancestral heritage while traveling through these mountains. Anne was now sticking close to Lin Shuo, and after several run-ins with the local hunters, she started to feel a bit frightened. If Lin Shuo weren't by her side, she wouldn't have the courage to keep going. "Mr. Lin, can we go around Juniangu?" Anne asked in a low voice. "No." Lin Shuo flared his nostrils a few times and shook his head. Too much time has passed. The scent of the Dragon King's messenger and Xiao Ba is already very faint. Once we go off-route, I won't be able to track them. "Oh." Lin Shuo glanced at Anne and asked, scared. "A little." Anne didn't try to act tough and spoke honestly. "The way the people here look at me, it doesn't feel right." "That's the look of a hunter sizing up prey." Lin Shuo concluded. "You've already been targeted by them." "Mr. Lin, could you not put it that way?" Anne protested, "Like I don't have the stomach for this." "It's not that you're worried about what they might do to you." Lin Shuo saw right through her. "You're afraid of getting human blood on your hands, aren't you?" Anne fell silent for a moment, then said, "Mr. Lin, wait for me a moment." Lin Shuo stopped, watching the beautiful woman walk to the riverbank, stooped down to scoop up some mud, and smear it over her face. Then she turned her muddied face back to him and asked, "Mr. Lin, does this look better?" Lin Shuo shook his head. "It's useless. They don't just lack beautiful women here, they lack women, period. With a figure like yours, even if you looked like a pig, they wouldn't let you go." Is he complimenting my figure? That thought popped into Anne's mind first, but she quickly felt it was inappropriate and asked instead, "Then what should we do?" "Deal with it as it comes." Lin Shuo said indifferently while walking. "Rain will fall and girls will get married. We do what we have to do." Why can't this guy ever say something pleasant? Anne felt a pang of resentment, but as they traveled, she kept her feet closer to Lin Shuo than before. She stopped following behind him and instead walked right beside him. Their shoulders were almost brushing. "You're getting me into trouble," Lin Shuo said flatly without looking up. "What?" Anne feigned ignorance. "On a narrow mountain path like this, only a husband and wife walk side by side," Lin Shuo said calmly. "They'll assume I'm your husband, and if they want to snatch you, they'll kill me first." "With Mr. Lin's great abilities, would you really care about that?" Anne asked. I certainly don't care about their homemade shotguns and bows, Lin Shuo said, but I'm not satisfied with this little trick you're pulling to get back at me. I don't care. Anne turned her head away and said softly. This caught Lin Shuo by surprise. In his eyes, Anne had always been respectful and very sensible. This sensibility and thoughtfulness were like a gentle trap. Lin Shuo remained outwardly calm, but was secretly on guard. Unprovoked favors mask ulterior motives. That was a principle he'd known since childhood. Lust is the edge of a blade. That was a lesson he learned from his father's generation. So all along the way, he had specifically kept a certain distance from Anne, so as not to affect his state of mind while hunting. Furthermore, even though this woman had some obscure ties to his circle, her background was ultimately unknown. Up to this point, Lin Shuo still didn't fully trust her. But today, the mask she had been wearing seemed to have been torn off. She was walking beside him like this, no longer acting so sensible. Is she throwing a tantrum? Lin Shuo couldn't figure her out, which left him quite perplexed. He might understand women even less than he understood his bird, Xiao Ba. However, he quickly brushed this confusion aside, because Juniangu was already right in front of them, and the people there were also eager to get to know women. The scarred man Yu Rufeng had been waiting anxiously in the dense forests of the Outer King'an Range for 3 days. Finally, this morning he got what he was waiting for. It was 3 snow-white hares firmly sealed inside a glass box. This glass box was packed in a wooden crate with shock-absorbing material, which had been air-dropped by a seaplane and drifted down slowly on a parachute. To find it, Yu Rufeng and his 5 subordinates had been thrashing through the forest all morning. At that moment, Yu Rufeng held the glass box, a grin spreading across his face that made the scars on it look even more distorted and ugly. Boss, we've been working all morning just to find this. A stout subordinate wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, It's just 3 hairs in there, what's the use of that? You don't know, Jack. Yu Rufeng carefully tucked the fist-sized glass box into his backpack. This thing is a treasure. Really? Another subordinate asked in great astonishment. Boss, tell us what the trick is. Don't poke your nose into things you shouldn't. Yu Rufeng glared fiercely at his subordinate. The more you know, the sooner you die. The 5 subordinates fell into an instant, deathly silence. After scaring his men, Yu Rufeng let out a sinister laugh. Anyway, you wouldn't understand it even if I told you, so it doesn't matter. The 5 subordinates twitched their lips, daring to be angry, but not daring to speak. Yu Rufeng said these 3 hairs are not ordinary hairs, they are a herding tool. A herding tool, what's that? Yu Rufeng replied, it's a tool for herding. Boss, stop pulling our legs. I know what a lasso is for roping horses. What can these 3 hairs do? Should we use them to poke a sheep's butt? It won't even feel a thing. Who knew? You're quite the comedian. Yu Rufeng praised him, then swung his fan-sized palm hard, slapping the subordinate and sending him spinning in place. The subordinate was left stunned, holding his face as he stared at Yu Rufeng. You dare question me? No. The subordinate shook his head like a rattle drum. Whatever I say goes, right? Yu Rufeng stared fixedly at him. Right. The subordinate nodded frantically. Will you listen to me? Yes. The subordinate was on the verge of tears. Yu Rufeng nodded and said, herding, that's the logic of it. The thing being herded must first know to fear the herder. The subordinate blinked, not quite catching the point. And what makes them fear? Yu Rufeng slowly raised the glass box and looked at the 3 snow-white hairs inside. Because of this is what you call a herding tool. 早作ゆまてケース言名こそ生存方針。まそう、家族的構成絶縁家庭力双方。倒木的新非面化。絶頂事前力力定展示。社出精進性工具家的社会区区分書。Today is August 22, 2004, the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, the day of the legendary meeting between the coward and the weaver girl in the heavens. The start of autumn was 2 weeks ago. Within China, one might still witness the Indian summer heat, but here in the Outer King'an Range, autumn has already fully set in. The leaves of the aspen trees surrounding Juniang Ravine have begun to turn yellow. From a distance, they look like golden clouds. Through the gaps in these clouds, Lin Shuo and Anne can see log posts driven into the ground, forming the walls of this place. The mountain stronghold seems nestled among golden clouds, appearing both beautiful and mysterious from afar. It makes one instinctively want to go inside and have a look. Unfortunately, Lin Shuo has no such inclination. Over the past few days, cold air from Siberia has been moving south from the Arctic Ocean. After a few days of autumn winds, all traces of scent dissipate quickly. In fact, by now, Lin Shuo can no longer smell the scent of the Dragon King's messenger and Xiao Ba. The reason he can still continue the pursuit is that he knows the Dragon King's messenger is accompanied by a grey donkey. This donkey is well fed on beans, so the smell of its dung is unique. The donkey has been eating and excreting all the way. Even after being blown by the autumn wind for several days, those heaps with the bean-like scent act like signposts in Lin Shuo's mind. Lin Shuo knows now that the donkey followed its master through Junyang Ravine, so he intends to take An and circle around the perimeter to continue the chase. Lin Shuo naturally has no interest in getting deeply involved in a place of trouble like Junyang Ravine. He says An doesn't want her hands stained with blood, but isn't he the same? So the two walk side by side, their pace quite brisk. But despite their haste, just as they were about to bypass the ravine, they were blocked by a group of hunters. There were 8 of them, all young and strong. They looked like they were returning from a hunt, carrying homemade shotguns and bows, their eyes fixed greedily on An beside Lin Shuo. The two were forced to stop, and Lin Shuo stepped slightly to the side to shield An behind him. "Kid, you've got guts." Among the 8, a short, stocky hunter nodded. "Leave the woman behind and I'll spare your life." Third brother, why waste words with him? "Yeah, just shoot him dead." Third brother, even though this woman has mud on her face, her features look quite refined. Old 5 has a good eye. "Hey, my son is 16, it's time he had a wife." Third brother, that's not right. Since we all found her, we all deserve a share. Exactly, your son is still young after all. Third brother, I think this woman should be for us. Let your son wait for the next one. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? The stocky man called. Third brother shouted angrily. Last time you snatched that bride, you should have just lived your lives, but you ended up abusing the girl to death. If you all keep doing this, our stronghold will have no heirs in 20 years. Third brother, saying that now just means you don't treat us like brothers anymore. Right, you had a share in grabbing that bride back then, didn't you? I did it for my son. You guys said everyone gets a share and I didn't say a word. This time it should be my son's turn, right? Third brother, you want to carry on your family line, but so do we. Forget it, with the way you lot all pile on, heaven knows who the father would be. Third brother, how about this? She is indeed quite pretty. It would be a shame to kill her like this. How about we draw lots? Whoever wins gets her to take home. That sounds fair. Fair enough, but you can't go back on your word. Then let's take an oath in the name of the Dragon King. Fine. Hey, quiet. Don't attract people from the stronghold. Right. Otherwise, if they get involved, it'll just be even more chaotic. That's right. Anne watched these hunters debating and felt both disgust and a sense of pity for them. As a highly educated woman, she knew that humans are animals first and humans second. When basic animalistic needs cannot be met, people reveal their animal nature. Humanity therefore ceases to exist. These 8 hunters in Anne's eyes were exactly in that situation. Extreme environments lead to extreme behavior. But regardless, these people are no good. If the situation spiraled out of control and she had to kill, Anne felt she could do so with a clear conscience. Just then, she heard Lin Shuo speak loudly. "Big brothers, you're having quite a lively discussion. Can you hear a suggestion from me?" The 8 hunters were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Kid, let's hear it. What's your idea?" "I think it's like this," Lin Shuo said seriously. "How to split the woman behind me is a matter for later. Shouldn't you first finish off the man in front of her, which is me? With you lot going back and forth, I'm standing here feeling quite awkward and uncomfortable." "Makes sense. Didn't expect you to have such talent, kid." "Alright, you've got guts." As he spoke, the stocky hunter called Third brother raised his shotgun and aimed it at Lin Shuo. "Don't blame me, kid. We're forced into this too. I'll burn some paper money for you later." After saying this, the stocky hunter prepared to pull the trigger. The hunter was about 5 meters from Lin Shuo, the range where his homemade shotgun was most lethal. This type of shotgun has no rifling, it's a scattergun. No need for aiming one shot and the prey is down. Just as the hunter's finger tightened on the trigger, he saw a blur, felt his arm go numb, and when he looked down, the gun was gone. Things must always be done step by step, you can't mess up the order. Lin Shuo snapped the gun he had snatched in two and threw it on the ground. He continued as he worked. "Only when you try to take my life first can I take yours. Otherwise the ancestors will blame me." By the time he finished, all 8 hunters were already lying on the ground. Anne saw the 8 men screaming in pain. their arms hanging limp at their sides as if they had no bones. In a single instant, Lin Shuo had crushed the bones in all their hands. Lin Shuo said calmly, "Aren't you short on women? I've disabled both your arms. From now on, just deal with it." After saying this, Lin Shuo glanced back at Anne. Anne hurried to lower her head and followed him. This time, she didn't dare walk shoulder to shoulder with Lin Shuo. In that split second earlier, Anne had finally seen Lin Shuo in true action. She hadn't even seen what he did, only the result. She felt that acting petulant in front of someone like Lin Shuo was truly ignorant and arrogant. Their relationship hadn't reached that point. And in terms of skill, her previous behavior was practically seeking death. Anne already had a relatively clear understanding of the gap between their abilities. She thought Lin Shuo should be top tier among the younger generation of the inner circles, and she herself should barely rank in the top 20. Just now, she realized she had underestimated him. This man had not only crossed an impossibly high threshold, but had traveled far beyond it. In the world today, after the battle at Kunlun Mountain, it is highly likely that no one has gone further than he has. Anne thought silently to herself, following closely in Lin Shuo's footsteps. After circling around Junyang Ravine, the two entered the wild mountains again. Anne slowly recovered from the shock and, glancing at Lin Shuo's back, plucked up the courage to ask, "Mr. Lin, why did you show mercy just now?" "How did you know I showed mercy?" Lin Shuo asked without stopping. "They have blood on their hands and wanted to kill you. They deserve to die," Anne said softly. "Yet you only broke their arms. For people like them, death isn't the best punishment." Lin Shuo shook his head. "Living a life worse than death is." Hearing this, Anne felt a slight shiver and imagined what their lives would be like. In such a harsh, primitive environment, and in a stronghold where humanity had been extinguished by their circumstances. A chill ran down her spine at the thought, and she shook her head, trying to banish the images. Recalling the scene, she asked, "Was that one of the secret techniques of the three absolute martial arts of the Lin family?" "Yes," Lin Shuo replied. "Truly miraculous. I suspect even the late Mr. Zhang Lianhai couldn't have defeated you." "Don't say such things," Lin Shuo frowned. "Brother Zhang was like a teacher to me. He taught me." "Oh," Anne pouted, lowering her head in a pitiable manner. "All right, stop with the wrong look, as if I'm bullying you." Lin Shuo shook his head. "You women are truly fickle. I saved you but didn't hear a word of thanks. Now that I say something a bit sternly, you're unhappy." Anne was taken aback. She suddenly realized Lin Shuo seemed to be trying to soothe her. Given his personality, saying such things was already quite rare. However, Anne wasn't satisfied with just that. She smiled brightly. "Actually, I'm very easy to appease. Mr. Lin, if you just tell me more about the Hunter's Gate, I'll be happy right away." "Fine." Lin Shuo continued walking and said, "You know about the 6 great families, right?" "Yes. The Lin of Jiangnan, the Zhang of north of the border, the Cao of Yanyan, the Miao of western Hunan, the Su of the Qiang region, and the Yun of Huguang. The 6 great families of the Hunter's Gate. Since ancient times, although they usually operated alone, they had distinct roles when forming a team due to their unique strengths." "I'm not clear on that. Please enlighten me, Mr. Lin." "Let me ask you, what do you think the Lin family excels at?" "The Lin family is the strongest and the leader of the Hunter's Gate. They are the absolute core of the Hunter Squad." "And the Zhang family?" "The Zhang family's Tang Saber is unmatched in the world, the go-to for close quarters combat." The Su family specializes in tracking and area control, excelling in reconnaissance." "How about the Cao family?" "The Cao family is skilled in intricate mechanisms, mystical arts, and advanced calculations. They are the strategists of the team." "The Miao family specializes in controlling venomous insects, and their medical skills are supernatural." "See, you know everything, why ask me?" Lin Shuo shot her a look. "But I don't know about the Yun family." Anne stuck out her tongue. "The Yun family is too mysterious. My mentors and the International Reputation Research Society are vague about them. We know they exist, but no one knows what they actually excel at. It would be great if Mr. Lin could enlighten me." Anne waited for Lin Shuo to answer, but her question was like a stone dropped into the sea. The man just kept walking as if he had forgotten the topic. Anne was a quick-witted woman. She knew he probably didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't press him. Not until they climbed a hill and Lin Shuo stopped by a stream to wash his face did he say, "The Yun family is indeed the most mysterious of the 6. Their abilities are unfathomable. For ages, the Yun family were the leaders of the Hunter's Gate, until the last 200 years or so, when the Lin family gradually took over." Oh, I see, Anne said, squatting down to wash the mud off her face, waiting for him to continue. My mother was a descendant of the Yun family, Lin Shuo said softly. Lin Shuo's casual revelation about his mother not only deepens the mystery of the Cloud family, but also establishes a complex power dynamic between him and Anne. It highlights the classic narrative trope where hidden lineages define an individual's ceiling in a competitive world, leaving us to wonder if Anne's curiosity is genuine intellectual interest or a calculated attempt to map out the power structure of the Hunter Guild.